Chapter 4158. How long? 5 days. It seems that it's different from Luo Chan's. The essence of life is difficult to change, but... Qinglianyu smiled. It's enough. Lu Yin bowed deeply to Qinglianyu. Thank you for your help. Thank you for Jiao Zhao's help. Qinglianyu laughed. He helped Lu Yin up. If you save Jiao Zhao and the entire human civilization one day, should we also salute Mr. Lu? Ah. Ha 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 ha. The hearty laughter spread throughout Yihai. Not long after, Jingmen Shangyu and Master Qudeng both arrived. When they learned that Lu Yin had succeeded, they quickly changed from disbelief to ecstasy. As an eternal realm, they should be neither sad nor happy. But at this moment, they couldn't suppress their excitement. Although this teleportation was not perfect, it was enough. It could be regarded as a quasi-absolute method. And the human civilization had the nirvana tree technique and spiritual cultivation. Lu Yin's artistic conception was also growing. Once it grew, it could almost have several lives in external battles. This could also be regarded as a quasi-absolute method. In addition to the number of eternal life, the human civilization might not be under the strength of any fishing civilization. Facing the 7-treasure heavenly toad, they were really confident. The sky of the entire human civilization was clear. Mr. Lu, take us to try it. I want to go to the Tianyuan universe. Take me to the mind universe. Boundary. All of them wanted to feel teleportation. Lu Yin was happy and didn't refuse. These eternal realm experts were like children who had new toys. It was fresh and fun. It was also full of a sense of security. Shueta Shangyu and ancestor Lu Yuan were also taken back to Jiao. Now the distance was no longer a problem. Jingmen Shangyu said, but this is within the range of the karma celestial phenomenon. How far can Mr. Lu see? Lu Yin said, I will practice this ability and try to see as far as possible. He took out a stone. Do you know this? The pathfinding stone. Master Qudeng recognized it at a glance. Shueta Shangyu said, the pathfinding stone of Hefeng Mountain. Lu Yin nodded. A pathfinder stone. You can attach your consciousness to it and throw it out. You'll be able to see as far as you can throw it. With my strength, if I throw it with all my strength, I can teleport anywhere I want. It's very far. Qinglianyu looked at the pathfinding stone. But there is a limit to the consciousness attached to the pathfinding stone. It will disperse after reaching a certain distance. It will not be fixed on the stone forever. Back then we tried it. The limit is actually about the same as the karma celestial phenomenon. It depends on the purity of each pathfinding stone. Some pathfinding stones are further away while others are closer. Alarmed Gate of Shangyu said, besides, the speed of the pathfinder stone may not necessarily be faster than your own. It's just a step ahead of you. If you encounter an ultra-long distance movement, the pathfinder stone won't be of much use. Lu Yin nodded. That's why I need to cultivate a power that allows me to see further. That won't be easy. You'll need time to see further unless you can see directly, said the Blood Tower Guardian. Azure Lotus Ruler looked up and said, or we can replace the star dome like this karmic great celestial phenomenon which allows us to see even further. Without the karma celestial phenomenon, even I would have to spread my karma before I could see further. It's a waste of time. Lu Yin frowned. Isn't there any way to directly see further? What about time? Have you tried it? Create a battle technique. My mind lamp can also illuminate the distance. Maybe we can try it. Your mind lamp is your own world. Mr. Lu can't cultivate it. By the way, Senior Azure Lotus, your karma celestial phenomenon is irregular. Can you directly extend it into the distance in a line? It can be done, but it will still take time. They discussed and gradually felt that something was wrong. Alarmed Gate of Shangyu did not speak. They looked at Alarmed Gate of Shangyu. Alarmed Gate of Shangyu lowered his head and pondered. They did not disturb him. After a while, Alarmed Gate of Shangyu suddenly woke up and looked up. Why did you stop talking? You have something on your mind? Said Azure Lotus Ruler. Blood Tower Guardian looked at Alarmed Gate of Shangyu. You still have something on your mind? Alarmed Gate of Shangyu was dissatisfied. What? Can't I have something on my mind? Lu Yin asked, Senior, what is on your mind? Tell us and see if we can help. Alarmed Gate of Shangyu looked at Lu Yin. I know of a civilization that specializes in the cultivation of the eyes. It can allow you to see further, but that civilization. She hesitated and said in a low voice, let me go back and think about it. After that, she left. They watched Alarmed Gate of Shangyu leave and looked at each other. It has something to do with her 1,000 years of travel, said Azure Lotus Ruler. Lu Yin was puzzled. 1,000 years is not a long time and it includes the return. Senior alarmed gate of Xianghu should not have gone too far. Blood Tower Guardian said, time and space are sometimes not accurate. Don't forget there is the one-line sky. The movement of the one-line sky depends on its owner. Alarmed gate of Xianghu has entered the one-line sky. Lu Yin looked at the startling sparrow platform. In 1,000 years, leaving was the limit of the combat power under the eternal life realm. What did she experience in the past 1,000 years? Looking at alarmed gate of Xianghu, it might be related to the civilization that cultivated the eyes. I have always been curious about whose child Xuanhuan is. It seems that there will be a result soon. Blood Tower Guardian smiled. Azure Lotus Ruler sighed. If not for the absolute means, perhaps alarmed gate of Xianghu would never mention the civilization that cultivated the eyes. By the way, there is one more thing. Lu Yin looked at Azure Lotus Ruler. We can talk to the Immortal Master again. Luo Chan is useless here. We can use releasing it immediately as a condition in exchange for something for us. Release Luo Chan. Blood Tower Guardian raised his eyebrows. Lu Yin said, it is useless to us. It is meaningless to keep it. It is better to use it to get more favorable conditions from the Immortal Master. Of course, how to ensure that the Immortal Master's conditions will be met is a problem. As for Luo Chan itself, speaking of this, Lu Yin smiled. It is not a threat. Azure Lotus Ruler nodded. As long as Luo Chan appears in your line of sight, it is indeed not a threat. It does not know that you can teleport. It does not know. That is good. If it knows, it will be difficult for you to catch it again. However, if it does not know, it is still possible to catch it. Azure Lotus Ruler muttered. Blood Tower Guardian said, in order for us to release Luo Chan, the Immortal Master has already given us the maximum conditions. What else can he ask for? Azure Lotus Ruler looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin had not thought it through. Think about it more. After all, it is an extremely powerful eternal life form. It is very valuable. Then we can only wait for it to contact us. Azure Lotus Ruler said. Not long after Lu Yin and Azure Lotus Ruler arrived at the consciousness universe. They came to the cliff of Heavenly Palace and looked at the palace in front of them. There was the silhouette of the primogenitor in the palace, but it could not be seen clearly. They could only see the primogenitor sitting cross-legged, cultivating something. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia in front of the palace. Xianxia also saw Lu Yin and Azure Lotus Ruler. He did not recognize Azure Lotus Ruler, nor could he sense his aura. You are here. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin and said in a low voice. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia and sighed. We haven't seen each other for more than 100 years. You have become much more haggard. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. He felt that something was wrong. Although they had been separated for more than 100 years, it was a short period of time for them. It would pass in the blink of an eye. There should not be much change. However, Lu Yin gave him an indescribable sense of threat. It was an inexplicable feeling, but he instinctively did not want to get close. He did not know what had happened to Lu Yin or what had happened in the outside world. At this moment, the spiritualized universe was completely different from the spiritualized universe he knew. Are you here to get close to the palace? You are too late. He was one step ahead of you. You and I will not be able to obtain the opportunities here. Xianxia said. After he finished speaking, he looked at the palace unwillingly. Lu Yin smiled. It doesn't matter. I'm just curious how you were left behind. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. You have your methods to ensure that I do not attack him, but he has his own methods to leave me behind. Even so, I do not know how he got close to the palace. Lu Yin looked at the silhouette of the progenitor in the palace. How did he get close? He did not know if he had told the progenitor how to get close to the palace, but Che had given him inspiration and perfected it. Come with us, Lu Yin said. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin coldly and then glanced at Qinglianyu. Is he the helper you invited? Qinglianyu laughed and clasped his hands behind his back. I will not attack. Xianxia's eyes flashed and his bad feeling grew stronger. Was Lu Yin that confident? Actually, Lu Yin had been able to suppress Xianxia with the immortality substance, but Master Qingxiao had made a move at that time. Xianxia had not been able to see the difference between them. Lu Yin did not want to waste time talking, so he walked towards Xianxia. The closer he got to the palace, the more resistance he felt. However, Xianxia was even further away from the palace than when he and the progenitor had been on the cliff. It was too easy for Lu Yin to get close to him. Xianxia watched Lu Yin walk over step by step. His relaxed and carefree attitude made Xianxia want to stay away from this person. However, he did not believe that this person could break through to the immortality realm in a mere 100 years. It would already be impressive if he could break through to the primordial realm. No matter what, he was Xianxia, an existence second only to the immortality realm in the spiritualized universe. This person had used all sorts of methods to suppress Xianxia in the past. Over the past 100 years, Xianxia had constantly recalled all the battles. All he needed to do was avoid that sword. When he thought of this, Xianxia immediately moved. His body twisted, and the 9 heavens transformation dispelled the clouds in the sky. Lu Yin watched as Xianxia's palm descended. In the past, he had to fight seriously and use the immortality substance to suppress Xianxia. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Xianxia's palm froze in midair as he stared blankly ahead. In front of him, Lu Yin had a smile on his face. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he looked like he was casually standing in a courtyard. He neither blocked nor evaded the attack. However, Lu Yin's palm froze in midair, unable to move. It was as if there was some kind of power that had imprisoned his palm in the void. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 4159. It wasn't like that. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He wanted to pull his hand back, but he couldn't. This palm was just a feint. The real battle was coming. He had eternal thought, heart of rock, and talent. He had already thought about how he would attack Lu Yin next time. He would break Lu Yin's move step by step. But he didn't expect to miscalculate on the first move. No, this was not as simple as a miscalculation. Instead, it was a complete and utter defeat. He couldn't even pull back his palm. How could the gap be so big? Lu Yin said calmly, "From the moment I stepped into the cultivation world, almost no one can fight me at the same level. I'm a person with a hard life. I usually fight above my level. For example, when I fought you, you were in the progenitor realm. Now." He smiled. "Through bitter adversity." Xianxia's expression changed. "Through bitter adversity? Impossible." Lu Yin raised his hand, grabbed Xianxia's arm, and threw him toward Qing Lianyu. Xianxia's body was suppressed by a huge force in front of Qing Lianyu. In an instant, the terrifying pressure pressed down and pressed him down. Xianxia was shocked. He lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and filled with disbelief. Eternal life realm. This was the aura of an eternal life realm. This person was an eternal life realm. As a god of defense, have you never seen Qing Lianyu before? You've never seen the Azure Lotus Emperor before? Lu Yin's voice made Xianxia feel as if he'd been struck by lightning. Qing Lianyu? This person was Qing Lianyu? The oldest and strongest god of defense in Wuxia universe? The strongest eternal life realm in human civilization? Qing Lianyu said, "Don't talk about him. It's not easy for Xingfan and the others to see me." "You're a Mo Shang?" Xianxia slowly looked up. He looked at Qing Lianyu. "You're Qing Lianyu? I've always cared about you." Qing Lianyu looked at Xianxia calmly. "You're very courageous and resourceful. You're not the only Xianxia, but you're the only one who dared to cooperate with Greengrass to scheme against Eternal Life Realm in the Wuxia universe. You even killed Ru Shi to scare the continent of the 9 clouds, so the cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds don't dare go to the spiritual universe and act recklessly. You're doing better than anyone else in the spiritual universe," said Lin Feng. Xianxia lowered his head, not intending to deny it. In the face of the Green Lotus Imperial, denial was useless. Every universe has its own culture. The spiritualized universe is facing the situation of the 9 clouds universe, so you can do whatever you want. However, understanding is one thing, but a mistake is a mistake. The 9 clouds universe will punish you by depriving you of your position as the god of defense, and we won't get involved in the feud between you and Mr. Lu. Xianxia was shocked. Mr. Lu? This was an honorific. What did Lu Yin do to deserve the honorific title of Mr. Lu? He looked back at Lu Yin and realized that Lu Yin did not appear to be humble in front of the Azure Lotus Emperor. Instead, he was very calm, as if they were on the same level. She thought of the helplessness she felt when facing him just now. Although Xianxia couldn't believe it, he still asked, "You broke through to the Eternal Life Realm?" Lu Yin laughed. "Didn't I just say that I'm going to cross the bitter adversity?" Xianxia shook his head. That was impossible. How could crossing the bitter adversity make the Azure Lotus Emperor so respectful? Lu Yin released the general platform hell and threw Xianxia in to increase his karma. At the same time, he wanted to see what exactly existed in Xianxia's karma. Back then, it was Xianxia who had scared Yuanqi away to the Tianyuan universe. Everyone thought that Master Grass was behind this, but Lu Yin suddenly thought of something else. Master Qingxiao had indeed plotted against Mi Jin Shangyu and brought Yong Gong to the spiritualization rope. Yu Sang Tian had cooperated with him flawlessly, and even Mi Jin Shangyu had fallen into his trap. However, was it possible that Yu Sang Tian's cooperation didn't come from Master Qingxiao himself, but from an unknown person? If that was the case, then although Yu Sang Tian and Master Grass had done the same thing, their secrets were different. Perhaps Lu Yin could discover something through Yu Sang Tian. Of course, this was just Lu Yin's guess, and the possibility wasn't high. If that mysterious entity had used Master Grass, then it could have used Master Grass to control Yu Sang Tian directly. There was no need for it to be superfluous. Lu Yin had only thought of this possibility, so he wanted to see if it was possible. As expected, he couldn't find any trace of the mysterious entity in Yu Sang Tian's karma. Just because he couldn't find it didn't mean that it didn't exist. Even if it did, Yu Sang Tian wouldn't be of much use. Compared to Lu Yin, he was too insignificant. Lu Yin locked Yu Sang Tian up and looked at the silhouette of the ancestor in the palace again. He bowed slowly. "Senior, you can take your time cultivating. I hope that when you come out of seclusion, our civilization will be able to fish out the core space and become one of the few powerful civilizations in the core space." Qinglian Yu also looked at the palace with a complicated expression. The consciousness here sought the beautiful, the kind, and the beautiful, but he couldn't do it. No one in the human civilization could either, unless they became a fishing civilization one day and no longer feared the core space. Sometimes there was a cause for an effect. Without a cause, the effect would never appear. Not long after, Lu Yin took Qinglian Yu and teleported to the law domain. They left through the door of the law domain and arrived at the unfamiliar space behind it, heading towards the active universe. Qinglian Yu threw out a pile of Pathfinder stones. These Pathfinder stones had Lu Yin's consciousness, so he could see wherever they flew. With Lu Yin's current ability, he couldn't teleport too far. With Qinglian Yu beside him, his eternal life realm speed was faster than Lu Yin could see. However, if he left the Pathfinder stones where they were, Lu Yin could see all directions at any time and move at any time. This was the real way to use teleportation. There must be Pathfinder stones around this door. "It seems that Hefang Mountain doesn't need to exist anymore," Qinglian Yu said, and threw out another pile of Pathfinder stones. Lu Yin said, "No matter how fast teleportation is, we can't always watch the entire universe. Hefang Mountain still needs to exist, but we don't need to send people to their deaths." Qinglian Yu sighed. "Back then it was Mi Jin who set the rules of Hefang Mountain. I didn't want the fear of the core space to exist in the civilization. There are some things that we can just bear. Those who break into Hefang Mountain will also get the rewards they deserve. It's a fair exchange. Now that there have been several wars between civilizations, the core space is no longer a mystery. Whether it's yearning or fear, we can only face it." The war between civilizations tore apart the mystery of the core space. Everyone was anxious, but the more it was so, the more the human civilization had to become stronger. Outside the active universe, Lu Yin and Qinglian Yu stood in the starry sky and looked ahead. Soon after, the Azure Lotus Guard entered, and after a period of time, the entire active universe seemed to be boiling as boundless vitality surged into the Azure Lotus Guard's body. However, unlike Lu Yin and Master Bitterlamp, the Azure Lotus Guard did not react at all. It calmly walked to the bottom of the ocean and saw the substance. Lu Yin knew very well that there was a gap between him and Qinglian Yu, but he still didn't know how big the gap was. Every time his knowledge was refreshed. Every time he saw something, he knew what the oldest and most powerful eternal life realm was. Not long after, Qinglian Yu appeared beside him. "As I guessed, it fits the active law of the universe, but in the end it buries itself. What you are facing is not a dead eternal life, but a law that fits the universe at any time. Only the law can change the entire universe. It can make the wind, the earth, the mountains, and the rivers full of vitality and bring about magical changes." Then he looked at Lu Yin. "That object is very suitable to be your weapon. You don't have to feel burdened. That eternal life has died long ago, and that object is not its original body. It is just a materialization that fits the law of the universe." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "I don't feel burdened. If I have a suitable weapon, even if it is a corpse, it is just that I can't take it away." Blue Lotus Shangyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, take your time. When you have the strength to use that material, it will give you a pleasant surprise. When that time comes, you might be able to enter the top 3 in the human civilization." Lu Yin's eyes widened. Top 3? The top 3 in the current human civilization were Qinglian Yu, Jingmin Yu, and Shuatai Yu. Did that mean that once he could use that object he would surpass Shuatayu? Let's go. It is time to find a place for humans to live. I also want to see what other civilizations are around here and what civilization the unknown thinks can destroy human civilization, Qinglianyu said. The next moment the two of them disappeared. When they passed through the door, Qinglianyu had thrown out the pathfinding stones. Now Luyin saw many regions with those stones. Even with the one-leaf Qinglian's speed, it would take years or even longer to reach those regions. Now they could reach them in an instant. A few days later they saw a cosmic civilization. It was not prosperous, and the strongest creature was only at the primordial realm. It could not compare to the Tianyuan universe. Then, a few days later they saw another civilization. There were many civilizations around here. A handful of pathfinding stones allowed Luyin to see two cosmic civilizations in the shortest time possible. If he was the thief who sold the coordinates of the civilizations, he would be rich. However, if those thieves had the ability to teleport, they would not have sold the coordinates. I'm thinking that Luo Chan's teleportation is farther than mine. He doesn't even need to look. How many cosmic civilizations has the Hive civilization seen? Have they all been destroyed? Lu Yin and Qinglianyu murmured as they looked at the civilizations ahead. Qinglianyu shook his head. If Luo Chan keeps teleporting, it can indeed see many cosmic civilizations, but it won't be that fast. Luo Chan doesn't need to look to teleport very far away. This is its advantage, but it is also its disadvantage. It will be very difficult for it to find the two civilizations we see now. It will be like looking for a needle in a haystack because it can't see. You are different. The number of pathfinding stones determines how many pairs of eyes you have. You can see the surroundings and search accurately. Although the distance is not far and there is a range limit, you are more useful than Luo Chan in short distances. As for how many civilizations Luo Chan has seen, you have neglected one thing: its biological instincts. Lu Yin looked at Qinglianyu. Qinglianyu said indifferently, "If it were you, would you rashly move to an unfamiliar region without being able to see? Even with the protection of the immortal master, to any creature, an unfamiliar region is dangerous." Chapter 4160. After a pause, Qinglianyu continued, "Humans can't rashly step into an invisible fog. It's the same for Luo Chan. It won't constantly teleport to find civilizations like you think. With the level of protection the Divine Master gives it, I can say that Luo Chan can't help the Hive civilization find other civilizations. Its role is only on the battlefield." Luyin agreed. No one can guarantee that the place it teleports to will not land in a fishing civilization. Qinglianyu laughed. It might land in an unknown hometown or a dead universe. At that time, even the civilization behind them might not be able to protect Luo Chan, let alone the Divine Master. That Luo Chan is afraid of death. It won't be so impulsive. Looking at the war with the Hive civilization, I found that Luo Chan's teleportation pattern is to appear in familiar areas. Is that so? Luyin really did not find it. Qinglianyu nodded. Several times, so if you don't use that monster as bait to catch Luo Chan, when the war starts again, I'll take action in several places. I have a 50% chance of catching it. Luyin found it funny. That Luo Chan is indeed timid. Once it leaves a pattern it will be unlucky. For the next half a year, Luyin and the others did not see any civilizations. This was normal. If civilizations were constantly discovered, how could the square inch be so quiet? It was more of a coincidence that they saw two civilizations in a row. There was a limit to how much consciousness a Pathfinder stone could attach to, and the limited consciousness could only see a limited area. How could it happen to see a universal civilization? Any universal civilization, it was huge, but in the square inch it was very small. Any small distance was not something that could be covered by this small amount of consciousness. Only if one was lucky could they find traces of a civilization. Although they did not find a civilization, Luyin was relieved. There were too many strange creatures in the square inch and they all had their own methods. If he could rely on teleportation to find civilizations continuously, other creatures could also use unique methods to find them. Human civilization would not be easy. The current result was in line with the law of the square inch. Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed and he looked in a direction. Qinglianyu was puzzled. What's wrong? Lu Yin's expression was serious. The buyer of the civilization that One Eye sold the coordinates to has appeared. Qinglianyu's eyes flashed. More than 50 years. It's about time. Let's go and take a look. Lu Yin nodded and teleported away with Qinglianyu. They were very curious about the buyer behind One Eye. After all, it was very likely that the buyer was from a technological civilization. It was extremely terrifying that a technological civilization could reach the level of a fishing civilization, or even a fishing civilization. If the upper limit of cultivation was eternal life, then Luin had some confidence in that. However, he had no confidence in the upper limit of technology. Who knew what kind of weapon the other party would create? No civilization was willing to provoke a technological civilization whose upper limit could not be seen. Even the Green Lotus Imperial Guard was no exception. Therefore, when they arrived at the faraway part of the universe, the first thing they did was to conceal their aura to prevent the other party from detecting them. In the distance, the space civilization had never been so bright. Endless light showered down on the space civilization. The light seemed to be warm, lighting up the dark space and the strange creatures. It pierced through space and lit up the stars. Those creatures were not harmed in the slightest. Looking from afar, the space civilization was getting brighter and brighter, so bright that it was blinding. They were like fireworks, very beautiful. Luin gazed into the distance. The creatures in that universe aren't injured at all. Did they not erupt or? Blue Lotus Imperial Guard's expression was solemn. I can't understand it and I can't check it casually. There's a foreign civilization over there. Luin saw a light at the edge of the space civilization. It was oval-shaped and he could not tell what metal it was made of. It stopped in space like a ray of light. It was obvious that this was a spaceship from the foreign civilization. Luin wanted to pry open the light to see what was inside. However, they were very cautious against this civilization. After all, this was a powerful civilization that had dared to purchase the coordinates of other civilizations. No matter how weak they were, they definitely had eternal life level techniques. Otherwise, One Eye would have been able to make them suffer. One Eye was quite apprehensive of this civilization. In the distant universe, countless rays of light fell. Not only did they not harm the creatures, they did not even harm a single blade of grass. The light caused the creatures in that universe to worship it, thinking that a miracle had occurred. Even the crossing calamity creatures were at a loss. They did not dare to rush to the edge of the universe and could only stare blankly at the sky, watching the rays of light fall. Resist? The rays of light did not harm them at all, but it did not seem right to not resist. The creatures did not know what to do. They could not sense the location of the creatures they had released. This scene lasted for an unknown period of time. Luin had only noticed it because a pathfinding stone had coincidentally passed by and been attracted by the light of that civilization. Otherwise he would not have noticed it. Before it had been attracted by the light, there had already been countless rays of light falling from that universe. From the way the creatures were looking up, it was obvious that they had not been looking up for a day or two. Luin and Azure Lotus were not in a hurry and simply watched from a distance without disturbing them. It had to be said that this scene was very beautiful. They had never imagined that fireworks would bloom for an entire universe. At the same time, at the edge of the universe's civilization, a conversation appeared within the oval beam of light. Foreign matter detected. Remove. Analyze. Beep. Analyzing. Beep. Analyzing complete. Creature image displayed. Not recorded. Unable to determine energy level, height, volume, fusion level. Activate absolute analysis. D. Absolute analysis in D. Absolute analysis in D. Absolute analysis complete. Unable to determine energy level. Analysis report sent back to the Empire. Conclusion. Absolute analysis is ineffective due to the presence of a powerful creature. Stop investigating the current civilization and focus on probing the unknown creatures. Hope the Empire will unlock the armory. Beep. Empire replies. Permission granted to unlock the final armory. Flare fire. The next moment, countless rays of light shot out from every direction, like a porcupine blooming with light. Luin and Azure Lotus looked at the approaching light in the distance. Senior, are we leaving? Azure Lotus stared at the light. Let's go. The two disappeared instantly. The light flashed past, but there was nothing. Luin and Azure Lotus did not know that they had been discovered. The methods of a technological civilization were not necessarily brilliant, but only by using technology could they be found. It was difficult for cultivators to detect them. At the edge of the universe's civilization, within the oval beam of light. Creature disappeared. Alert. Creature disappeared. Creature disappeared. Suddenly disappeared? It's not speed. We have already analyzed the surrounding area. Even the strongest eternal creature would find it difficult to disappear without alarming matter. But if it's not speed, how can it be explained? Space. Time. Activate absolute analysis. D. Absolute analysis in progress. D. Absolute analysis in progress. D. Absolute analysis complete, no results. What a terrifying creature. The other party probably doesn't know that they have been targeted. The flare's range is very large and it's not limited to them. They should appear again. Flare, stop. Not long after, Lu Yin and Qinglian Yu appeared again. Senior, did the other party notice us? It's possible. The core distance's fear of technological civilizations is not without reason. Technological methods are often more simple. Then why did we return? We've already been discovered, so it doesn't matter. It's fine if we haven't been discovered. We can continue watching. They can't do anything to us. But if we were discovered even from so far away, this means that this civilization has a large-scale detection method. Once this method approaches the unknown door, then... These words caused Azure Lotus's expression to change. They were already very cautious. They were quite far away from the civilization and looking at it was like looking at a bowl. Even so, if they were still discovered, it meant that the other party's detection methods were shocking. The unknown door might not be able to hide from them. If they really did discover us, then we'll deal with them. Try to see what they have. It would be best if we can find their location. Lu Yin nodded and looked into the distance. He hoped that this would not happen. He really did not want to provoke a powerful civilization right now. This thought was completely shattered when a single beam of light approached. The other party had discovered them, but there was no communication. Another beam of light approached, and as it approached, neither Lu Yin nor Azure Lotus did anything. Even though they were wary of this civilization, it was not to the point where they had to be wary of any random method. After all, they were eternal life forms. No matter how powerful a technological civilization was or how unbelievable their methods were, they would only be able to reach eternal life forms at the very most. The beam of light drew closer and closer until it was less than 100 meters away from the two. Azure Lotus used karma to block out the space in front of him, preventing the other party from capturing their images. Unless the other party could break through karma, it would be useless even if this beam of light had recording abilities. Unable to record. Unable to record. Unable to record. Absolute analysis at close range. D. Absolute analysis in progress. D. Absolute analysis in progress. D. Absolute analysis complete. No results. Still no results. Anti-flare weapon activate. Anti-flare weapon activate. Boom. A violent explosion rocked the heavens. The beam of light suddenly exploded in front of Lu Yin and Azure Lotus. It was not very powerful to them and it was only at the primordial realm at most. However, the explosion was not limited to the beam of light itself, it affected the surroundings as well. Even though Azure Lotus used karma to shield himself, the surroundings still exploded, as if the entire space had been blown apart. This was beyond their expectations. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, causing ripples to appear as space changed. He could sense that the surrounding space had changed, but he could not tell what the change was. He raised his hand and flicked his finger at the oval beam of light. The power from Lu Yin's finger tore through the void and instantly landed on the surface of the oval-shaped light. Ripples appeared on the surface of the oval-shaped light, and the light forcefully resisted the power of Lu Yin's finger. Lu Yin was shocked. What a powerful defense. Warnings constantly rang out from within the oval beam of light. Warning, defense has reached upper limit. Warning, defense has reached upper limit. End of chapter. Chapter 4161. It reached the upper limit with just one attack. It's definitely an eternal life. My death will be meaningful. Activate the unconventional weapon, Crystal Fall. Crystal Fall is activating. Crystal Fall is activating. Crystal Fall is activated. Fire. The oval-shaped light faced Lu Yin and Azure Lotus Defender. Suddenly, a 10,000-meter-long metal rod shot out, piercing through the void and shooting towards them. Lu Yin flicked his finger again and his power collided with the metal rod. There was a bang. The metal rod shattered. He was surprised. So fragile? Just as he thought of this, he saw the shattered metal rod transform into countless smaller metal rods. Or perhaps needles? Countless needles pierced towards Lu Yin and Qinglian Xianghu. Each needle pierced through the void as if it could tear through anything, bringing with it a cold glint. Azure Lotus Defender was shocked. What a powerful area of effect attack. Each needle is enough to kill the most ordinary crossing calamity creature. This weapon is definitely powerful. No matter how powerful the weapon was, it was meaningless against Lu Yin and Azure Lotus Defender. Lu Yin waved his hand again and all the needles stopped. No matter how powerful they were, they stopped in an instant. The oval-shaped light continued to send out warnings. Crystal Fall failed. Crystal Fall failed. As expected, it failed. After all, it's an eternal life. Send the final report to the Empire. Report sent. Report sent. So, my mission is over. Even if it's just a simple attack, I can see the habits of this creature, its habitual strength and so on. When the Empire finds you again, you will be in a passive position. Now only the last step is left. As long as they dare to come, the Empire will know more. Warning, defense exceeded upper limit. Warning, defense exceeded upper limit. What? They're not coming? They're really cautious. It's over. In the distance, Luin raised his hand and clenched it. A terrifying power descended and crushed the oval-shaped light. The other party had already attacked them with killing moves, so there was no need to be polite. As for what creature was inside the oval-shaped light and its purpose, he really wanted to know. But he could not get close. The closer he got to that thing, the more likely it was that he would be discovered. Directly erasing it was the safest. Everything disappeared, including the light from the space civilization in front of them. The light seemed harmless, but Luin knew that they had been discovered because of this light. This was a civilization that used light as a detection method. In the next instant, Luin disappeared with the Azure Lotus Guard. No matter how powerful a civilization was, it was impossible to track down a person with the ability to teleport. The only way to do so was if that civilization's detection range could cover all of the points that Luin had teleported to, but that was impossible. This range would far exceed the karmic great celestial phenomenon. Luin believed that this technological civilization had the power to surpass human civilization. He believed that it could even surpass the Seven Treasures Sky Toad, but he didn't believe that it could surpass the Green Lotus Emperor by that much. The Azure Lotus defense with human civilization and the Azure Lotus defense without human civilization were two different things. At the same time, in the continent of the Nine Clouds, outside of the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon, a beam of light moved towards it. Xuanhuan noticed it. Before Green Lotus Emperor and Luin left, they had asked Blood Tower Emperor to monitor the entire karmic phenomenon, just like how they had asked Shock Gate Emperor to monitor it. Xianxia walked out of the Nine Heavens and looked into the distance with a serious expression. So fast, what was that? It was not a living being, but it had the aura of eternal life. If not for that, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. The beam of light didn't move towards the continent of the Nine Clouds. After entering the Karma Celestial Phenomenon for a month, it stopped. Xianxia took a step forward and moved towards the beam of light. The speed of the beam of light far exceeded that of ordinary eternal life forms. Even if it was only a month's speed, it was already very close to the continent of the Nine Clouds. Xianxia only took 2 months to get close. Looking at the beam of light in front of him, he was surprised. What was this? A token? In the starry sky, under the overflowing light, a 7-colored token floated quietly. The token was engraved with lakes, mountains and lotus leaves, and a star toad was engraved on the back. This was the 7 Treasures Sky Toad's item. The human civilization had been waiting for the 7 Treasures Sky Toad's arrival. Unexpectedly, the 7 Treasures Sky Toad didn't come, but a token. Xianxia grabbed the token and his body suddenly shook. The starry sky turned upside down, and he vaguely crossed an endless distance to see a pair of eyes. A pair of turbid eyes full of killing intent looked down at him. The eyes grew infinitely bigger, replacing the starry sky, replacing heaven and earth. They wanted to crush him. The starry sky was no longer dark, but filled with killing intent. The boundless killing intent encompassed the entire area. It was like a vortex that wanted to swallow him. Even he couldn't break free in an instant. His heart stopped beating. His blood, sweat, thoughts, power, everything was stagnant. It was just a moment. What kind of creature was so terrifying? Just the murderous aura left in the token was unimaginably terrifying. Xianxia clenched his teeth. No matter how difficult it is, it can't suppress me. It's just a killing intent, a killing intent. Under the monstrous killing intent, he let out a low roar. The violent killing intent soared into the sky, swaying the starry sky, spreading with him as the center. The area shook and the Karma Celestial Phenomenon was boiling. The battle between the killing intent and the killing intent made the distant continent of the Nine Clouds tremble. Countless people looked over, instinctively filled with fear and uneasiness, experiencing the most primitive death. Suddenly the killing intent dissipated, and the giant eyes disappeared. Xianxia exhaled and held the token tightly as he gasped for breath. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and his pupils dilated. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, not out of fear, but because he had temporarily lost control of his body due to excessive resistance. It could also be said that he had used too much strength in that instant. After a while he recovered and looked at the token. Half a year later, Lu Yin and Qinglianyu returned. This trip to the active universe had allowed Qinglianyu to verify his conjecture. Unfortunately, Lu Yin still couldn't obtain it. It had also allowed them to fight against that mysterious technological civilization. Later on, they had encountered another cosmic civilization, and at the same time, they had destroyed the mother tree of that last cosmic civilization. They had encountered 2 other civilizations before, but they hadn't destroyed the mother tree because the mother trees of those 2 civilizations had treated the same way as the human civilization. They believed that the mother tree was the origin of all things, and a flourishing mother tree shouldn't be destroyed. As for the last civilization, the mother tree was riddled with holes due to internal conflicts, so Lu Yin had sent it on its way. They had originally wanted to find a new home for the humans, but the range of the Pathfinder Stone's vision was too limited. It would be impossible to find it without thousands of years. They didn't have time to waste, so they returned. Lu Yin placed his hopes on the faraway civilization that Qinglianyu had mentioned. As long as he could see far, he would be able to transform and teleport. As soon as they returned to the 9 clouds, Qinglianyu realized that something was wrong. The karma celestial phenomenon had been boiling. He and Lu Yin immediately appeared on the blood 9th level and saw Shueta Xiangyu. Seeing their return, Qinglianyu raised his hand and a token appeared. He handed it to Qinglianyu. "Take a look at this." Qinglianyu took it and took a look. 7 Treasures Sky Toad's token? Qinglianyu's expression turned serious. "Half a year ago, this token suddenly appeared. I took it and was almost killed by the murderous aura. That old monster is really ruthless." Qinglianyu passed the token to Lu Yin, who took it. The murderous aura was gone, and it was just an ordinary token. Qinglianyu looked at the 2 with a solemn expression. "Some monsters can only be understood when facing them. When we took the token, we were also invited. That old monster, the 7 Treasures Sky Toad, invited us as guests. Return the Star Toad and let bygones be bygones. This is the purpose of this token's appearance." Qinglianyu put his hands behind his back. "Peaceful before resorting to force?" Lu Yin looked at the token deeply. "It seems that the other party doesn't want to fight with us. It has something to do with the unknown. This is a good thing, but the prerequisite is that we have to go to the 7 Treasures Sky Toad tribe." Qinglianyu's tone was low. The distance between civilizations had never interacted with each other. The 7 Treasures Sky Toad tribe didn't stay in a fixed location. They were constantly drifting, just like the fishing civilization. They didn't take the usual route. Now they even sent a token to talk to them. Who would dare to go? If they went, their lives might not be their own. What did the sky-bearing immortal say? Does he know anything about this token? Lu Yin asked. Qinglianyu shook his head. He doesn't know. I asked him the moment I got the token. In his words, they don't have the right to be given a token by the 7 Treasures Sky Toad. Lu Yin pondered. Since the 7 Treasures Sky Toad tribe gave us the token instead of starting a war, it shows their sincerity. No matter how sincere they are, we have to accept it. Otherwise, it will be disadvantageous for us to fight with them. Master Ku Deng came. He also knew about the token. What if we return the Star Toad directly? Lu Yin didn't answer. He was also thinking. Qinglianyu shook his head. The token represents the dignity of a tribe. Since the 7 Treasures Sky Toad tribe sent an invitation in this way, not going would mean disrespect to them. In the past, they didn't want to start a war because of the unknown and the strength of the human civilization. But now they can't do that. Dignity is something that every tribe will protect. Master Ku Deng was puzzled. Aren't we putting them on the line? Lu Yin's eyes were piercingly cold. This might be the old monster's goal. It must have endured for too long and is very confident. Qinglianyu looked at Qinglianyu. What do you think of that old monster? Qinglianyu's face turned ugly. It's an old monster. Anyway, I can't stand it. The sky-bearing immortal came and looked at the toad engraved on the token with disgust. Qinglianyu, based on your understanding of the 7 Treasures Sky Toad, can you accept this invitation? Qinglianyu asked directly. In fact, he was inclined to go. The other party was an ancient eternal, so it shouldn't be deceiving them. There was no need for them to do so. At their level, there were some things that they disdained to do. But just in case, it was better to ask. After all, if they really wanted to go, it must be an eternal. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful. It would be a shame if an eternal was deceived to death. Chapter 4162. Bearer of the Heavens said in disgust, "The seven-treasure heavenly toad clan is selfish, arrogant, despicable, cowardly, and unscrupulous. Normally, there is no need to deal with such creatures, but they have one advantage, which is the only way for them to communicate with other civilizations." Integrity, Luin continued. Bearer of the Heavens said, "Yes, integrity. There is no communication between civilizations, but there is a game. A civilization will always encounter another civilization, and if the combat power of the two civilizations is close, it is impossible to fight to the death. There is compromise and avoidance. The premise of a game is integrity. The seven-treasure heavenly toad clan has all kinds of personality flaws that are disgusting. If they don't have integrity, they would have been wiped out long ago. The only civilization that doesn't need anything is a fishing civilization, but the seven-treasure heavenly toad clan is not a fishing civilization. They don't want to destroy all the civilizations they see. They have their own purpose." Qinglian Yu nodded. Integrity is the platform for the seven-treasure heavenly toad clan to communicate. It is understandable. Luin thought of the star toad. The toad's bitter adversity was a business, and the more it did, the better. Even if it was a powerhouse that had crossed bitter calamity, it would still buy and sell star sources that were worthless. The toad's integrity was not a problem. At most, it used the trading rules to exploit some loopholes. If not for this, the humans and the Eternals would have fought in the origin space. It would have died long ago. The humans hired it to fight the Eternals, and the Eternals hired it to fight the humans. It was a competition of who hired it first. It relied on its own integrity. It seems that we should go on this trip to the seven-treasure heavenly toad. Since the other party invited us, as long as we return the star toad, our human civilization will have one less strong enemy, Qinglian Yu said. Bearer of the Blood Tower nodded. Luin also agreed. If it was not necessary, who would want to provoke a strong enemy? The old monster of the seven treasures heavenly toad race was clearly ruthless. He had used a token to support himself and the human civilization. If one did not accept the invitation, he would attack. Unknowns and karmic restraints were all suppressed by the dignity of the token. This was forcing both sides. It also showed the other party's strong confidence. That old monster was terrifyingly strong. Now the question was, who would go? "I'll go." "I accepted the token," Bearer of the Blood Tower said. Master Quding said, "Let me go. I can see the distance." "I'll go," Luin said. Everyone looked at him. Shuatayu said, "How can you go? Stop joking around." Master Quding said, "Mr. Lu is the hope of the human civilization. We can't let anything happen to him." Qinglian Yu also said, "That's right, anyone can go. You're the only one who can't." Luin shook his head. "I'm the best candidate." Facing the others' puzzled gazes, Luin looked at Master Quding. "Master, do you know how to bargain?" Master Quding bowed and silently stepped back. Luin looked at Blood Tower Protector again. "Senior, can you swallow this humiliation?" The Lord of the Blood Tower rolled his eyes. What a joke. So what if that old monster was powerful? At worst he would die in battle. Finally, Luin looked at Lord Teal Lotus. "Can the human civilization be separated from you?" Qinglian Yu looked at Luin deeply. "But your value in human civilization is not below mine. With instant transmission, the chances of something happening to me are very low. The seven treasures heavenly toad clan is unlikely to directly attack a non-eternal life form like me. Besides, we have a common enemy. Who knows? It's risky, but if this risk can be exchanged for an ally against the unknown, it's worth it," Luin said. Seeing that they were still hesitating, he told them about the fight against the Eternals in the Tianyuan universe. "I'm too familiar with this kind of thing. The seven treasures heavenly toad clan is not stupid. Even if they don't ally with us, they will keep us around to contain the unknown. The unknown existences are a threat to us, but as long as they exist, the seven treasures heavenly toad will not be a threat to us. And I'm not going alone." Qinglian Yu was surprised. "Not only you? If anyone was qualified to accompany Luin to the seven treasures heavenly toad clan, it must be the Eternals. But if the Eternals were there, why would Luin go?" Lu Yin's lips curled up and he looked at Heaven-Bearer Immortal. Then Qinglian Yu and the others looked at Heaven-Bearer Immortal in surprise. Heaven-Bearer Immortal screamed, "I'm not going." Luin said, "It's not you, it's the Divine Master." "The Divine Master? The Divine Master?" They were all surprised. Luin smiled. "Previously, we didn't think about what conditions the Divine Master would give us in exchange for immediately releasing Luo Chan. Now that the conditions are here, the Divine Master will accompany me to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan. That way we'll be safe. Qinglianyu smiled. I see. Using the Divine Master to attract that old monster's attention so that the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan's attention will be focused on him. Then you can retreat at any time. Luin nodded. Nothing will happen. The Divine Master is just a protector. If something happens, the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan will deal with him first. They won't care about me at all. I have a chance to use instant transmission to leave. I believe that no matter how powerful that old monster is, he won't be able to predict instant transmission. Qinglianyu grunted. That's feasible. Luo Chan's strength is far inferior to yours, and it's difficult for me to catch him. Even if the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad is much stronger than me, you're still much stronger than Luo Chan. It's not impossible for you to escape. Furthermore, the Divine Master is not to be trifled with. He's extremely powerful. But will the Divine Master agree? Luin shrugged. Just take Luo Chan with you. Qinglianyu and Master Quding looked at Luin speechlessly. This guy must have 100 tricks up his sleeve. For Luo Chan, the Divine Master had to go. It wasn't that Luin had to go, but that he really wanted to go. He knew very well that the possibility of relying on the development of the human civilization to reach the level of fishing civilization and defeat the unknown was too low. Master Qingsao's attitude hadn't changed until now. He saw the true despair of the unknown. Luin actually saw it too. Although he didn't want to believe it, if each color represented an unknown, then the number of unknowns would be terrifying. It would be useless even if the human civilization gained a few more eternal lives. Once the unknown attacked with all their strength, the human civilization would be annihilated. Under such circumstances, only by joining forces could they have hope of winning. When he saw the 6 zones of disaster, he was also very desperate. The great Heavenly Lord had specially brought him to see them. He still remembered that feeling. But how could they turn the tables? Because of him? No, because there were many people joining forces. They won because of the cooperation of many parallel universes. Victory would never be his alone. It was the same now. If the human civilization couldn't deal with them alone, then they would join forces with other civilizations. Although the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toads had many personality flaws and were loathsome, as long as they had a common enemy, they were still very reliable. At the very least, they were qualified cannon fodder. Luin would never forget that other than the unknown, there was also the Death Universe, the civilization behind the insectoid nest, and the Springboard civilization. These civilizations weren't necessarily inferior to the unknown. The dangers that the human civilization faced were more than he had imagined. Since the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toads had taken the initiative to ask for an exchange, then he might as well give it a try. He hoped that this exchange would change the situation of the human civilization. Luin could see all of this clearly, so he was the most suitable person to go. Qinglianyu and the others also saw this clearly, but they didn't want him to take the risk. However, some dangers existed in the human civilization as well. It was just a matter of time. If the Divine Master can go with you, then it will be much safer, but it's still not enough. With that, Qinglianyu took out a scab and threw it into the Karma constellation. The next moment, the constellation rumbled and countless people looked up. What's going on? Luin watched as the karmic constellation visibly boiled, and then it seemed to shrink. Senior, what's this? Previously, in order to lure the Divine Master to attack, the Karma constellation had deliberately shrunk and exposed the omnipotent universe. Later, after capturing Luo Chan and the Divine Master retreated, the omnipotent universe was enveloped by the Karma constellation again. But this time, the Karma constellation had really shrunk and exposed the omnipotent universe again. It was all because of that scab. Luin had obtained many scabs and used them to increase the Karma heavenly path, but he had given up because the increase was too little. Looking at the scab in the Karma constellation, Luin knew that this scab was completely different from the previous ones. It contained shockingly much more karma. The scab fell and floated in front of Luin. Qinglianyu was rather tired. Take it. Luin took it and felt the surging karma. Senior, what is this scab? It's no longer a scab. It's called a board. Qinglianyu arrived. Luin was puzzled. A board? Qinglianyu said, you can think of it as a small karma constellation. It contains Qinglianyu's karma and is enough for you to protect yourself in any situation. Qinglianyu waved his hand. There's no attack in it. Luin, you've learned the heavenly finger wheel. The karma in this board is enough for you to use the strongest heavenly finger wheel with your karma heavenly path. I hope you don't have to use it. But if you do, you'll have a chance to escape even when facing that old monster. A moment is enough. Lu Yin put away the board and bowed deeply to Qinglian Yu. Thank you, senior. The cost of this board was not small. The karma constellation had shrunk by a lot. Although it was small compared to the entire karma constellation, it was actually quite huge and at least surpassed his karma heavenly path. Qinglian Yu's exhaustion could be seen. Qinglian Yu said helplessly, "We should be the ones thanking you. Mr. Lu, I hope you have a smooth trip." Qinglian Yu had just arrived and didn't understand. Master Quding told her what had happened. Qinglian Yu didn't disturb Qinglian Yu when she received the token. Qinglian Yu hadn't shown up since the last time Qinglian Yu mentioned that the far-sighted space civilization had left. Qinglian Yu frowned when she heard that Lu Yin was going to the Seven Treasures Sky Toad. She looked at Lu Yin and said, "Deity Master is not reliable. I can go with you." Lu Yin shook his head. "No matter how unreliable he is, he will protect me for Luo-chan. It's best for you to stay in the 9 clouds. It's not safe behind the Gate of Arts." "What happened?" Qinglian Yu asked. Lu Yin told them about the technological civilization he had encountered. Qinglian Yu's face turned gloomy. Why were there powerful civilizations everywhere? Chapter 4163. In the past, it was just that the human civilization was unable to come into contact with it. As the human civilization became stronger and stronger, the human civilization became stronger and stronger. It was normal for them to come into contact with more powerful civilizations. As for Heaven-carrying Eternal, he was rather nervous. He originally thought that the human civilization was well-behaved, and with so many eternal lives, it was enough to protect itself. He could live a carefree life and at most it would be a little bitter. But no matter how he listened, the human civilization had more enemies than the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan? It can't be, right? That shouldn't be the case. These humans look rather honest. Everyone. Heaven-carrying Eternal couldn't take it anymore and was about to say something. Everyone looked at it. It said, "Can we not cause trouble?" Everyone. In the human civilization, the karmic great celestial phenomenon was boiling. The Green Lotus Protector stood above the karmic great celestial phenomenon with Lu Yin beside him. Then he sent a Lotus Sanzho into the square inch. "Just wait, the Immortal Master won't be too far away." Luo-chan had been captured, and the Immortal Master could not get too far away on his own. Furthermore, he was also thinking about how to bring Luo-chan back. Not long after, green radiance flickered in the starry sky, illuminating the distance. Xianxia appeared. "Human looking for me?" Lord Green Lotus did not speak. Lu Yin smiled and looked at Qinghai. "You're really smart." As expected of the Immortal Master who created the Hive civilization. The light of Xianxia flickered. He seemed to be thinking. Lu Yin's attitude was completely different from before. It was full of smiles and kindness. "Make it uncomfortable." "We've communicated with Luo-chan before," Lu Yin said. The Immortal Master's voice was pleasant but deep. "How is Luo-chan?" "Don't worry. We promised you that we wouldn't do anything to it. Didn't we have an agreement?" Qinglian Shangyu said. "It's our guest now," Lu Yin added. The Immortal Master heaved a sigh of relief. "Why are you looking for me now?" Lu Yin replied, "Add another condition." The Divine Master was enraged. "We've already agreed on the terms. To your human civilization, my terms are the most sincere. What else do you want?" "You don't want to take Luo-chan away immediately?" Lu Yin asked. The Immortal Master was surprised. "You're willing to release Luo-chan immediately? This is an additional condition. Just agree to it." "Human, what conditions?" Lu Yin and Qinglian Yu looked at each other before looking at Xianxia in the distance. "I've been invited by the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad to have a chat. I hope that Master Immortal can accompany me." The starry sky was silent. After a moment, the Immortal Master's voice rang out. "You have communicated with the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad? It doesn't count as an exchange, but the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad hopes that we can send someone over. Our 2 civilizations don't have to go to war. This is a good thing for you, isn't it?" The Immortal Master directly refused. "I won't go to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad race. But I know the unknowable. A powerful race that even the unknowns are wary of is definitely not simple." "What? Don't you want Luo-chan anymore?" The Immortal Master said, "Luo-chan, otherwise not only will you face the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad and the unknown, you will also face an unknown and powerful fishing civilization. The only advantage you humans can fight for in this negotiation is to give Luo-chan some time. However, if you use the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad as a condition, I refuse." Lu Yin was not surprised. Civilizations had not interacted with each other yet. It was very difficult for any creature to accept going over when they knew that it was a powerful civilization. The immortal master did not need to get involved in this mess at all. Even if he could help the human civilization fight against the 7 treasures heavenly toad for Luo-chan, it would be within an acceptable range. He would not really fight to the death with the 7 treasures heavenly toad. However, it would be different if he went to the 7 treasures heavenly toad race. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony. It's your freedom to refuse. I'll go by myself then. However, don't think too much about Luo-chan. I'm bringing it along purely because I'm lonely on the way. I'm looking for a creature to talk to. Don't think too much about it. The immortal master was furious. Lu Yin, you want to bring Luo-chan to the 7 treasures heavenly toad race? Lu Yin smiled. Can't I? I've said it before. Don't think too much about it. Besides, there's no danger this time. The 7 treasures heavenly toad race is very honest. This trip is more to resolve misunderstandings, so don't worry. I'll return safely. The immortal master fell silent. He could not even refute Lu Yin's shameless actions. Luo-chan was in the hands of the human civilization, and he could not control it at all. If anything happens to Luo-chan, I guarantee that your human civilization will be destroyed. The immortal master could only threaten him. Lu Yin shrugged. If Luo-chan dies, I'll die too. Anyway, I'm already dead. What does the destruction of the human civilization have to do with me? Humans have eternal karma. You won't be able to stop a fishing civilization. The immortal master stopped talking to Lu Yin. He realized that talking to Lu Yin was just asking for trouble. Qinglian Xiangyu put his hands behind his back and looked at Qing He. If this trip doesn't go smoothly, we won't be able to wait for your so-called fishing civilization to arrive. It doesn't matter anymore. The immortal master fell silent again. Lu Yin said, All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. In short, if you're willing to accompany me to the 7 treasures heavenly toad clan, then I'll release Luo-chan once I return. If you're not willing, then just wait. It'll be best if I can return alive, and we'll do it according to the previous conditions. If not, he said helplessly, I'll be dead anyway. It has nothing to do with me. With that, he disappeared. Qinglian Xiangyu's figure also gradually disappeared. At this moment, the immortal master said, Wait, human. Qinglian Xiangyu looked at Qing He. The immortal master's voice was filled with helplessness and anger. I can go, but I have to release Luo-chan after leaving the 7 treasures heavenly toad race. Qinglian Xiangyu frowned. He knew that the immortal master was worried that Lu Yin would not fulfill his promise after returning. Your worries are unnecessary. We're not worried that you won't attack Lu Yin on the way to the 7 treasures heavenly toad race. The immortal master sneered. If a scoundrel could be dealt with so easily, he wouldn't be a scoundrel. Human karma powerhouses, you must have made preparations to deal with not only me but also the 7 treasures heavenly toad race. Qinglian Xiangyu shook his head. The precondition for dealing with Luo-chan is that you have scruples. If you release Luo-chan as soon as you leave the 7 treasures heavenly toad race, how can Lu Yin escape when you attack him? How about this? You don't have to return to the range of the karma great celestial phenomenon. With your speed, you can release Luo-chan outside the range of the karma great celestial phenomenon in about half a year. How about that? The immortal master wanted to say something, but Qinglian Xiangyu continued, You decide the location. I decide? That's right. I'm doing this because I have full trust in you. It's so far away and I don't know the location. If you still want to attack Lu Yin, I won't be able to save him. However, the original condition for releasing Luo-chan was that you would no longer be an enemy of our human civilization and would no longer attack us. Therefore, I'm saying this on the basis that you will keep your promise. The immortal master muttered to himself. That's right. With its speed, even this human karma powerhouse would not be able to save Lu Yin in half a year's time without knowing the location. Although Lu Yin was powerful and a scoundrel, he was not immortal. It would not be difficult for the immortal master to kill him, and there was very little room for him to resist. If the immortal master did not keep his promise, the humans would be the ones to suffer. However, why would the humans choose to be at a disadvantage? The immortal master could not figure it out. Based on its understanding of human civilization, they should not have allowed it to occupy an advantageous position. However, it could not figure out where the problem was. Unless Lu Yin had the strength to contend with it head-on and could wait for reinforcements, he would definitely die once the immortal master made a move. Why was this happening? Immortal master, this condition is already the most we can tolerate. If you still don't agree, I agree. Although the immortal master could not figure it out, He knew that this was already the best condition he could fight for. As long as Luo Chan could be released, the immortal master indeed did not intend to break his promise. The reason why he proposed this condition was that he was afraid that the humans would break their promise. No matter what the humans were planning, since they could make such a condition, it meant that they did not intend to go back on their word. Nothing was more important than Luo Chan. The immortal master had already agreed to go with Lu Yin. In the next half a year, Lu Yin told the immortal master many things. At present, the human civilization did not have any internal problems, only the mysterious unknown. The external problems were also being dealt with one by one. Lan Meng was severely injured in the unknown, and the threat of the insect nest civilization had disappeared. The 7 treasures heavenly toads were about to go there. The entire human civilization was developing in a good direction. However, one had to be vigilant in times of peace and still find a way to retreat. Behind the Gate of Arts, Master Ku Deng was overseeing. The people of the Heaven Universe were also sent back by Lu Yin. Returning was not as troublesome as coming to the 9 clouds because Lu Yin could teleport and bring the battleships of the boundless universe back directly. The cultivators of the Heaven Universe were dumbfounded. With teleportation, at least in the human civilization, distance was no longer a problem. Teleportation changed the entire human civilization situation and way of war. The people of the Heaven Universe were bursting with confidence. Even if the Heaven Universe did not have any eternal life forms, Lu Yin's move was no less valuable than any of them. He was not worried that teleportation would be exposed to the unknown, as it could not be hidden at all. When the Grass Grandmaster saw Lu Yin teleport, he was stunned. He felt like he was dreaming. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen such an expression on Master Qing Chao's face. On this basis, he discussed with Master Qing Chao again, but Master Qing Chao's choice was the same as before. There were no changes, which made Blood Tower Chief Yuan to give Master Qing Chao a slap. Teleportation could not allow the human civilization to reverse the pressure of the unknown, which was within Lu Yin's expectations. The unknown had a similar ability, that door. Although it was not teleportation, that door could be opened in any region and at any time. It could stay in one place for countless years. This was not something that Lu Yin's teleportation could compare to. Compared to the unknown, the human civilization still had a long way to go. And during this period of time, the one with the biggest headache was actually old ancestor Lu Yuan. He was targeted by Lord Green Lotus and the others to bestow marriage. That's right, bestow marriage. Everyone wanted old ancestor Lu Yuan to give birth to a batch of descendants. Lu Yuan was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Teleportation could be passed down through bloodlines, but it was very difficult for the descendants to awaken it in a short period of time. For example, Lu Qianni, Lu Qi and the others. The fastest way was to immediately give birth to a few children. These children would grow up in decades or centuries, and it would be obvious whether or not they had the talent. Chapter 4164. Even if there was one more person with the teleportation talent, it would still give the human civilization a sense of security. Of course, even if a descendant of the Lu family really awakened the teleportation talent, they would not be able to move as far as Lu Yin. They could not see it at all. However, with Qing Lian and the others around, they could see further. Regardless of whether they could see it with their own abilities or not, as long as they could see it, they would be able to teleport over. This was the most ideal situation. Other than Patriarch Lu Yuan, everyone, including Lu Qianni and the others, were asked to give birth to descendants. In any case, as long as they were a direct descendant of the Lu family, their descendants might awaken the talent. Therefore, during this period of time, the Lu family was in pain but happy at the same time. Countless beauties were sent over. The one overseeing the Tianyuan universe was Shueta's Xianghu. Half a year later, Lu Yin embarked on his journey to the 7 treasures heavenly toad. There were too many things that the human civilization needed to settle, but they were all trivial matters. They could take their time to resolve them and leave even after 10 years. If this trip went smoothly, a round trip of 50 to 60 years was not a long time for cultivators. The immortal master was already waiting outside the great karma celestial phenomenon. Qinghe was shining brightly, and it was impossible to tell that he was the immortal master of the hive civilization. He looked very gentle. Lu Yin was sent out of the great karma celestial phenomenon. He headed towards Qinghe. Behind him were Qing Lian and Jingmen Xiangyu, as well as Patriarch Lu Yuan. Jiang Feng and the others came to send him off. Beside Lu Yin, the star toad had a sad and helpless look on its face. It kept looking back with every step. Lu Yin grabbed it and walked towards Qinghe. Master Lu, I don't want to leave. I really don't want to leave. This is my home. What does that 7 treasures heavenly toad have to do with me? Master Lu, please let me go. I won't go, the star toad wailed. Lu Yin said calmly, you have to go. Behave yourself. The star toad curled up in a lotus leaf. This is my home. I'm a member of the human civilization. You can't abandon me just because I look like a 7 treasures heavenly toad? No, I'm not a 7 treasures heavenly toad. I'm human. Here are my friends, my business partners, my business, my everything is here. No matter how the star toad wailed, Lu Yin still grabbed it and sat it on a xianxia leaf that floated over. The star toad's voice. Imperial Blue Lotus had a complicated look in his eyes. He had never imagined that there would come a day when the hope of human civilization would be placed on the shoulders of a young man who did not even possess eternal life. Furthermore, that young man was from the Tianyuan universe. Not only this time, but in recent years as the wars between civilizations became more frequent, it was this young man who turned the tide. He was the future of human civilization. Mr. Lu, have a safe journey. Under the dark cliff, branches drooped down, and hanging coffins were embedded deeply into the cliff wall, one after another. Lan Meng, the human civilization isn't easy to deal with. It has nothing to do with you. Human civilization is my prey. We can work together. This is against the rules. Of course. I have reason to suspect that my prey has escaped to the human civilization that you're dealing with. Wait until you find the evidence. I'm afraid you'll be dead by then. Chia, don't think that you're a senior just because you joined the unknowns before me. Chishu died before you. Fine, but don't come begging me. Qin he chased after Toad Ling into the distance within a square inch. Without the Toad token, they would not be able to find the location of the 7 treasures heavenly Toad clan. On Qin he's branch, the star toad drooped its head and sighed. Lu Yin glanced at it. Alright, stop pretending to be pitiful. What the heaven-carrying immortality told you was a lie. We lied to you. There's no treasure-eating heavenly toad or infighting. Go back in peace. The star toad was not surprised. I know. I've known for a long time. Then why are you still doing this? Master Lu, I really don't want to go back. Human civilization is my home. I'm not joking with you. Even though I belong to the 7 treasures heavenly toad clan, I don't feel a sense of belonging. Lu Yin looked at it with a faint smile. You want the 7 treasures heavenly toad clan to rule over human civilization, right? The star toad was shocked. No, that's definitely not the case. I don't think that way. Master Lu, you must believe me. My heart belongs to human civilization. I belong to human civilization. Lu Yin saw through this damn toad's thoughts at a glance. It was indeed reluctant to leave human civilization. After all, it had grown up in human civilization and lived until now. It even hoped that it could survive the hardships of human civilization and step into eternal life. It might not have had such ambitions in the past, but ever since it found out that it belonged to the 7 treasures heavenly toad clan and knew how powerful the 7 treasures heavenly toad clan was, it was certain that it could break through to eternal life. Compared to returning to human civilization, it would be easier for it to break through. This was because its understanding of the universe belonged to human civilization. Now that it had to go back, it was naturally unwilling. It hoped that the 7 treasures heavenly toad clan would rule over human civilization. This way, it would have the support of its fellow 7 treasures heavenly toad clan and be able to act like a tyrant in human civilization. It might even find trouble with Lu Yin and the others, who did not know about this damn toad's character. When the star toad saw that Lu Yin did not say anything, it rolled its eyes. Master Lu, you really can't let me go back? Lu Yin looked at the star toad meaningfully. The 7 treasures heavenly toad clan cares a lot about you. They asked me to go with the condition that I send you back. They still think highly of you. The star toad adjusted its lotus leaves. However, if you think that you can do anything to human civilization just because you have the 7 treasures heavenly toad clan as your backer, then you're thinking too much. Our civilization has several immortals. No matter how strong the 7 treasures heavenly toad clan is, they have not started a war with us because they fear us. Put away your tricks and be a toad. This way, both the 7 treasures heavenly toad and the human civilization will be your backers. Don't get carried away and look for trouble. The star toad hurriedly said, Master Lu, I'm not that kind of toad. Don't worry. When I return to my clan, I'll put in a good word for the human civilization. I won't let the 7 treasures heavenly toad start a war with us. I promise. Lu Yin nodded. Having both the 7 treasures heavenly toad and the human civilization as your backers is better than having both sides fight each other. Think about it carefully. The star toad smiled fawningly as its eyes flickered. Indeed, it was a little smug just now. The first thing that came to its mind was the image of Lu Yin constantly bullying it. It kept checking who else had bullied it before, but after Lu Yin's reminder, it was true. If the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad started a war with the human civilization, even if the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad won, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory and would feel even more insecure. However, if these two civilizations were on good terms, it would have two backers. Wouldn't it be able to do whatever it wanted in the square-inch distance in the future? Who would dare to offend it? Who would dare to offend the Star Toad? At the thought of this, the Star Toad became excited. It had to put in a good word for it when it returned to its clan. No matter what, its huge business was still in the human civilization, so it could not lose it. Lu Yin glanced at the Star Toad. This damn toad was easily brainless, and he had to constantly remind it of its personality flaws. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if it ruined his plans. Who knew what the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan's attitude towards this damn toad? In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Xianxia had been heading towards the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad's territory and had not interacted with Lu Yin during this period. Lu Yin had always been on guard against the Immortal Master. This place was already far away from the human civilization, so it was not impossible for the Immortal Master to take action. Along the way, he kept dropping pathfinding stones so that he could teleport at any time. For this trip, the Ninth Firmament Universe had given him almost all the pathfinding stones that they could find. There were many of them, and it was enough for him to use. Lu Yin, the Immortal Master, suddenly spoke, startling the Star Toad. It had completely forgotten about the Immortal Master. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at Xianxia. What's the matter? Where's Luo-chan? It's with me. I want to see it. Impossible. You're on guard against me? Lu Yin found it funny. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze shifted, and he glanced at the Star Toad. The Star Toad understood and coughed. Who's that? Immortal Master, right? I'm talking to Lu Yin. The Immortal Master's voice rang out. The Star Toad sneered. The Star Toad is talking to you. Do you have any manners? Xianxia paused, which startled the Star Toad. Its skin turned colorful, and it looked at Lu Yin for help. Lu Yin smiled faintly and looked at the Star Toad encouragingly. He nodded. If it were any other time, the Star Toad wouldn't dare to be so impudent to the Immortal Master. The difference between them was too great. However, it was different now. They were going to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad tribe's territory, and the Immortal Master wouldn't dare to do anything to it. If the Immortal Master really attacked, it would be the same whether it spoke or not. It would mean that the Immortal Master didn't plan to go to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad tribe's territory at all. The Star Toad was very clear that its attitude toward the Immortal Master didn't matter. It just needed to hug Lu Yin's thigh. In this space, its only reliance was Lu Yin. Why did you stop? Let's go, let's continue. The Star Toad mustered its courage and shouted. Its colorful color kept changing, and its eyes turned scarlet. The steel fork flickered with a cold light. Xianxia continued to walk into the distance. Lu Yin, let me see Luo-chan, otherwise I'll be worried. You're worried, but we're worried. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, the Star Toad shouted. The Immortal Master suppressed his voice. Time is precious to you humans. Luo-chan can save us a lot of time by bringing us to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad tribe's territory. Do you think we're idiots? Let it go? I think you're the one who wants to let us go. Toad, I'm not talking to you. The Immortal Master couldn't take it anymore. The Star Toad stomped its feet. Damn bug. When we reach the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad tribe's territory, let's see if you still dare to call me Toad. The Immortal Master was furious. No matter what the Toad said, Lu Yin ignored it and gave the Star Toad full authority. The Star Toad became more and more energetic as it spoke. The Immortal Master was so angry that he stopped talking. Lu Yin felt very comfortable. When he first learned about the insectoid nest civilization, he was terrified of the Immortal Master. At that time, the entire human civilization was destroying the insectoid nests in fear of attracting the insectoid nest civilization. Now he felt very comfortable. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. They had been rushing toward the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad tribe's territory for 15 years. They were probably more than halfway there. However, this distance was still very small compared to the entire space. The Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad tribe's territory was more than 10 karmic astronomical phenomena away from the human civilization. They were getting closer and closer. During this 15-year journey, the space was just a deep abyss. They didn't see any civilization or other living creatures. It was terrifyingly quiet. The star toad would provoke the immortal master from time to time. Hey, you really don't want to give up. How many insectoid nests have you thrown? The star toad shouted. Along the way, Lu Yin threw pathfinding stones. The immortal master didn't stay idle either. He kept throwing insectoid nests. Chapter 4165. The immortal master ignored the star toad's words. The star toad cursed unwillingly. Lu Yin casually threw the pathfinding stone down. Star toad crossed his arms and praised, Master Lu's stone-throwing skills are getting better and better. Lu Yin smiled at Star Toad. You can call me Seventh Bro. The Star Toad blinked its eyes in surprise. Yes, Seventh Bro. Lu Yin, every time I throw down a nest you throw stones. What's the meaning of this? Divine Master's voice rang out. Star Toad instinctively scolded, what does it have to do with you? My Seventh Bro just doesn't want to disgust me. I'm disgusting. Seventh Bro can't bear it, so he throws stones in a cool manner to make me forget about the disgusting scene. Can't he do that? Divine Master's voice was low. Stupid Toad, be careful not to tear your mouth apart. Come on. I'll wait for you. Come on. Star Toad provoked, but its body was honest as it hid behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up at xianxia. Where's xianxia in human form? Lu Yin asked. Star Toad hurriedly lowered its head. Dead, Divine Master replied. Lu Yin smiled. No. What do you know? I know everything I need to know. Did Luo-chan tell you? I have karma, Lu Yin said calmly. Divine Master pondered for a moment. It's undergoing the third transformation and might recover one day. But it's meaningless to your human civilization. Its enemy can't be human civilization. Why did you destroy the third stronghold? Lu Yin asked. Divine Master said, no reason. I saw it. Destruction is simple. It's within a square inch. The last thing you need is destruction. Your human civilization has also destroyed other civilizations. Lu Yin said, I'm not refuting your actions. I'm just curious about how you found the third stronghold. Coincidence. Is that so? I've scattered the hives along the way. Some hives will encounter a space civilization after drifting for billions of years. Some hives might encounter the one-line sky, but no one knows. This requires coincidence. But why did you scatter those stones? Lu Yin smiled. I don't want to answer. Divine Master did not say anything else. Time continued to pass and soon, several years had passed. On this day they saw light coming from afar. Lu Yin immediately had the Immortal Master rush over to take a look. With the Immortal Master around, he really wasn't afraid of anything. The Immortal Master was definitely a powerhouse among Eternals. It should be a space civilization that is about to restart. It has already been destroyed and is meaningless, the Celestial Master said. He didn't want to go. Lu Yin replied, let's go take a look. The Immortal Master hesitated for a moment before heading towards that civilization. Soon after they saw it. It was indeed a civilization that was being rebooted. There were strange-looking creatures wailing in the civilization. Facing the despair of rebooting the universe, the reboot of the universe was unavoidable. Lu Yin did not know if he was lucky or not, but if it weren't for the fact that this universe had just rebooted and produced a light that attracted their attention, they would not have noticed him even if he had just passed by. After all, they were still very far away. There were no foreign creatures outside this universe. It seemed that it was not because the war between the foreign civilizations had been restarted. It should have been caused by the internal conflict. If the primeval city had been destroyed, the string of sequence would have snapped, and the Tianyuan universe would have been reactivated. It was normal for any civilization to have conflicts. This space civilization was destroyed by their own hands. Lu Yin left the xianxia group and entered the universe. He looked at the mother tree that was burning and placed his hand on it. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Bang! The mother tree shattered and vanished into thin air. Outside the universe, the Celestial Master watched in confusion. He did not understand what Lu Yin was doing. What was the point of deliberately destroying the mother tree? After destroying the mother tree, Lu Yin stood in place and did not move. In the eyes of the Celestial Master, he did not do anything other than stand there. He was baffled. When all the green dots of light entered his body, Lu Yin left. In front of him, strange creatures charged at him with ferocious gazes and strange ear-piercing noises. Lu Yin disappeared and reappeared in outer space. Above his head was a collapsed parallel spacetime. He raised his hand and grabbed at it. There was immortal matter there. He did not lack immortal matter as Azure Lotus Imperial Guard and the others had given him a batch. But after the triple firmament sword intent, hidden sword was developed, he lacked immortal matter. In particular, the enhancement of the triple firmament sword intent allowed him to fuse more immortal matter with the triple firmament sword intent. He longed for the day when the hidden sword intent's triple firmament sword intent could cover the entire universe. Its might would not be any weaker than the unknown planted sword. No one in the entire universe would compete with Lu Yin for immortal matter. He continued to grab immortal matter at an extremely fast speed. Even so, as the number of parallel spacetime collapses decreased, the amount of immortal matter that he could grab decreased as well. This continued until the Celestial Master urged him to leave. This universe was worthless to the Celestial Master. The creatures in this universe did not have any advantages that the Celestial Master cared about. Lu Yin went to grab immortal matter. The Star Toad stayed on Xianxia obediently, completely different from when Lu Yin was around. It was afraid that the Celestial Master would seek it out. It only heaved a sigh of relief when Lu Yin returned. "You want immortal matter?" the Celestial Master asked. Lu Yin grunted. "No one would think that it's too little. The amount of immortal matter does not truly determine the outcome of a battle. That's only true for creatures like you who do not lack immortal matter at all. To me, immortal matter is still very important." The Celestial Master did not refute and headed off into the distance. Encountering a civilization was something that could only be chanced upon. They did not encounter anything else for the rest of their journey until they saw the rainbow world. Beyond the starry sky, the rainbow was dazzling. It was so beautiful and attractive. Unlike ordinary cosmic civilizations that hid themselves, the seven treasures heavenly toad seemed to be afraid that others would not know they were here. However, the result was the same. This was because the rainbow world was far smaller than the normal universe. The visible range of the rainbow light was equivalent to an entire cosmic civilization, so it did not attract more creatures than an ordinary cosmic civilization. However, their attitude gave off a very arrogant feeling. From the moment they saw the rainbow lake, Lu Yin and the others stopped and bowed to the distance. "Human civilization, Lu Yin. We request an audience with the seven treasures heavenly toad." The toad token entered the rainbow world. In the middle of the rainbow lake, the towering mountain opened its turbid eyes and looked into the distance. "Oh, it's actually the human civilization? Patriarch, the human civilization?" "That's right. It was once a powerful civilization. Unfortunately, it has withered like a flower and no longer exists. I didn't expect that this civilization would actually be the human civilization. No wonder no one wants to deal with it. Let them in." In the starry sky, a huge seven treasures heavenly toad walked out of the rainbow world and headed towards Lu Yin and the others like an enlarged star toad. The star toad sat on a branch of the xianxia plant and stared into the distance in a daze. That rainbow world felt so familiar. It was the familiarity of the source of its bloodline. The lake, the grass, the lotus leaves, the great-grandmother. At this moment, the xianxia plant's light was covered by the rainbow. The immortal master sensed a terrifying aura. It was a powerful creature from the seven treasures heavenly toad. At this moment, he finally understood what this tribe represented and how irresistible its conditions were to the human civilization. He had thought that the seven treasures heavenly toad tribe would at most be on par with the human civilization in terms of strength. However, there was a terrifying creature in the rainbow world. It was a monster. The huge seven treasures heavenly toad approached and stared at the star toad with affection and pity in its eyes. "Little fellow, whose descendant are you?" The star toad blinked and looked at the huge seven treasures heavenly toad in front of it. It shook its head obediently. "I don't know." The huge seven treasures heavenly toad doted on it even more. "Come, let's go home." The star toad looked at the seven treasures heavenly toad and then at Lu Yin. The huge seven treasures heavenly toad also looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at it at the same time and had a strange feeling. Were they about to enter the toad's home? Just how many toads were there? "You're from the human civilization?" The huge seven treasures heavenly toad stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. "Greetings, senior. I'm Lu Yin from the human civilization. I'm Old Five. What about him? Is he also from the human civilization?" Old Five asked as he looked at Xianxia. Lu Yin did not answer. Instead he asked, "Was the toad token issued by senior?" "That's our patriarch's token." "In that case, please lead the way to meet the patriarch, senior." Old Five looked at Xianxia and then at Lu Yin. Finally, he looked at the star toad lovingly and smiled. "Little fellow, let's go home." The star toad looked at Old Five's lotus leaf and subconsciously handed it over. Then, under Old Five's lead, they headed towards the rainbow world. "Let's go," Luin said. The immortal master reminded him, "There's an old monster inside that makes my heart palpitate. It's the most terrifying eternal being I've ever seen. Don't provoke it or I won't be able to protect you." Luin nodded. "It should be fine." With that, Xianxia led him and followed Old Five into the rainbow world. There was a rainbow lake, a rainbow grassland, and even the air was colorful. This was a rather beautiful world. Lotus leaves bloomed at the foot of the mountain peaks that towered into the starry sky. Although they did not recognize, all kinds of beautiful creatures walked on the grassland, forming a unique ecosystem. The return of the star toad attracted many seven treasures heavenly toads to come and watch. This also allowed Luin and the immortal master to see the seven treasures heavenly toads. There were not many seven treasures heavenly toads, and they all came in different shapes and sizes. Not all of them looked the same. Some were thin, some were fat, and some were wearing strange clothes. Some looked old and were sunbathing. Overall, it looked like a human village and was very harmonious. The moment the star toad arrived, it was taken away by a few old seven treasures heavenly toads. They were probably going to confirm its blood relatives. Meanwhile, Old Five led the immortal master and Luin up the mountain to meet the seven treasures heavenly toads patriarch. The immortal master could sense the existence of terrifying creatures here, but Luin could not. The gap between him and the immortal master was not small. The immortal master was extremely powerful and was comparable to Qinglianyu. In that case, even if Qinglianyu came here, he would not be much better off against the seven treasures heavenly toads patriarch. When he thought of this, the pressure on Luin increased. Along the way, seven treasures heavenly toads would jump down from time to time and smash their heads into the lake. They were having a lot of fun. Luin looked back. The entire world gave him a very comfortable and free feeling. The seven treasures heavenly toads clearly had bad personalities, but what he saw here was completely different from what he had imagined. Bang! Old Five leaped up and smashed into the top of the mountain before jumping in. Chapter 4166. Qinghe led Luin to the top of the mountain as well. Not long after, they arrived at a dimly lit open area. Aside from Old Five, there was also a huge seven treasures heavenly toad with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. Luin could tell at a glance that this was Old Four. That shameless seven treasures heavenly toad that Heaven-bearer hated to the bone. For glanced sideways at Luin and the immortal master, and his lips curled up. Luin only glanced at it for a moment before retracting his gaze and standing there silently. "Actually, I don't need to come." The immortal master's voice rang out. "Of course you have to come. Otherwise I won't feel safe. I can't protect you here either. These two eternal life forms are very strong." Of course Luin knew. Unless the immortal master had the same level of strength as the seven treasures heavenly toad's ancestor, it would be impossible for the immortal master to protect Luin here. However, Luin did not need its protection. All he had to do was fight for a split second. A split second was enough. No matter how inferior the immortal master was to that seven treasures heavenly toad patriarch, he could still fight for a split second. He was just a target. If the immortal master had known that Luin could teleport, he would have immediately guessed why Luin had asked him to accompany him. Unfortunately, he did not know. Eternal life forms had no freedom due to karma shackles, but similarly, when facing stronger enemies, karma shackles were also a form of protection, because the enemy would not be willing to bear more karma shackles. Therefore, when a non-eternal life form killed an eternal life form, it was called a scoundrel. Wuxialover. As the wind blew past, a giant seven treasures heavenly toad suddenly appeared in front of Luin, and it stared at him with its murky eyes. Following its appearance, an indescribable baleful aura flashed past, causing the immortal master to be on high alert. Even though the baleful aura only lasted for a moment. But in that instant, the immortal master found it hard to breathe. There was no need to even mention Luin. He had experienced this murderous aura before. It was the baleful aura that hurt him when he checked the star toad with karma. It was the seven treasures heavenly toad's old ancestor. How far is the human civilization from here? Even with the immortal master's speed, it would take him more than 20 years to arrive. Even with such a long distance, he still suffered a backlash from karma. One could imagine the terrifying strength of this seven treasures heavenly toad grand ancestor. That was something that the current Luin could not even imagine. With the appearance of the seven treasures heavenly toad grandmaster, the color of heaven and earth changed. A formless pressure enveloped the area, as if the stars were compressing. Heaven and earth were continuously connecting. Under those murky eyes, Lu Yin felt as if all of his secrets had been seen through. There was a loud crack as the xianxia broke apart, waking Lu Yin up. I'm sorry for causing you harm. The ancient voice came from the seven treasures heavenly toad. It looked at the immortal master apologetically. The immortal master said in a pleasant voice, "It's all right." The grandmaster of the seven treasures heavenly toad looked at Qin He. "My name is Shan. Little fellows, what are your names?" "Little guy?" Lu Yin glanced at the immortal master. He was young, but the immortal master was not. But it seemed that to this old monster, everyone was small. "I'm immortal." Lu Yin bowed respectfully. "Junior Lu Yin." Mountain smiled and looked at them. "One is from the human civilization, and the other is a strange creature. Why are you two together?" Lu Yin was surprised. "Senior, you know about the human civilization?" Just now, he did introduce himself to OL5 as a member of the human civilization. However, judging from Shan's tone, it didn't seem like he knew about it from him. That kind of feeling was definitely known beforehand. "Haha, of course I know about it. The civilization that was once brilliant and had 9 bases across the sky. Old fellows who have lived for some time know about it. Unfortunately, it has long withered," Mountain said. Lu Yin did not expect the seven treasures heavenly toad to know about the human civilization. He might be able to find other human civilizations through this old monster. "Why are you two together? That shouldn't be the case." Mountain was curious. For an OL5 also looked at them curiously. If two different creatures were to communicate with each other, one side would definitely be far weaker than the other. However, the immortal master was extremely strong and would not be suppressed by the human civilization. On the other hand, the human civilization would not be suppressed by an immortal master. Otherwise, who knew if they would make use of them? No matter how one looked at it, it was strange. Lu Yin said, "Due to some special reasons, I asked this immortal master to lead the way. Otherwise, with my strength, I don't know how long it would take for me to come here." Mountain looked at Lu Yin. "How many immortals are there in the human civilization?" Lu Yin said without hesitation, 5. "Why are you here? Are you worried that my 7 treasures heavenly toad clan will harm you?" Mountain asked. Lu Yin said respectfully, "I did consider this, but the 7 treasures heavenly toad clan respects integrity, so this concern is not big. The real reason is unknown. My human civilization has 4 universes to protect. 5 immortals are not enough to completely block the unknown." Mountain understood. "I see. However, you are qualified to come. Scoundrels are much rarer than immortals." "Scoundrel? Patriarch, he's a scoundrel?" OL5 was surprised. 4 looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Lu Yin did not dare to look OL4 in the eye, afraid that OL4 would realize that he was the one who had attacked. Mountain smiled. "Scoundrels are more precious than immortals. The fact that the human civilization is willing to let you come is enough to show their sincerity. Don't worry. As long as that little guy's blood relatives don't die in the hands of your human civilization, we won't do anything to you. Even if we start a war, we will let you go first." Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. On the side, the immortal master said, "Then there's nothing else for me to do. I hope to leave first." Mountain looked at the immortal master. "Sure." Lu Yin hesitated for a moment and could only nod. If the immortal master continued to stay in this situation, it would make it seem like he did not trust Mountain. It would be detrimental to his future plans. The immortal master left the mountain and even directly left the Rainbow Land. After the immortal master left, Mountain looked at Lu Yin with turbid eyes. "Little guy, you are enemies, right?" Lu Yin did not hide anything and told them about the situation with the hive civilization. For an OL5 were stunned. OL5 praised, "To be able to make the enemy cooperate so well, human, you are also very smart just like me." OL4 sneered. "It's a little despicable and ungentlemanly." Mountain scolded, "This is a human's method. If you could also have such methods, I wouldn't have to come forward." OL5 is right. I'm so smart, I will definitely understand. Human, let's talk later. OL5 smiled kindly at Lu Yin as if he was looking at a confidant. OL4 grinned. "I still hope to be gentlemanly." Mountain shook his head and looked at Lu Yin. "Human little guy, be careful of the immortal just now. Its power is full of absorption and is very domineering. What you saw might not be the real one." Absorption? Domineering? Lu Yin was puzzled. They actually did not know much about the immortal master. They had never even seen the immortal master's true body before. They would always see Qin He. Every living creature has their own characteristics. Some creatures eat meat while others are vegetarians. The nature of the immortal's power is destined to not coexist peacefully with any species. Be careful. I am only reminding you because you are taking care of Little Toad. Thank you, Senior. You came here on the Toad token and sent Little Toad back. Little Toad also admires your human civilization very much, so everything that happened before is in the past. My 7 treasures Heavenly Toad clan will no longer have any disputes with your human civilization. You can leave at any time, Mountain said. Luin bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior, but I still have something to ask. What is it? Unknown. What do you want to know? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. I want to know everything about the unknown. Mountain got ol, for an ol 5 to leave. Its huge body slowly shrank until it was the size of a palm. Then it jumped onto Lu Yin's shoulder, causing Lu Yin to feel a chill. This feeling was not inferior to a steel knife hanging over his neck. Who wouldn't panic when such an old monster was so close to them? Hee, don't be afraid, little fellow. If the patriarch wants to do anything to you, even if that immortal is here, it will be useless. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Yin suppressed his vigilance and walked out of the dark open space. He arrived outside the mountain peak and looked down at the land. It was very beautiful. What do you see? Mountain asked. Lu Yin said, many 7 treasures heavenly toads live in the rainbow world. The outside world doesn't have a high opinion of my 7 treasures heavenly toad. How do you describe 3 slips? 3 slips. That eternal life of the 3-colored sky-carrying race. It's called 3 slips. Luin was surprised. That's the name Olfer gave it. The entire 3-colored sky-carrying race is called 3 slips. Luin was speechless. It did seem like something Olfer would do. 3 slips said that the 7 treasures heavenly toad clan has a bad personality and is arrogant and conceited. Continue. That's all. No way, there should be more. You're welcome. Luin said, there's really none. Then what do you see now? Arrogant and conceited? Or have a bad personality? Junior has seen prosperity, peace, and survival. No matter what creature it is, it has its own unique environment to survive in. The 7 treasures heavenly toad is like that, and so are you humans. If you can do it, why break it? Luin looked at the mountain on his shoulder. Senior, you don't want to be enemies with the unknowns, but the unknowns don't plan on letting the 7 treasures heavenly toad clan off. Lan Meng lured the 3-colored sky-carrying race to our human civilization with the goal of luring Ol-4 over to deal with our human civilization. Ol-4 won't attack you. The unknowns won't give up either. Then I'll go look for them, Mountain suddenly said. Although he didn't have any aura, his words were the greatest aura. Luin stared at Mountain in a daze. Mountain smiled at Luin. The unknowns can use my 7 treasures heavenly toad clan as long as they are sinister. However, they can't be forced. Otherwise, I'll go look for them. As long as I'm alive, the 7 treasures heavenly toad will be safe. But wouldn't it be better if you joined forces with our human civilization to defeat the unknowns? Luin asked. Mountain's thoughts were the same as Master Grass's. Mountain said, if the unknowns are destroyed, what if another fishing civilization comes? Have you ever thought that the unknowns might also be some kind of barrier that helps you block the unseen disasters? If the unknowns are gone, other disasters will descend. That disaster might also surpass the unknowns. What can you do at that time? Join forces with a stronger civilization? But a stronger civilization will also have its own enemies. What will happen in the end? Mountain paused for a moment before exhaling. No civilization is absolutely invincible, but there will definitely be a stronger civilization. The enemy of an ant is an ant, but if an ant becomes a giant beast, its enemy will be the giant beast. Ants have their own world and giant beasts have their own world. One day you will lose, and you will lose miserably because there will always be a civilization that you can't fight against waiting for you ahead. Chapter 4167. Luin stared at the world in front of him in a daze. The 7-colored light intertwined with the deep darkness of the starry sky. Hope, despair. The end of civilization is destruction. All you can do is prolong the time of destruction, that's all. Your human civilization is now at a link in the current ecological chain of inches. It has long been fixed and there is an unknown blocking it. Very well. If you forcefully break through the unknown, what awaits you is the suppression of the ecological civilization level. The mountain's voice slowly entered Lu Yin's ears. Luin recalled everything that had happened since he started cultivating. It seemed like there were always enemies waiting in front of him. He defeated one after another, and every one of them was stronger because the world he stepped into was bigger. However, the distance of inches was boundless. Who could guarantee that he would defeat the next enemy? The end of civilization was destruction? Was that so? Before he came, he had thought of many reasons to persuade the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan, but at this moment he could not say anything. The premise of persuading others was to know more than others, but who knew more about the distance of inches than this old monster? Lu Yin had not even considered what it said, and it was not the time to consider it. Even Qing Lian you might not have considered it. It directly defined the relationship between civilizations as an ecological chain, and defined the relationship between the unknown and oneself as a different kind of protection. This was something that human civilization had never thought of. He could not refute it even if he wanted to. In front of the mountain, Lu Yin was too insignificant. He was really a little guy. A pitiful little guy who lacked knowledge. Little guy, what is the most important thing to survive in the distance of inches? The mountain suddenly asked. Lu Yin blurted out, self-awareness. What else? Lu Yin pondered. Awe, respect for the distance of inches, respect for the ecology of civilization, the mountain said. When you lose your awe, you are not far from destruction. I'm telling you this to thank you for taking care of little Toad. The power in its body is very good, the mountain said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. The Nirvana Tree Technique? It's called the Nirvana Tree Technique? That's a good name. This is a path of civilization cultivation. Your human civilization is willing to hand it over to it. It can be seen that you treat it as one of your own. That's why I'm telling you this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you anything. Some insights come at a price, the mountain said. Lu Yin looked at the ground. Lu Yin had specially taught the Star Toad the Nirvana Tree Technique. It was for no other reason than to talk to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan in the future. And now it was effective. If he had not taught the Star Toad the Nirvana Tree Technique, why would this mountain tell him so much? So friendly to him? Regardless of the living conditions of the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toads here, the Toads' personalities were vile. This was an unchangeable fact. It was just a matter of who they showed it to. Back then, when he used karma to pry into the Star Toad, the baleful aura was not fake. That's enough. Go back. There is no need for our civilization to communicate in the future. Your human civilization is actually quite troublesome, Mountain said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Do you understand our human civilization? Mountain's eyes were filled with nostalgia. The human civilization flourished for a period of time, but in the end they were caught in their own trap. Many civilizations think that we, the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toads, have flaws in our character, but you humans are the same. To a certain extent, you humans far surpass us. Our personalities are innate, but your personalities will change with your strength. When you were weak, you could endure humiliation to survive. When you are strong, you can also do whatever you want. This is human civilization. Your human civilization has violated all the rules and understandings of the square-inch distance that I know. Therefore, even if you have been resplendent, you will eventually wither. Lu Yin asked, other than us, is there any other human civilization? Mountain shook his head. I don't know. I don't want to come into contact with human civilization. Ask yourself, when you were sure that we, the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toads, would not become enemies with you, what was your first thought? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. His first thought? Of course it was to form alliances. Mountain looked at Lu Yin with a faint smile. His turbid eyes were exceptionally shrewd. You want to use us to deal with the unknown, right? There's no need to deny it. Lu Yin said, that's what I should have thought of. Mountain shook his head. Is what you think you should have thought of. This is the character of your human civilization, but it doesn't mean that all creatures will think the same. Some creatures will want to stay away from us, some will want to get something from us, and some will think of ways to deal with us. In short, there are all kinds of ideas. However, your human civilization only has one idea, and that is to use us to deal with the unknown. This is your only idea. To be honest, it's worse than wanting to deal with us. Your human civilization is naturally good at using everything. To put it nicely, it's called wisdom, but to put it bluntly, it's despicable. It was like this in the past and it's still like this now. It's the same as the unknown. This kind of thinking will allow your human civilization to survive, but it will easily backfire on you. You think you are smart, but in the end you will be the unlucky one. Lu Yin did not expect Mountain to have such a low opinion of the human civilization. He thought that Mountain would not become enemies with the human civilization and praised him for teaching the Star Toads and Nirvana Tree techniques. It seemed like the human civilization did not leave a good impression on Mountain. Thinking about it, it made sense. If what Mountain said was true, then although the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toads were arrogant, They lived peacefully in the square-inch distance ecosystem. On the other hand, the human civilization was lawless and naturally did not get along with them. It would be the same even if they had a common enemy in the form of the unknown. Go back, little human. If you have not been destroyed by the unknown, you might be able to prosper again. But remember, do not come looking for us. We do not need to interact with your human civilization. Mountain's body disappeared as he spoke, and Lu Yin was pushed down towards the ground by an irresistible force towards the rainbow meadow. The lake, the meadow, the lotus leaf mountain peak. The beautiful environment unconsciously made one feel relaxed. Lu Yin stood at the edge of the lake and looked into the distance. There, the star toad was surrounded by many 7 treasures heavenly toads who were asking questions. The star toad's seniority was not low, as it had reached the level of cuckoo, and it had not even reached this level within the 7 treasures heavenly toads. But even though it had wandered outside, it was still cared for. Some of the 7 treasures heavenly toads were obviously aunties, and they patted the star toad's head and asked about its experiences over the past few years. Some even continuously gave it food to eat. Lu Yin saw that there was a giant dried snail among them, and the star toad was stunned. However, it also felt a long-awaited warmth, and the 7 treasures heavenly toads were called aunties and uncles. A large group of younger 7 treasures heavenly toads surrounded the star toad and called it grandpa, which stunned the star toad. It had lived for so long, and this was the first time it felt familial love. The star toad looked at Lu Yin from afar and wanted to say something, but it could not. Lu Yin smiled at it. I'm leaving. Live well here. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have broken through to immortality. The star toad was reluctant to leave, not because of Lu Yin, but because of the human civilization and its business. But it was useless even if it was reluctant, as it knew that it would not be able to leave this place anytime soon. Why don't I do business here? Do you want flags? I'll sell them cheaply. Kid, what are you selling? Auntie will give you everything you want. You've suffered outside all these years. Yes, you can take all of 5th Uncle's assets. Me too, me too. Uncle, this is my pocket money. I'll give it all to you. You can have it all. The star toad, how could it do business like this? Suddenly it looked up at the sky in the distance. A black dot fell quickly and landed not far from them. It was another 7 treasures heavenly toad, and it had a strong aura. It looked much thinner than the other 7 treasures heavenly toads, and it looked very capable. There was a circle of shells around its neck, which were the shells of those giant snails. It held a steel fork and had a lotus leaf on its head. The appearance of this 7 treasures heavenly toad scared the younger 7 treasures heavenly toads away. The older 7 treasures heavenly toads beside the star toad scolded, "Little 18, wasn't the lesson last time enough? You scared the children again." The capable 7 treasures heavenly toad looked over and finally stared at the star toad, sizing it up. The star toad felt its hair stand on end, mainly because this 7 treasures heavenly toad was not to be trifled with. You're one of us who was stranded outside? You look very young, but your combat strength is a little weak. Wait, I'll train you. The star toad's face twitched and it smiled. No need, I like Wenjing. Who is Wenjing? Is there such a name in our tribe? Little 18 was puzzled. The star toad was speechless. Little 18 stared at the star toad. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Reproduction can only be between members of the same tribe. Don't make a mistake. Those old guys are very annoying. Be careful not to cause trouble for you. Enough, little 18, why are you back? The older 7 treasures heavenly toads blocked the star toad's path and asked. Little 18 glanced at them and stared at Lu Yin, who was beside the lake. Its eyes flashed fiercely. Hand over the 3 sliders. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and exchanged glances with little 18. It seemed that the star toad was here for him. Little 18 jumped up and landed in front of Lu Yin. It stared at Lu Yin. Hand over the 3 sliders. Are you referring to the Eternal Realm giant snail or that batch of giant snails? Lu Yin asked. Little 18 said, that batch. Lu Yin shook his head. They're all dead. Little 18 was stunned. Dead? You guys ate them? Lu Yin said, the tricolor sky-bearing tribe fought with the human civilization. They all died in battle. Little 18 stared at Lu Yin unhappily. Don't lie to me. You won't have a good ending if you lie to me. Lu Yin smiled. I'm not lying. You can ask the star toad. Little 18 looked at the star toad. The star toad hurriedly nodded. Little 18 gritted its teeth and glared at Lu Yin angrily. The star toad curiously asked the older 7 treasures heavenly toad, what's wrong with it? The 7 treasures heavenly toad, who called itself Auntie, whispered, Little 18 loves the 3 sliders the most. When it grew up, it followed old 4 to watch over them. I heard that in order to make the 3 sliders taste better, it specially cultivated a batch of powerful 3 sliders to make them taste better. Now it seems that those powerful 3 sliders are all dead. The star toad was stunned. Just to make them taste better? Yes, little 18 is a gourmet. I have to praise it. Every time it came back, it would bring back a batch of delicious 3 sliders for the children. Don't be fooled by little 18's fierce appearance. It's actually very nice. It's just not very gentle. Chapter 4168. The star toad looked at little 18's back as it left. Am I considered normal? At least I'm more normal than it is. Lu Yin greeted the star toad again before bowing to Gao Feng. The star toad has been delivered. I'll take my leave now. Thank you for your guidance, senior. With that, he turned around and walked towards Qinghe. However, he had only taken a few steps when the lake began to churn. A fierce aura shot into the sky as though it had ignited the entire square meter. Lu Yin looked at the lake. In the distance, the immortal master was on guard. Another powerful aura? This aura was rather sharp and profound. It felt very similar to that old monster. There were still other absolute powerhouses in the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad tribe. The star toad was startled and hurriedly retreated. All the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toads looked at the lake. Boss is out. Boss hasn't come out in so many years. What's going on this time? Old 4 and Old 5 appeared and came to the lake. Boss, you're coming out? A deep voice came from the lake. Scoundrels are rare. Human civilization, little 18 would like to learn from you. Lu Yin looked at the lake in confusion. On the other side of the lake, little 18 was surprised. Scoundrel? That human is a scoundrel? It looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin also looked at it subconsciously. He remembered that the Heaven-Bearer Immortal had mentioned this before. There was a scoundrel in the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad tribe. Could it be this little 18? Old 4 praised. That's right. There are too few scoundrels in the square meter, but we have one. This human is also one. It looked at Lu Yin. Human, fight with little 18. Let's see which scoundrel is more scoundrel. Old 5 also said, sorry for the trouble. Human. Little 18 grinned sinisterly. It had been suppressing its anger to begin with, but it did not have an excuse to cause trouble. This was even better. It leaped and landed in front of Lu Yin again, provoking, human scoundrel, let's fight. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and shook his head. Sorry, I didn't plan to fight this time. What's there to plan? It's just a fight. It's simple. Show me what your civilization has to destroy so many 3 sliders, little 18 shouted as it gripped its steel fork. Lu Yin stood casually. I don't feel like fighting. In the distance, Old 4 shouted, human, are you afraid? Lu Yin nodded. Old 4 was speechless. The 18th prince was furious. You're scared before we even fight. Humans, is this kind of civilization? Lu Yin turned around and left. The 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan would not interact with the human civilization. Shan's thoughts were firm. In that case, there was no need to say anything more. It was meaningless whether he fought or not. Why should he fight? A terrifying aura was suppressed within the lake. Human, what do you want? Lu Yin looked at the lake. I don't want anything. The 7 Treasures Heavenly Toads might have the will to fight, but our human civilization doesn't have the will to fight unless it's necessary. Are you willing to receive the friendship of my 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan? Without communication, how can there be friendship? This is the Patriarch's intention? Not bad. Then you can go. The boss under the lake didn't force him. Lu Yin walked straight towards the Qinghe group without looking back. Little 18 was furious. Human, are you that afraid of me? As a scoundrel, you shouldn't be afraid of death. Lu Yin ignored it. Human, you can't get my friendship, but you want to get my enmity? Lu Yin continued to ignore it. There was no communication, no friendship, no enmity. Number 4 suddenly said, human, if there's any communication between us and other civilizations, we can include it in the human civilization or not. Lu Yin suddenly stared at number 4 with killing intent in his eyes. Number 4 did not care. Number 5 grinned. Number 4, don't talk nonsense. The Patriarch has already instructed us to write off our debt with the human civilization. But what if I accidentally spill the beans? Number 4 teased. Number 5 agreed. Your mouth is crooked. Although I'm very smart, I'm also afraid of spilling the beans. Human, please forgive us if we spilled the beans. We didn't do it on purpose. The other 7 treasures heavenly toads were not surprised to hear that. Their innocence and kinship were only reserved for their own kind. Luin stared at number 4, number 5, and the smug number 18. No one stopped him, which was very normal for these 7 treasures heavenly toads. Yes, this was the 7 treasures heavenly toads. They had bad personalities, were arrogant, and were cowardly. They were exactly the same as the star toads. The environment here made him almost forget that this was the 7 treasures heavenly toads. The star toads had once traveled between the Eternals and humans, doing business on both sides. Although they were honest, their conduct was bad. These 7 treasures heavenly toads were all the same. They were very gentle and protective of their own kind, but they did not care about other civilizations. Patriarch Shan did not stop them either. The human civilization had no friendship with them. They just did not communicate and were not hostile. That was all. These damn toads. The Divine Master looked at this scene calmly. If they thought that a simple communication could let the civilization rest easy, they were too naive. A foreign civilization was a foreign civilization. They would only consider the interests of their own civilization. If the human civilization was not afraid of their coordinates being leaked, they could just leave. However, were they afraid? Of course they were. There was almost no trust between different civilizations. It was already quite good to have a trace of honesty. Luin was now glad that he had exposed the coordinates of the tricolor sky-carrying tribe at the one-line sky. He hoped that he could cause some trouble for the 7 treasures heavenly toads. These damn toads were content with the ecosystem and did not care about the exposure of the human civilization. They even threatened them. Luin clenched his fists and then released them. He nodded. Okay, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Don't blame me if you die. Number 4 was proud. A low voice came from the lake. Sure, regardless of life or death. After this battle, the 7 treasures heavenly toads will completely forget about the human civilization. Number 4, number 5, don't let it slip. Number 5 quickly covered his mouth. Boss, don't worry. I'm so smart. I won't let it slip. Number 4 adjusted the 2 pitchforks. Number 18's mouth cracked open. I've finally met a decent opponent. Scoundrel? I'll let you know that even if you're a scoundrel, your human civilization is far from being as scoundrels as the 7 treasures heavenly toads. The star toad was speechless. Bang. There was a loud bang. The void expanded and finally exploded, spreading in all directions. In front of Luin, number 18's claws fell, but he blocked it head-on. Number 18 was excited. He waved his pitchfork and pressed it down. Human, you're not bad. Facing number 18's pitchfork, Luin did not dodge. Since he wanted to fight, he would beat him until even his own father could not recognize him. At this thought, he raised his hand and grabbed the pitchfork. Number 4 was shocked. The pitchfork that caught number 18? This human is too arrogant. Without waiting for it to speak, Luin grabbed the pitchfork. His body was towering. A huge force circulated and dragged number 18 over. Number 18 was shocked. How could this be? This human's strength was stronger than his? He could not tell. Luin kicked out. Number 18 held the pitchfork tightly and flipped its body. Its back slammed into Luin. There was a loud bang. Luin kicked number 18, but unexpectedly, number 18 was not sent flying. This toad's skin had amazing defense. Taking advantage of this opportunity, number 18's claws hit the pitchfork. The force of the impact made Luin subconsciously let go. Number 18 turned around and kicked. Wanted to kick Luin too. Luin sneered. He raised his foot and kicked. The 2 feet collided. The ground caved in and the void collapsed. The 2 sank into the ground. Then they quickly separated and stood facing each other. They looked at each other. It was just a probing exchange. Number 18 was very excited that Luin could fight it head-on. Luin was also surprised by little 18's defense. He didn't hold back his strength just now. He wanted to beat up little 18, but he couldn't beat little 18. This damn toad was much stronger than the star toad. In terms of defense, it was definitely not weaker than the humanoid green immortal. Luin thought that his next opponents were all eternal beings. Whoosh! The pitchfork spun. Number 18 grinned. Human, I acknowledge you. As a scoundrel, you must have the means to kill eternal beings. You better use it early. Otherwise you will not have a chance. After he finished speaking, he leaped up and stabbed out with his pitchfork. The sharp edge of the pitchfork cut through space and time, causing everything in the surroundings to stop and flow in reverse. Luin fiddled with time. He raised his foot and moved sideways. He easily avoided the pitchfork and brushed past number 18. Number 18's eyes turned. It turned its head, but Luin disappeared. In the domain of time and space, Luin was much stronger than number 18. He could travel through the river of time with flowing light and could teleport. Although he could not use it, his understanding of space was much better than number 18. Number 18 turned around and stabbed with its pitchfork. There was nothing. Suddenly there was a sharp pain on its head. Luin stepped on number 18's head from top to bottom. This kick almost knocked number 18 out. Number 18 was angry. It stabbed with its pitchfork, but there was nothing. Then it was kicked again and again. It did not have the strength to fight back. Number 5 covered his eyes. It was beaten so badly. But there was no real damage, number 4 said. Number 18's defense was terrifying. Luin felt that it was difficult to break through. He raised his hand and pointed. The triple firmament sword will slash the surface of number 18's body. There was nothing but sparks. Number 18 was invulnerable. Luin had integrated the triple firmament sword will into the eternal substance. In other words, this was the power to attack eternal beings. But it could not break number 18's defense. Number 18's defense was not only its hard skin, but also its vitality. Luin could see that number 18 had already covered its entire body with vitality. Although number 18 had defended against the triple firmament sword will, it was unable to endure the continuous beatings. Vitality poured out of its body and gathered on top of its head. It finally formed a huge eye, the star toad's eye. With the appearance of the star toad's eye, all of the triple firmament sword will missed. Number 18's pitchfork hit wherever it pointed. No matter what angle the triple firmament sword will attacked, it was struck down. Number 18 gripped its pitchfork tightly and stabbed at Luin. Luin dodged again, but the pitchfork sensed his movements one step ahead. Luin could only use the world lock to lock the pitchfork. At the same time he blocked all of number 18's external senses. But the world lock failed. The pitchfork was locked, but number 18's body was unhindered. Luin looked up at the eye. Was it that? He waved his hand and released his vitality. He connected it to the triple firmament sword will and slashed horizontally. Chapter 4169. In the distance Old 5 laughed. Many creatures can't cut off the star toad's eye. The triple firmament sword intent swept through the void and had no effect on the star toad's eye. Little 18 stared at him and kept attacking. Luin tried a few times but couldn't cut off the star toad's eye. He raised his palm and pressed down with a huge force accompanied by vitality. Little 18 slammed into him. Relying on its skin's defense, it was pushed down by Luin's palm. It turned around and wanted to kick Luin, but Luin stepped down and stomped its entire body into the ground. The steel fork pierced from bottom to top, but Luin caught it and stabbed it in the opposite direction. With a bang, the steel fork couldn't pierce through Little 18. Little 18 hugged the steel fork tightly without a care for its image. Luin grabbed the steel fork and flung it into the lake with Little 18. With a splash, the water splashed. Luin stood by the lakeside and looked at his hands, both in terms of strength and defense. Little 18 was similar to him. No wonder it could become a scoundrel. At least it had the qualifications to face an eternal. But if that wasn't enough, Little 18 didn't use its full strength. It had been testing him all this time. But until now it had been beaten up. This kind of test was shameless, but the 7 treasures heavenly toads didn't care. The 7 treasures heavenly toads didn't need face. With a bang, Little 18 rushed out of the lake and threw the steel fork at Luin. It didn't even want its weapon. Luin dodged the steel fork and stabbed it into the ground. Little 18 stared at Luin, its eyes flickering. It wasn't in a hurry to attack. In the distance, Old 5 said in a low voice, Little 18 didn't see through this human's limits and is at a disadvantage. Old 4 nodded. I thought that with Little 18's defense, we would be able to see through this human and force him to make a move. However, this human has yet to make a move. His defense, strength, speed, time, and space are all above Little 18's. There are differences between scoundrels and scoundrels. Some scoundrels try their best to deal with an eternal. One more trump card can even kill an eternal. But some scoundrels are oppressive even against an eternal. This human is very likely the latter, Old 5 said. The latter? Is very likely. Ask Little Toad. In the distance, the star toads looked at Luin, who had his back to them, and looked at Little 18 sympathetically. To provoke this monster, it could take on an extraordinary eternal life form on its own. Otherwise, the immortal master would have taken action. There was a difference between eternal life and eternal life, and there was also a difference between scoundrels. Little Toad. Old 4 and Old 5 arrived. The star toad hurriedly bowed. It was an eternal life form of the same race. Do you think Qijing has a chance of winning? Lao Si asked hurriedly. The star toad blinked its eyes, not knowing what to say. You don't know? Old Fifth looked at the star toad. The star toad whispered, tell the truth? Of course, Old Four said. The star toad was in a difficult position. What now? I'm thinking of an answer that doesn't make me look like a human being and doesn't hurt 18's self-esteem. No need. Just tell me directly. Old Fifth waved his hand. The star toad touched the lotus leaf and said, not at all. Old Four and Old Five stared at the star toad in a daze. Are you sure? Just like how I'm sure Fourth Uncle is the most elegant person in the clan. Old Four looked serious. Little 18 is bound to lose. Just as Old Five was about to speak, the star toad added, just like how I'm sure Fifth Uncle is the smartest in the clan. Old Five sighed. Little 18 is bound to lose. On the other side, Little 18 attacked again. It was unwilling to give up. It had a killer move, but it couldn't use it so quickly. It had to at least force Luyin to use some of his strength. Therefore, it rammed into Luyin, intending to wear him down with pure defense. It was confident that Luyin wouldn't be able to break through its defenses anyway. Luyin beat Little 18 like a punching bag, but Little 18 endured the pain. It didn't believe that it couldn't force Luyin out. Luyin had no choice but to use the God-sealing catalog and the triple firmament sword intent, hidden sword. The sword slashed Little 18's body, leaving a bloody mark. Little 18 hurriedly retreated and stared at Luyin with fear, but its eyes were filled with excitement. This human couldn't help but attack. What a powerful slash. If it could break through its defenses, it could also break through the defenses of ordinary eternal life forms. This was the killer move that made this human a scoundrel. Human, you're bound to lose. Ah. Little 18 raised its head and roared, its body exuding multicolored light and blood vessels. Open, open, open. Luyin raised his eyebrows. What a familiar scene. Was this the Star Toad star-seizing hand? Back when the Star Toad had fought with Sovereign Wu, it had been humiliated by Sovereign Wu and had used this move to beat Sovereign Wu into the ground. Luyin had a deep impression of this move. At that time, the dead toad had said that this was a life-saving move that could only be used once in a lifetime. How was that possible? The Star Toad star-seizing hand was extremely powerful, and Luyin naturally could withstand it. He had too many methods to deal with it, but there was no need to expose them to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan. Then he would interrupt it. Multiple triple firmament sword intents appeared from the God-sealing catalog and slashed. On the way to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan, he had constantly condensed the triple firmament sword intent and used hidden sword intent to defeat Little 18. Multiple triple firmament sword intents slashed down. If you don't want to die, admit defeat. Little 18 looked at the triple firmament sword intents that fell like raindrops and smiled sinisterly. It allowed the triple firmament sword intents to slash down, tearing apart its skin and even penetrating its body, causing blood to splash out. This caused the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toads to worry. Old Four and Old Five had grave expressions. This human's attacks were extremely sharp, and even ordinary eternal life forms could not withstand them. Little 18 had been severely injured, but it was also a good opportunity to use the Star Toad star-seizing hand. The Star Toad star-seizing hand was about to shed its skin. Luyin stopped as he could not really kill Little 18. The triple firmament sword intents had severely injured Little 18, but he could also see that the triple firmament sword intents had torn apart its skin and helped it shed its skin. Following Little 18's loud roar, her skin rose into the air, flickering with golden light like stars. In the blink of an eye, they covered the sky, looking luxurious and exquisite. Little 18 raised its hand and grabbed at the sky. Grab, grab, grab. Every time it grabbed, a speck of golden light would disappear. However, the sky was still filled with golden light. Following that, a terrifying and oppressive aura continuously pressed down on Luyin. Luyin exhaled. There was pressure, but it was just a little bit of pressure. He slowly raised his hand and aimed it at Little 18. The power of wishes, when things reach an extreme, would move in the opposite direction. Luyin used the unity of wishes to fuse with the universe and used the pressure his opponent exerted on the universe to produce a wave of wishes. The stronger the opponent's attack, the stronger the wave of wishes. He had once used this to block an immortal master's attack. Now he had yet to achieve unity of wishes with the universe, but when things reach an extreme, he could still produce the opposite force that his opponent exerted on the surrounding pressure. If the enemy did not move, he would not move. The stronger he met, the stronger he became. The golden specks of light continued to disappear. In the surroundings, the 7 treasures heavenly toads who were watching this battle opened their mouths wide. They all knew the star toad star-seizing hand, but not many could do what little 18 did. The more it plucked, the more powerful it was. For each 7 treasures heavenly toad, what it could pluck was different. Some plucked stars while others plucked civilizations. What little 18 plucked at this moment was neither stars nor civilizations, but the void. Using the void as a star, it surpassed stars but could not compare to civilizations. Luin wanted to see who could pluck civilizations like stars and how powerful that person would be. Following little 18's angry roar, it aimed at Luin and attacked. Star toad star-seizing hand. Luin frowned as the surrounding void shattered and extended. At this moment, he had become one with the surrounding void and personally experienced the power of shattering the void. Every trace and every inch of the void was being shattered to the extreme. Things reach an extreme, and this was the wave of wishes. He clenched his fist and extended a finger. When he pointed, the surrounding void trembled. In the distance, Old 4 and Old 5 felt that something was amiss. It was as if this familiar space was no longer familiar. In the lake, Old 4 cried out in surprise for the first time. Was this the power of wishes? At the tip of his finger, a 7-colored radiance was released. The shattered space condensed like ripples on the surface of water, converging into the 7-colored radiance and attacking little 18. The star toad star-seizing hand collided with the wave of wishes, emitting a blinding light. The aftermath swept out in all directions, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. The 7-colored lawn was suppressed, and the 7 treasures heavenly toads retreated continuously, marveling at the power of this attack. It had to be said that the 7 treasures heavenly toad tribe was quite resilient. This collision was enough to destroy a parallel universe, but it did not cause much damage here. In the distance, Old 4 blew out a mouthful of air, and the dust dispersed to reveal Luin and little 18. Luin was still standing in his original spot, looking very relaxed. Little 18, on the other hand, was panting heavily. It looked at Luin unwillingly, its eyes filled with disbelief. This human had easily blocked its star toad star-seizing hand. How could it be so easy? It had expected that Luin would be able to block the star toad star-seizing hand, but it should not have been so easy. It had thought that Lu Yin's ultimate trump card was the hidden sword. After all, the hidden sword could break through its defenses, which meant that it could break through the defenses of ordinary eternal life forms. It was an effective trump card against eternal life forms. If a non-eternal life form had a trump card that could deal with an eternal life form, it was enough to be considered a scoundrel. However, this human had more than one trump card. After fighting for so long, this human was so relaxed that it was incomprehensible. Was it really a scoundrel and not an eternal life form? In the distance, Old 4 and Old 5 shook their heads. Little 18 was already quite powerful. It had a defense comparable to an ordinary eternal life form, and it had the star toad star-seizing hand, a trump card that could threaten an eternal life form. However, compared to Luin, it was far inferior. Luin looked at little 18 calmly. He had fought, and his anger had dissipated. This damn toad's self-esteem had also been hurt. That was enough. That's enough. Do you still want to fight? Little 18 gritted its teeth. Yes, it's not over yet. Little 18, that's enough. Old 5 dissuaded. It's over. A low voice came from under the lake. It was Big Brother. Human, your name is Luin? Luin looked at the lake. Yes. What I just used was willpower. Willpower? Old 4 and Old 5 exclaimed. Little 18's eyes widened. Willpower? Many 7 treasures heavenly toads were puzzled. What was willpower? Luin did not hide it. That's right. Willpower is one of the few powerful forces. It has infinite possibilities. You can comprehend willpower. Once you break through to eternal life form, you will definitely become an absolute powerhouse. I look forward to your visit to my 7 treasures heavenly toad clan. Chapter 4170. Luin looked at Gaofeng. Senior Shan has clearly refused to communicate with us. You are you, and human civilization is human civilization. I'm not different from human civilization. Little 18 growled. Father, I still have one more move that I want to use. Otherwise I won't be satisfied. You're not Lu Yin's match, boss said. Little 18 stared at Luin. Human, have you killed an eternal? Luin looked at him. Of course. I've killed one before, and now I'm going to use the same move against you. Do you dare to take it? Little 18 provoked. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. No matter what move you have, you can't beat me. Then watch. Little 18 sequence particles spread around him. This was his law. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Sequence rule? At this level, the sequence rule was no longer useful. It was easily crushed by the vitality and eternal substance. What was this damn toad trying to do? At this time, a lotus leaf suddenly rolled to the shore and dragged little 18 into the lake, disappearing. Lu Yin stared blankly. It's gone? Old 4 and Old 5 looked at each other, not understanding why boss didn't let little 18 use that move. Human Lu Yin, little 18 has lost. Thank you for your guidance, we won't send you off. Boss said. Lu Yin looked at the lake deeply, not wanting to see little 18's real killer move. You're welcome, I'll take my leave. Lu Yin nodded to Old 4 and Old 5, and then looked at the star toad. Under the toad's complicated gaze, he went to xianxia and sat on a leaf. He left. After xianxia left, Old 4 and Old 5 also left. In the distance, the star toad was taken away enthusiastically. Under the lake, little 18 was suppressed. Dad, I'm not convinced, I haven't used that move yet, I'm not convinced. Stupid, it's not a life and death battle. We'll be the ones at a disadvantage if we expose all our trump cards when facing a foreign civilization. That's right, human civilization is troublesome. Avoid contact if possible, Ancestor Shan said. Little 18 was still unhappy. I didn't lose. Haha, little 18, you won. You forced that human to use his trump card. He has willpower and is very strong, but it's easy to deal with him if you don't expose your trump card. His exposure is his loss. Old Ancestor Shan sighed in admiration. Little 18 was still unwilling to give up. But with Old Ancestor Shan's words, it felt much better. Boss let go of little 18 and let it go. Ancestor, I still feel that Lu Yin hasn't revealed his true strength. Of course not, I'm just comforting 18. The difference between it and Lu Yin is too great. Human civilization is truly terrifying. They have endless possibilities and can even comprehend prayers. Boss exclaimed. Old Ancestor Shan sighed. Every living being has the ability to comprehend and the ability to comprehend. Only humans are an exception. They are born weak, but they are able to cultivate all kinds of powers. If we were to exterminate humans from the beginning, it would not be a big deal. However, if we were to allow human civilization to develop, it would be troublesome. In the past, the appearance of so many great powers shocked so many civilizations. It also nurtured the ambitions of mankind. In the end, they were caught in their own trap. I hope that this side of human civilization will not repeat the same mistake. Otherwise, the universe will be in chaos again. The boss was uneasy. Will this human Lu Yin listen to you? Grandmaster Shan replied. I don't know. Humans are destined to be restless. Every situation, every idea. If one rises with intelligence, it is very likely that one will be buried in intelligence. The square-inch world does not lack intelligent and talented creatures. What it lacks are honest creatures. In the square-inch world, xianxia headed towards the human civilization. After the star toads left, the place became much quieter. Lu Yin looked ahead and could sense the traces of the Pathfinder stones. The Pathfinder stones he had left behind along the way could become coordinates for teleportation. If he did not have to hide from the Immortal Master, he could have teleported back without wasting more than 20 years. They did not speak along the way. The Immortal Master and Lu Yin did not have much to say to each other. More than 20 years later, xianxia suddenly stopped. This is the agreed-upon location. Release Luochan. Lu Yin and the others had an agreement with the Immortal Master that they could release Luochan within a year's time outside the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon. The Immortal Master could determine the location, and it was precisely because of this agreement that the Immortal Master agreed to accompany them to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad's territory. This was the location that the Immortal Master had determined. Lu Yin looked into the distance. We'll be able to return to the human civilization in a year's time? Of course he could see that. He could teleport back to the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon from here. However, he still had to ask and hide the fact that he had teleported. xianxia's light flickered. That's right. Why should I believe you? Lu Yin, are you going back on your word? Lu Yin looked at xianxia. I'm already in your hands, so how can I go back on my word? But what if this place isn't around the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon and is instead brought to a further place by you? What should I do? You have to at least let me confirm the location. Don't worry, I can't contact Qing Lian Yu and the others. Alright, I'll let you confirm it. You better not lie to me. No one can save you with me here. Even that old monster, the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad, can't save you from my hands in an instant. Don't court death. the immortal master warned before heading into the distance. Half a year later, Lu Yin saw the karma great celestial phenomenon. Of course it was just a blurry view. The immortal master had chosen the location himself. Even Qing Lian you couldn't see the entire area around the karma great celestial phenomenon. That should be enough, right? The immortal master asked. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you. Also, don't forget our agreement. After saying that, Lu Yin took out the blood tower from Mount Supreme. Luo Chan was inside the tower. Upon seeing Luo Chan, the immortal master was clearly much more vigilant to prevent any accidents. Lu Yin threw the blood tower to Qinghe without hesitation. The immortal master caught it and shattered the blood tower. Luo Chan instantly appeared behind the immortal master. Master. Lu Yin took a step away from Qinghe. Luo Chan looked over. Master, he's going to run away. Lu Yin stared at Qinghe. The immortal master was also staring at Lu Yin. Both of them fell silent. In the end, the immortal master did not attack Lu Yin. Are you all right? Luo Chan said, I'm fine, master. This human almost killed me. The immortal master interrupted, all right, from now on, the hive civilization will have nothing to do with the human civilization, nor will we be enemies. Lu Yin, this is the condition I agreed to. As for the 7 treasures heavenly toad race, they have already made it clear that they will not make things difficult for your human civilization. I don't need to help you guard it anymore. Goodbye. Lu Yin had been wary of the immortal master the entire time. When he heard the immortal master say this, he heaved a sigh of relief. I hope you keep your word. Luo Chan, let's go. Yes, master. Luo Chan took a deep look at Lu Yin before instantly disappearing with Qinghe. The starry sky returned to normal. The immortal master had left. If nothing unexpected happened, he would not appear again. Lu Yin exhaled. If it was possible, they would definitely want to destroy the immortal master. However, the immortal master was very powerful and difficult to deal with. It was fortunate that they could force him to leave. Hopefully there would not be any accidents in the future. If the immortal master did not keep his promise, Luo Chan would definitely not be a threat to the human civilization. Moreover, Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. He could find the immortal master. Be it him or Patriarch Lu Yuan, both of them had cultivated a portion of the immortal master's power and could teleport. If the two sides were to fight again, they would destroy the immortal master even if they had to pay a huge price. On the other side, the immortal master was instantly brought far away by Luo Chan. Master, are we going to let the human civilization off just like that? This is the condition in exchange for you. I'm sorry, master. It doesn't matter. The human civilization has exceeded my expectations and is very strong. It's far from what the 3rd stronghold can compare to. This time we saw the 7 treasures heavenly toad race again. I don't know what that old monster said to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin's trip this time was not just to return the star toad. It's very likely that he was seeking to deal with the unknown alliance. Although it seems like he did not succeed, given how despicable the humans are, they won't tell us even if they have allied with the 7 treasures heavenly toad race. The 7 treasures heavenly toad race is not to be trifled with. If the human civilization joins forces with them, they can become a fishing civilization. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the human civilization is too conspicuous. It'll be dangerous for us to stay here. Luo Chan did not expect the situation to develop like this. At first, it thought that it would be enough to destroy the human civilization, but who would have thought that the human civilization would be so tenacious? Eternal life forms kept popping up, and 3 of the 4 insect lords had been dealt with. Luo Chan had been captured, and there was more than one powerful enemy in the vicinity. His master was right. It was time to leave. The human civilization was not the only civilization that the hive civilization had abandoned. If they continued to fight to the death here, they might very well be in big trouble. It was not that they did not want to deal with the human civilization, but they did not want to implicate themselves because of the human civilization. Even the immortal master felt uneasy. At this moment, Lu Yin was also feeling very uneasy because of Patriarch Shan's words. As a life form that had lived in the square kilometer for a long time, it had seen too many brilliant civilizations and had even seen the peak of human civilization. Thus, its words were very convincing. This was its experience in leading the 7 treasures heavenly toad race to this day. Lu Yin had always regarded the tenacious spirit of progress as the spirit of human civilization, and this was not bad. Human civilization needed to climb step by step, even if they faced many powerful enemies. Life had to be passed down, and the spirit had to be passed down even more. This was the biggest difference between him and the Grass Grandmaster. The Grass Grandmaster had once said that he admired Lu Yin. Lu Yin had passed down a civilization, while the Grass Grandmaster only wanted to pass down life. This was the difference in the outcome of the inheritance. Regardless of who was right or wrong, this was only the outcome. But what about the process? Did human civilization need to continuously climb and challenge itself to become stronger? Or was it content to live peacefully in a corner? There were many powerful creatures in the square kilometer, and he hoped to lead human civilization to become a fishing civilization. The emergence of eternal life forms, the absolute method of teleportation, and the Nirvana tree's path of civilization were all working towards this direction. The entire human civilization was united in their recognition and constantly improving. This was not wrong. They had caused many powerful enemies to fear them and gradually walked towards the peak of civilization. But what was after the peak? The end of civilization was destruction. There would always be a powerful enemy that one could not fight against waiting for them. This was Patriarch Shan's understanding of the square kilometer. No civilization was truly invincible. This was the law of the universe, an ironclad law. As human civilization continued to climb, would destruction await them in the end? Chapter 4171. Whichever part of the biosphere was located at would be the part. If they broke through this part, they would be in the same part. What awaited them was the crushing of the biological level. Even if they defeated the unknown, what about outside the unknown? Was there a more powerful civilization? The unknown gave the human civilization room to fight back. If a more terrifying civilization appeared, the human civilization might be directly destroyed, just like the 9 ramparts across the sky that Ancestor Shan had seen. That was the peak of the human civilization, and it was also gone. This was the law of the universe. This only then would one know their own limits. Lu Yin walked towards the karma celestial phenomenon, thinking about Ancestor Shan's words. He was not wrong, Master Grass was not wrong, and Ancestor Shan was not wrong either. They all existed, and their understanding of survival and the universe depended on which path the human civilization would take. With his temperament, he would naturally take the path of the fishing civilization, step by step, and destroy any forces that were enemies of the human civilization. But if the end of this path was destruction, what should he do? He could not refute Ancestor Shan's words. Entering the karma celestial phenomenon and confirming that the immortal master was not watching him, Lu Yin teleported back to the Tianyuan universe and brought Shui Taiyu with him. He teleported back to the Jiuxiao universe, along with Jingmen Shangyu and Master Qudeng. They appeared one by one. Lu Yin told them what had happened this time, and everyone's expression was heavy. Qinglian Shangyu said, Senior Shan's understanding of the distance of the square inch is deeper than ours. Our human civilization is constantly getting stronger. The retreat of the immortal master and the fear of the 7-treasure heavenly toad clan are proof. But in the eyes of Senior Shan, is it the road of destruction? Shui Taiyu frowned. Do you have to be so pessimistic? Then how did the fishing civilization come about? Could it be that those fishing civilizations will eventually be destroyed? Could it be that we will not become stronger? Master Qudeng sighed. We can't see the end of those civilizations. Jingmen Shangyu looked up. Don't look at the distance of the square inch, just look at our land. If a species is strong enough to threaten us, what will their end be? And there is still the distance of the square inch outside of us. For those species, the distance of the square inch is the road to destruction, because there will always be a civilization that can destroy them. Qinglian Shangyu's expression was solemn. Lu Yin, what do you think? Lu Yin had a complicated look in his eyes. I don't know. Our human civilization has faced too many enemies. The dead universe once passed us by. If the dead universe reappears at this moment, will it let us go? Everyone looked at each other. That's right, the reason why the death universe gave up on the human civilization back then was because the human civilization had used the destruction of the mother tree to confuse the death universe. At the same time, the Azure Lotus Imperial Guard attracted the attention of the death universe from afar. For the dead universe, a civilization that had paid the price of the mother tree's death was not worth destroying even if it still existed. It was even worse than an eternal life. However, it was different now. With the current strength of the human civilization, would the dead universe give up? They could either be wary of each other, and the dead universes would also be worried that they would suffer great losses if they fought against the human civilization, or they could destroy the human civilization at all costs. These were the only two paths, and they could not be ignored because the human civilization did not have the right to be ignored. That was the most dangerous thing. When a civilization was not qualified to be ignored by other civilizations, it would bring about disaster. Blood Tower Imperial smiled bitterly. The most awkward thing is that we can't be ignored by other civilizations, but we can't suppress them either. Lord Green Lotus looked at Yi Hai calmly. His gaze was out of focus. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Yin looked at Lord Green Lotus. Had Lord Green Lotus really not thought about what Senior Mountain had said? Lord Green Lotus had lived for a long time. In terms of understanding, he was not much worse than Senior Mountain. After all, humans were better at thinking. Senior, have you ever planned for the path of the ninth heaven universe? Lu Yin asked. Lord Green Lotus looked at Lu Yin. Hide. Just hide. I've never thought of the second path. Just hide, Lord Green Lotus said with certainty. Lu Yin understood. Lord Green Lotus did not want to think about anything else. He just wanted to hide the human civilization well. Why did he have to think so far ahead for the future? However, he had to think about it now because the human civilization had been exposed. He did not know that the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad, the insect nest civilization, and more civilizations would know about the existence of the human civilization in the future. The path of hiding had failed. Since it had failed, he would learn from the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad race. Lu Yin's gaze swept across everyone. Using aggression as a sword and hiding as a shield. This is the path that our human civilization must take because we have been exposed. Using our own strength as a sword and surrounding enemies as a shield. This is our other path because we have no other choice. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Lord Green Lotus smiled. You've seen through it. One is already exposed and the other is that we have no other choice. This has determined the path that our human civilization should take. We don't need to be as arrogant as the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad, nor do we need to hide like we used to. The unknown is the best shield. If we can block the unknown will become our barrier. Lord Blood Tower nodded. I didn't expect that one day our old enemies would become our barrier. However, what if the unknown attacks us with all their might? Lu Yin looked up. Then we'll die together. We still have another path. Using the fearlessness of death as a sword and using mutual destruction as a shield. Whoever wants to destroy us will drag them down with us. Our human civilization is surrounded by powerful enemies. Apart from the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad and the insect nest civilization, there's also the Death Universe. At most, we'll expose our coordinates to the Death Universe and attract them. There's also a springboard civilization, Lord Green Lotus interjected. Lord Blood Tower exclaimed, whoever finds trouble with us will be unlucky. Lord Green Lotus smiled. Of the 3 paths, there's bound to be one that we have to walk down. No matter what, we should focus on increasing our strength. If we have 1 or 2 more Eternals, we won't be afraid of anyone. The current situation was very clear. The insect nest civilization had retreated, the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad was no longer an enemy, and the only enemy was the unknown. Lan Meng had been severely injured, and regardless of whether the unknown sent other experts, the human civilization would be able to deal with them. The only problem was that mysterious unknown hidden in the Xuanhuan universe. As long as that unknown did not appear, the human civilization would feel uneasy. Fortunately, they had the ability to teleport. What they needed to do now was to increase the strength of the human civilization while also finding a new universe that could continue their civilization and pass down their legacy. Jiang Feng, Mr. Mu, and the primogenitor were all people who could break through to eternity. What the human civilization lacked right now was time. They had to take things one step at a time. They did not want to become a fishing civilization or break through the square-inch distance ecosystem, but they still needed to have the strength to protect themselves in the current situation. One word, stability. One word, waiting. In the past, they had been powerless and faced danger at every step. Now they could afford to wait. By the way, Lord Green Lotus, can we go to that far-sighted civilization? Lu Yin asked. Everyone looked at Lord Green Lotus. Lord Green Lotus said, you can go. Wait. When the time is right, I will take you there. Lu Yin nodded. Okay. They did not ask further. If Lord Green Lotus wanted to say something, he would naturally say it. This matter was likely related to the origin of Qingyun. The human civilization, which had once been plagued by internal and external troubles, now had no other threats except for a mysterious unknown. There was no need for the human civilization to go to war, so it was quiet for a while. The path that the human civilization would take would not be so dazzling. It would rise in stability and waiting. Lu Yin returned to the Tianyuan universe from the Ninth Heaven universe, and the entire Tianyuan universe returned to its former prosperity. However, ever since they learned about the square-inch distance, everyone had been suppressing a sigh of relief. They were not as carefree as before. Just like that, 100 years passed. To cultivators, 100 years was a short time, but to Lu Ying it was very long. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, if he did not include the Mirage Domain and the Dai's 4 pips, it had only been a little more than 500 years. During these 100 years he had been cultivating. Occasionally he would go to the other end of the Gate of Arts with Lord Green Lotus to find a suitable universe for humans to live in. They searched for decades but they did not find anything. If they wanted to search further, it would be easier to encounter a powerful civilization, and who knew how long it would take. Although the human civilization had temporarily stabilized, no one knew where the next unstable factor would be. Perhaps it was unknown. Perhaps the immortal master had sold the coordinates of the human civilization. Perhaps the dead universe would descend again. They did not dare to go too far. Apart from looking for a way out, Lu Ying had also been cultivating. However, at his current level he could no longer increase his cultivation in a short period of time. He had to take it step by step. It was not just him. Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others were the same. Back when they were apprenticed to the primogenitor, their cultivation in the early stages of the 3 realms 6 paths increased very quickly. When they reached the progenitor realm, it slowed down. Under the premise that the primogenitor did not let them break through to the primogenitor realm, they only increased a little after a long time. During this time, Lu Ying had also chatted with Lord Green Lotus. Lord Green Lotus had also said that if he cultivated for 100 years, then the first 10 years would be the fastest. The later 90 years would be extremely difficult. The more talented a person was, the more difficult it was. No matter how great their talent was, they needed time to accumulate. Lu Ying had now stepped into the stage of accumulating time. Whether it was the mental cultivation to break through to the immortal realm or the cultivation of karma, the power of will, and other forces, it could not be improved in a short period of time. He could only settle down and take it slow. In the mind universe, Bitter Battle looked at the 2 figures in shock. Was this the battle of immortals? It was suffocating. In the distance, the 2 figures crossed each other constantly, causing earth-shaking collisions. Every time they collided, the mind universe would be distorted, forcing Bitter Battle to leave the universe. Bang! Bang! A huge explosion tore through the void, followed by a terrifying abyss. It was as if another abyss had appeared in the mind universe and pressed down. Lu Ying looked at the abyss coming, and there was also an abyss under his feet. One came from Master Bitter Lamp, and the other came from the mind universe itself. The 2 abysses enveloped him, one above and one below. He closed his eyes and let the abyss crush him. Looking from the outside, the entire universe was distorted. Bitter Battle was afraid that the mind universe would be rebooted. But in reality, Lu Ying and Master Bitter Lamp did not really fight. At least, they did not use the chi of life or the immortal substance. Chapter 4172. Master Ku Deng was helping Lu Ying increase the pressure. Lu Ying needed more pressure to increase his limit, and the abyss of the spiritual universe was not enough. The 2 darkness merged. It was constantly crushed, twisted, and boiled. Master Ku Deng exited the spiritual universe and watched in amazement. Master, Ku Zhan called out. Master Ku Deng reminded him, watch carefully. Your path is similar to Mr. Lu's to some extent. Both of you are using battles to support battles. Although Mr. Lu is young, he's very good at fighting. You've been suppressing your fighting spirit for so many years. Maybe you're wrong. Ku Zhan clenched his fists. Release my fighting spirit, release my heart. Master Ku Deng nodded. Kuyuan has held you back. Everyone has a different path. It's a pity that you've already taken me as your master, or your future would be limitless if you could take Mr. Lu as your master. Ku Zhan hurriedly said, Master, Kuyuan has not held me back. Without Kuyuan, I wouldn't have been able to reach this point. Mr. Lu is strong, but I only belong to Kuyuan. Master Ku Deng didn't speak again and looked into the distance. After a while, the abyss disappeared, leaving only the abyss of the spiritual universe. Lu Ying stood in the void. 10 days later he opened his eyes. He looked at his hands. Over the years he had been cultivating. His limit had increased a little, but there was no substantial transformation. The pressure was still not enough. It was already difficult to ask Master Ku Deng for help. After all, an eternal being would increase his own restrictions. He owed him too much. Thinking about it, he stepped out and appeared in front of Master Ku Deng. He bowed slowly. Thank you for your help, Senior. Master Ku Deng waved his hand. I didn't help much, Mr. Lu. I can't pressure you. In the entire human civilization, only Teal Lotus and Wonder Gate can pressure you. Lu Yin nodded. No matter what, Senior has helped me. I'll remember it. Then he looked at Ku Zhan. Don't suppress yourself. Find the shackles that bind your fighting spirit and break them. You can go further. Maybe the Tianyuan universe's battle force can help you. Battle chi in the Tianyuan universe was not rare. Both the Nine Clouds universe and the spiritualized universe had similar cultivation methods. However, the more powerful a person was, the more they did not cultivate. They believed that their own cultivation method was the most correct. Ku Yuan was the same. He only cultivated the power of the abyss. In fact, many different forces led to the same destination. Ever since the cultivators of the Tianyuan universe had entered the Ninth Heaven universe, the Ninth Heaven universe had changed a lot. Although the overall strength had not increased significantly, there would definitely be an obvious change in the future. Bitter Battle had been suppressing his battle intent in his spiritual universe all this time. Lu Yin had already felt that something was wrong the last time, but his opponent was still someone from the bitter abyss, so he could not bring himself to say anything. This time in front of Master Ku Deng he could say it. Ku Zhan looked at Master Ku Deng. Master Ku Deng said, since Mr. Lu said so, you should try to cultivate battle chi. Bitter Battle nodded and bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lu. After a few teleportations, Lu Yin brought Master Bitter Lamp to the other side of the door of techniques while he continuously teleported towards the active universe to try to pick up the object again. The result was still a failure. He did not use the power of will to merge with the entire active universe. If he had to use this method to pick up the object, how could he use it in the future? What he wanted was to be able to pick it up under normal circumstances. Not only could he use it at any time, but he could also clearly feel his strength increase. Compared to the first time he came here, he was indeed much stronger now. At least, he would not be forced out by the active universe so quickly. However, there was still a long way to go before he could pick up the object. Time continued to fly and another 100 years passed. During this time, Lu Yin teleported to the other side of the door of techniques, trying to find a suitable universe for human habitation. During this period he did not find any strange civilization because he did not have the company of an eternal being like Azure Lotus. As for the technological civilization, he did not have any contact with it, nor did he know where it was. The unknown did not appear either. Azure Lotus once said that the history of the struggle between humans and the unknown had spanned a long time. From this point of view, as long as the unknown did not intend to destroy human civilization, it was the barrier of human civilization. It blocked more unknowns from the square inch. In the spiritual universe, Lu Yin stood in the starry sky with his eyes closed. Below his feet was the abyss. He had been in this state for 2 years. 2 years ago he had come to the spiritual universe and invited Jingmen Xiangyu, hoping that the latter could give him some pressure. At this moment, Jingmen Xiangyu was sitting calmly outside the spiritual universe, ready to attack at any time. Suddenly, Jingmen Xiangyu looked into the distance and his gaze moved. Grasp. In the distance, Master Grass walked out and saw Jingmen Xiangyu. He was surprised. Why are you here? Jingmen Xiangyu stared at Master Grass. I'm more curious about why you are here. I'm here to look for Lu Yin, Master Grass said. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at him deeply. What's the matter? Master Grass smiled faintly. Why, can you replace Lu Yin with full authority? Jingmen Xiangyu's gaze was cold and she did not say anything else. She did not like Master Grass and was afraid that she could not help but attack him. Master Grass looked at the spiritual universe. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at him, not understanding why he was here. Master Grass entered the spiritual universe and came before Lu Yin. He exclaimed, Mr. Lu's aura is getting stronger and stronger. Teleportation is really a good method. It allows you to appear anywhere you want to cultivate. I'm impressed. Lu Yin's tone was calm. Senior, why are you here? Over the years he had talked to Master Grass more than once. No matter how strong human civilization was, Master Grass's attitude towards human civilization was still the same. He had never stood firmly on the side of human civilization. This made Lu Yin and the others see the horror of the unknown. Master Grass was not stupid. He was the only one who saw the despair of the unknown. In comparison, he was the only one who knew the gap between the two civilizations. After several explorations and conversations, regardless of whether Master Grass was right or wrong, Lu Yin's patience with him had decreased since he gained the ability to teleport. Sometimes, he even wanted to attack him directly and use karma to find the mysterious unknown. However, after the trip to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad tribe, Lu Yin's attitude also changed. There was no need to evaluate whether Master Grass's approach was right or wrong. Human civilization needed someone like him, someone who could see the unknown clearly and a yardstick to compare the two civilizations. Perhaps this was what Mijin Xiangyu thought when he stopped Qinglian Xiangyu and the others from attacking Master Grass before he died. Perhaps Mijin Xiangyu's understanding of the square inch was similar to that of the old monster Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad. Master Grass looked at Lu Yin. The changes in human civilization over the years are not as great as the changes you have brought about in the past few hundred years. Lu Yin, you are amazing and constantly create miracles. Not to mention human civilization, even the unknown is shocked. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. The unknown. Master Grass nodded with a solemn expression. I brought an invitation from the unknown. Please join the unknown. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he looked at Master Grass in surprise. There was actually such a thing. He had treated the unknown as an enemy for so many years, and they were indeed the enemy of human civilization. Lu Yin had never thought that he would receive an invitation from the unknown one day. He had never dreamed of it. Human civilization and the unknown were two different species. This was even more unbelievable than the Eternal inviting him to join the Eternal race. It was simply unthinkable. Master Grass said, "You didn't hear wrongly. The unknown invited you to join. You have obtained everything of Chiu Su and are qualified to replace her as a member of the unknown." Lu Yin looked at Master Grass in a daze. "I'm not even an Eternal. Is there a difference?" "Of course there is. At least I'm not a match for Lan Meng." "But you're not even an Eternal," Master Grass said as he looked at Lu Yin with amazement. "When you break through the Eternal realm one day, what kind of transformation will it be? Human civilization can see it, and the unknown can see it even more. Your potential and your future are not something that Lan Meng can compare to." Lu Yin said, "How can the unknown be so sure that I can break through to the Eternal realm?" Master Grass said, "I don't know. I'm just a messenger to bring the unknown's invitation. I also hope that you can accept the invitation. As a condition, the unknown is willing to give up all hostility towards human civilization." At this point, he stared at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. "Mr. Lu, the unknown is willing to give up attacking human civilization for you. As long as you nod, human civilization will be safe. Are you willing?" Lu Yin's heart trembled. He had not expected the unknown to raise such a condition. This condition was too tempting for him. Once the unknown was not an enemy, the safety of human civilization would be greatly improved. To be honest, he had no reason to refuse. For the sake of human civilization. He was already prepared to die for human civilization. He was not even afraid of death, let alone joining the unknown. Looking at Master Grass's burning gaze, this was the first time he had lost his composure. Everything he did was for the sake of the spiritualized universe. Now that he saw the hope of human civilization's safety, his anticipation was like seeing water in a desert. Seeing that Lu Yin did not speak, Master Grass became anxious. "Mr. Lu, what are you hesitating for? Isn't everything you're doing for human civilization? The unknown is the greatest enemy of human civilization. You don't understand how terrifying it is. If the unknown really wants to destroy human civilization, you won't be able to stop it. Human civilization has always been walking on the edge of a cliff, and we've only survived because of luck and the unknown's mercy. Now that there's a chance for human civilization to be safe, what are you hesitating for?" Lu Yin did not know what to say. Joining the unknown meant joining the enemy of humanity. Should he? Of course not. The unknown had caused human civilization to lose too much, and they would lose even more in the future. He should protect human civilization. As long as he nodded, human civilization would be safe. This was the simplest thing to do. The Tianyuan universe, Nina Firmament's universe, and spiritualized universes would all be safe. All he had to do was nod. But Lu Yin just couldn't bring himself to agree. Chapter 4173. The death of Mijin Xiangyu, the destruction of his master's hometown, the damage caused by the Eternals to the Tianyuan universe, and so on, all came from the unknown. How could he join the unknown? Give up his master's hatred? Give up his hatred for the migrating Silver Sky Army? Give up Mu Zhu's determination to take revenge while shedding tears? Give up his master's pain for so many years? Give up his hatred for Mijin Xiangyu? Give up his hatred for the Tianyuan universe? How could he give up these? It was too heavy. He carried too heavy a burden. Putting down his hatred would allow him to have a new life. But was a new life what he wanted? But if he gave up the safety of human civilization for revenge, would it be fair to human civilization? Lu Yin did not know. Following his heart, he would rather fight to the death for the people who had died at the hands of the unknown, for his master, for Mijin Xiangyu and the others. But if the result was the destruction of the entire human civilization, more wars, and the withering of life, should he follow his heart? Mr. Lu, the unknown is really desperate. Human civilization cannot win against them. Now that they are willing to accept you, it means that they have seen your potential. This potential can be exchanged for their friendship, but it will also be exchanged for killing intent. If you refuse, because of you, the threat of human civilization in the hearts of the unknown will greatly increase. When the time comes, it won't be just Lan Meng, Master Qingqiao said loudly. Lu Yin looked at Master Qingqiao. The big picture in the heart which to follow? If you refuse, you will be a sinner of the entire human civilization. Do you know how many people yearn for a peaceful life? How many people don't want a civilization war? How many people want to live a peaceful life? If you refuse, this peace will be completely broken. The civilization war will still descend. All of this is because of you. Master Qingqiao gritted his teeth. He was afraid that Lu Yin would refuse. He thought that Lu Yin would not refuse. Wasn't everything that human civilization had done all these years to protect itself? The reverence for the distance, self-awareness, and strengthening of means, which one of them was not for self-protection? Now that safety was in front of him, how could this person refuse? How could he refuse? Was hatred so important? Was it more important than continuing the legacy of civilization? He remembered what he had said to that person back then. He wanted to inherit life, a species, while Lu Yin wanted to inherit the spirit. But if this spirit caused the entire human civilization to perish, was there a need to inherit it? Spirit, a simple word, was just a laughable stroke carved in unknown history. Only by living could one have everything. Suddenly, Master Qingxiao's expression changed. He turned around. The bamboo basket. In front of him. The sharpness pierced through the bamboo basket and came from the gate of surprise. Jingmen Xiangyu's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was not concealed. What nonsense are you talking about? Master Greengrass stared at Jingmen Xiangyu. As long as Lu Yin joins the unknown, human civilization will be completely safe. Shouldn't he join? Stargate Xiangyu was stunned and looked at Lu Yin. Wonder Sect, if it were you, would you join? Master Greengrass asked loudly. Jingmen Xiangyu's eyes flickered as he held the Jingyun tightly. She did not know. There were some choices that one would only know how difficult they were when they were faced with them. Joining the enemy to protect their people was a choice that not many people had experienced before. She looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the sky in a daze, as this choice had truly fallen upon him. Jingmen Xiangyu stared coldly at Master Qingqiao. Is Mr. Lu really invited to join? Master Grass nodded. That's right. As long as he agrees to join the unknown, human civilization will no longer be an enemy of the unknown. Everything in the past will vanish. Jingmen Xiangyu gritted his teeth. Are we going to forget about Mi Jin's revenge, Wang Lin's destruction of Jiuxiao, and Qisu's blood debt? Then do you wish for these blood debts to continue? Or do you wish for human civilization to have a decisive battle with the unknown until one side is completely destroyed? Master Grass retorted with a heavy expression. I can tell you that the ones who will lose will definitely be humans. You, Qinglian Xiangyu, Shuata Xiangyu, and the others, the Jiuxiao universe and the Tianyuan universe will be destroyed. None of them will be able to escape. Even if you can take a group of people and escape, they will still wander the universe and be devoured by other civilizations at any time. Is this what you want? Just for the hatred of the past? Jingmen Xiangyu clenched his fists and wanted to refute. With her temper, she would rather die in battle than compromise, but the price now was the entire human civilization. At this moment, she was extremely sullen and did not know what to say. Lu Yin looked up. Senior Jingmen, let's begin. Jingmen Xiangyu was stunned. Now. Lu Yin's expression was calm. Let's begin. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at him deeply and nodded. Okay, then you be careful. After that, the Jingyun pierced through Master Grass and headed straight for Lu Yin. Master Grass hurriedly retreated, not understanding what Lu Yin and Jingmen Xiangyu were doing. Shouldn't they be thinking about how to agree to the unknown at this time? Whoosh! Jingmen Xiangyu's aura suddenly surged and the abyss descended. It kept increasing and exceeded the 20 abyss realm in the blink of an eye, pressuring Master Grass to retreat from the spiritual universe. Back in the first war with the insect nest civilization, Jingmen Xiangyu used the 19 abyss realm to fight against the humanoid green immortal and the droplet green immortal. He was not at a disadvantage even when fighting 1 against 2. Now that he had merged with Mi Jin Xiangyu's cultivation spirit, The power of the abyss continued to rise and reached the 30 abyss realm in the blink of an eye. After Master Qting broke through to the eternal realm, his power of the abyss was not as good as Jingmen Xiangyu. After all these years he had only reached the 18 abyss realm after adapting to the power of eternal life, but Jingmen Xiangyu had reached the 30 abyss realm directly. The terrifying pressure of the 30 abyss realm was not something Master Qting could compare to. Lu Yin only felt the arrival of a dark monster, knocking him down from the sky and pressing him into the abyss of the spiritual universe. This was the power of Jingmen Xiangyu, who was comparable to Lan Meng, the current second strongest in the human civilization. Jingmen Xiangyu held the Jingyun tightly and pierced it from top to bottom. Master Grass was shocked. Jingmen, stop. But his words did not affect Jingmen Xiangyu at all. He could not intervene at all. Lu Yin's body kept falling into the abyss of the spiritual universe. Above his head, the 30 abyss realm descended and connected with the abyss of the spiritual universe. An indescribable and terrifying pressure suddenly came, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body kept drying up. His master's revenge, the revenge of the Tianyuan universe, and the revenge of the Jiuxiao universe kept flashing in his mind. Lu Yin's body kept falling and his body dried up and recovered. Jingmen Xiangyu looked down at the abyss and held the Jingyun tightly. Senior, again. Lu Yin's voice came out and Jingmen Xiangyu's eyes widened. Be careful. After that, the power of the abyss increased again. The 35 abyss realm was the strongest power she could reach. It brought a majestic pressure and blasted the abyss of the spiritual universe. Master Grass was shocked. Jingmen, stop. Grass spread and wanted to contain the abyss, but it was suppressed by the abyss and could not get close. Jingmen Xiangyu did not even look at Master Grass and stared down. Boom. With a soft sound, Lu Yin's huge figure spread and covered the entire spiritual universe in an instant. Master Grass was stunned. As one, he could really become one with any universe's wishes. He did not understand when he had become one with the universe's wishes, but Lu Yin did not need to be recognized. This was the power of will. Under the abyss of the spiritual universe, Lu Yin looked at the flowing darkness around him and did not resist. He could not withstand the pressure of the 35 abyss realms. This pressure wanted to crush him into powder. He could only become one with the spiritual universe and disperse the pressure. The little bit of clarity in his mind allowed him to bear it. When things reached an extreme, they would be destroyed and then rebuilt. In front of him he saw a door, an unknown door. There were many patterns carved on the door, and they came from civilizations that had been destroyed by the unknown. The sorrow and despair reached the extreme, and there were patterns of people among them. Human civilizations had been destroyed by the unknown, and this blood feud could not be forgotten. Joining the unknown was equivalent to betraying human history. If he did not join, then war would come again. What should he do? The choice in his heart turned into physical pain. He needed more pressure to release the pressure in his heart. As one with the wishes disappeared, Lu Yin's whole body kept falling. His own endurance and limits were used to break through. Suddenly, the spiritual universe stopped and the abyss of the 35 abyss realms dissipated. Jingmen Xiangyu looked down in a daze, his eyes filled with surprise. Master Qingqiao stared at the abyss of the spiritual universe. What happened? He heard a breath. It was very heavy and very far away, but it sounded like it was right beside his ear. It was like a monster. Stillness was not the end, but the beginning of everything. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 100 days passed. Both Jingmen Xiangyu and Master Qingqiao stared at the abyss of the spiritual universe, not missing a single moment. Lu Yin slowly walked out, and the void seemed to have a staircase that made Lu Yin gradually clear. Jingmen Xiangyu heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was shocked. The 35 abyss realms surpassed the absolute combat power before fusing with the mystic spirit. Lu Yin could actually withstand it, which meant that if he did not fuse with the mystic spirit, he would not have been able to defeat Lu Yin. This was a rather terrifying conclusion. How long had it been since Lu Yin could fight an eternal realm Qingxian? It had only been a few hundred years. At his level, his strength should not have improved so quickly. In fact, Jingmen Xiangyu was wrong. Withstanding pressure and absolute combat power were two different concepts. Her 35 abyss realms was indeed withstood by Lu Yin, but that was only pressure. If the 35 abyss realms were converted into combat power, Lu Yin would not have been able to withstand a single stab from the startling cloud. Under normal circumstances she could see it, but at this moment, Lu Yin had shocked her so much that she was a little dazed. Master Qingqiao was the same. He could not imagine that Lu Yin could withstand the monstrous pressure of Jingmen Xiangyu. Lu Yin approached the two of them step by step. His physical body's endurance limit had transformed, and he had finally broken through that layer of obstruction. He had come to the spiritual universe several times to cultivate, and he kept trying to break through the limit of things will move in the opposite. Last time, he had failed with the help of Master Bitterlamp's 18 Abyss Realms. This time he had finally succeeded. This success was very risky. If Master Qingqiao had not forced him to choose, he might not have been able to transform. At this moment, the limit of things will move in the opposite was the pressure of the 35 Abyss Realms. Pressure did not represent combat power. He estimated that he could fight with Jingmen Xiangyu, who used the power of the 25 Abyss Realms. However, it would be difficult for him to withstand Jingmen Xiangyu's 35 Abyss Realms. Chapter 4174. Lu Yin was already very satisfied. After all, the power of the 25 Abyss Realms surpassed the 19 Abyss Realm of Wonder Gate Xiangyu's fusion with Mijin Xiangyu's cultivation. This meant that Lu Yin's current strength was enough to fight against Wonder Gate Xiangyu at that time. In other words, he had the confidence to fight against Qing Xian in human form and Qing Xian in water droplet form even if he didn't unite with the universe. Scoundrels could fight against eternal life with non-eternal life, but he was a little too much of a scoundrel. If he fought with 7 treasures heavenly toad at this moment, he wouldn't even need to move. He could just stand there and let it hit him. Lu Yin's gaze fell on Master Qingqiao. Suddenly he took a step forward and raised his hand to press down. The aura of life circulated, his body withered and infinite power merged. The heaven-sealing sequence particles surged out, bringing with them terrifying pressure. Master Qingqiao didn't expect Lu Yin to suddenly attack him. The grass in front of him spread, but it turned into powder under Lu Yin's palm. His palm kept approaching. Wonder Gate Xiangyu's eyes lit up. Lu Yin gave him a feeling that he was much stronger than before. There was an unshakable pressure. The grass was constantly crushed. Master Qingqiao retreated step by step, the bamboo basket in front of him, the bamboo fence. Covered by the aura of life, the bamboo basket scattered and turned into a rope that was thrown at Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed the bamboo fence and threw it out with force. Master Qingqiao almost couldn't hold the bamboo fence. He took a few steps back again. At this moment, Lu Yin's palm stopped. He was less than a meter away from Master Qingqiao, which was quite close. Master Qingqiao held the bamboo fence and didn't move. He watched Lu Yin retract his palm. What do you mean? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, and the withered surface of his body recovered. Nothing, I just want to ask Senior to spar. Master Qingqiao smiled bitterly. I'm no match for you, Master Lu. Back then you could block a blow from the immortal master, but I couldn't. Why test me? Is that so? Lu Yin looked at Master Qingqiao. For some reason he felt that this old guy was hiding something, but he couldn't see it. He had asked Qinglian Xiangyu and the others, but they couldn't see what Master Qingqiao was hiding. Master Qingqiao didn't have the ability to hide in front of Qinglian Xiangyu. But if Master Qingqiao was just an ordinary eternal life, why did he decisively choose not to know? Why did he not know why he found him? What the old monster, the 7 treasures heavenly toad, had said and made a choice that was very similar to the Grass Grandmaster. Such a choice would only appear when one reached a certain level of understanding of the square-inch distance. The Grass Grandmaster gave people the feeling that his thoughts did not match his strength. This was why Lu Yin had suddenly made a move to test the waters, but the results had left him disappointed. The Grass Master could not give him any pressure at all, not even the slightest feeling. Either he was hiding his strength too deeply, or he really had that kind of strength. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Master Lu. Now it's time for you to give me an answer. The Grass Grandmaster stared at Lu Yin. He didn't care about his probing just now, he just wanted an answer. Jingmen Xiangyu frowned. This answer was difficult to give. On one hand, it was the hatred of the past and the unyielding spirit of mankind. On the other hand, it was the responsibility of the civilization and the people who were still alive. They didn't want to let go of the unknown, but they couldn't defeat the unknown. Everything came from strength. Lu Yin looked at the Grass Grandmaster calmly. Tell the unknown behind you to come find me. Master Qingqiao said in a low voice, impossible. Lu Yin asked, what's the point of hiding in the Tianyuan universe? I don't know what the unknown's purpose is, but there's nothing in the current human civilization that can be schemed against. It's time for them to appear. The Grass Grandmaster shook his head. I've said it's impossible. Master Lu, join the unknown and protect the human civilization. This is what you should do now. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. I've said it. Tell the unknown to come find me. The Grass Grandmaster looked at Lu Yin deeply. If Master Lu can't decide, let the entire human civilization decide. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. What do you want to do? The Grass Grandmaster said, throw this choice to everyone and see what they want Master Lu to decide. How dare you? Jingmen Xiangyu shouted. Lu Yin's face also darkened. This was a despicable move. If this choice was told to everyone, Lu Yin would have to choose to join the unknown because most people didn't want to die. They would rather live than participate in a civilization war, especially one that was almost certain to be lost. If Lu Yin still chose not to join, all the losses in the following civilization war would be on his head. He would have to bear the pressure of the entire human civilization and endure the abuse of countless people. The Grass Grandmaster was helpless. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to do this either, but there's no other way. In order to protect the spiritualized universe, I even fell out with Jiuxiao and cooperated with the unknown to kill me Jin Xiangyu. I admit this. Jingmen Xiangyu clenched his fists and wanted to stab the Grass Grandmaster with his spear. We've paid such a huge price and are about to succeed. No one can stop us. Master Lu, you also want to protect the Tianyuan universe, don't you? Don't talk to me about past hatred or the will of the human race. I don't care. I'm different from you. As long as the human civilization survives, everything else is fake. At this point, Master Qing Chao became even more agitated. I've experienced the darkest era of the spiritualized universe. The cultivators of the Jiuxiao universe had absolute control over the spiritualized universe and treated human lives like grass. Compared to the darkness of that era, what is the unknown hatred? I'll become a sinner of the civilization one day, but I still have to do what needs to be done. Master Lu, you have no choice. Jingmen Xiangyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The Grass Grandmaster laughed. Well, I'll use my own death in exchange for Master Lu joining the unknown. Is that okay? Jingmen Xiangyu was stunned. His strong murderous intent suddenly disappeared. This old man was sincere. The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up and he smiled. His smile made the Grass Grandmaster panic. How could he still smile at a time like this? Jingmen Xiangyu looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin laughed. Senior, you can't beat me in terms of combat power. Are you planning to use tricks with me now? Do you think you can beat me in this aspect? The Grass Grandmaster stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Many things that Lu Yin had done flashed through his mind, and he had an uneasy premonition. Lu Yin was relaxed with his hands behind his back. I'll go back to Jiuxiao now and then announce some news, any news. For example, the unknown used you, Grass Grandmaster, to force me to commit suicide in exchange for the safety of the human civilization. For example, the Death Universe came again and forced Qinglian Xiangyu to join. If he didn't join, he would destroy the human civilization. For example, the Seven Treasure Heavenly Toad clan forced Jingmen Xiangyu to join. If he didn't join, he would destroy the human civilization, and so on. With so much news released, do you think that using the unknown to force me to join in exchange for the human civilization is shocking among all these news? The Grass Grandmaster stared at Lu Yin blankly. He finally thought of using this to force Lu Yin, but with a few words from Lu Yin, it completely collapsed. Compared to the unknown to force Qinglian Xiangyu and Jingmen Xiangyu, it was on a completely different level from forcing Lu Yin. People were more willing to believe that the unknown forced Qinglian Xiangyu and Jingmen Xiangyu because they were eternal life. A few news releases, the news he wanted to release was simply a joke. Who would believe it? Most people didn't even know what the unknown was. Jingmen Xiangyu glanced at Lu Yin. Even she didn't think of doing this. It was not that she didn't think of it, but since she broke through to the eternal realm, she didn't consider these schemes. In this regard, Lu Yin was too smart. Lu Yin had countless ways to disintegrate the coercion of the Grass Grandmaster. It was ridiculous that he actually played tricks with him. The Grass Grandmaster was helpless and didn't know what to say. He had tried his best. Master Lu, please give the human civilization a chance to develop for the sake of the continuation of the human civilization. Lu Yin's smile disappeared. I admire the spirit of the senior who is willing to sacrifice himself in exchange for the safety of the human civilization, but now I can't give you an answer. Let the unknown come to me. The Grass Grandmaster wanted to say something, but Lu Yin appeared beside Jingmen Xiangyu, and then disappeared with her. The Grass Grandmaster looked at the empty spiritual universe and sighed deeply. He really did his best. Fortunately, Lu Yin didn't explicitly refuse. Rationally, Lu Yin couldn't refuse this proposal after all, because the human civilization needed him to do so. On the other side, Lu Yin returned to Jiuxiao with Jingmen Xiangyu. Senior, I'm going to the active universe to get that material. Please pass the grass grandmaster's words to Qinglian Xiangyu and the others. Jingmin Xiangyu nodded. Go. Lu Yin disappeared instantly and reappeared beside the Gate of Arts. He stepped out and crossed the Gate of Arts, arriving at another starry sky. He looked up and saw Master Qudeng. Lu Yin bade farewell to Master Bitter Lamp and teleported towards the active universe. In Jiuxiao universe, Jingmin Xiangyu came to Yehai and found Qinglian Xiangyu. He told Qinglian Xiangyu the choice given by the Grass Grandmaster. Qinglian Xiangyu didn't expect the unknown to take a fancy to Lu Yin and let him join as a non-eternal being. What did Lu Yin say? He didn't agree or refuse. He wants to take this opportunity to find the hidden unknown. Qinglian Xiangyu looked at Yehai with a complicated expression. It was indeed a difficult choice. He couldn't let go of both sides, especially when Lu Yin was carrying the hatred of his master, Mr. Mu. Even if Jiuxiao universe let go of their hatred for the unknown, Tianyuan universe wouldn't be so easy. They couldn't force Lu Yin. Moreover, joining the unknown was just the beginning. What would he do next? The unknown would definitely ask Lu Yin to eradicate civilizations for them, just like Qi Su and Lan Meng. How would Lu Yin survive in the unknown? Was his personality suitable to destroy civilizations that had nothing to do with him? It wasn't as simple as a choice. Senior, what do you think Lu Yin will choose? Jingmin Xiangyu asked. Qinglian Xiangyu shook his head. I don't know. What if the unknown asks you to choose? Jingmin Xiangyu asked again. Qinglian Xiangyu's eyes flickered as he looked at Yehai, speechless for a long time. In the active universe, Lu Yin descended and entered the sea, his body drying up. The next moment, a majestic vitality entered his body. Compared to before, his withering time had increased, but he still reached his limit. However, this limit was much longer than before. Lu Yin released the power of the extreme will withstand limit and attacked the starry sky while approaching the material. Finally, he arrived in front of the material. Chapter 4175. It was a substance formed from eternal life that had been swallowed up by the laws of the universe, and it was a source of boundless vitality. At first, Lu Yin had not been able to get close to it. Even after withstanding Master Bitter Lamp's pressure 100 years ago, he had only been able to get close. He had not been able to touch it, but this time he had touched it. He grabbed the substance, and when it touched his hand, he could not describe how it felt. He could not feel anything, whether it was hard or soft. It was as if he had grabbed the entire universe. At that moment, an even more terrifying vitality surged into his body, and Lu Yin immediately unleashed his power. He continuously pushed his body to the limit, and at the same time he teleported away. When he reappeared, he had already left the active universe and was several inches away. The moment he left the active universe, the vitality that had surged into his body suddenly decreased. This vitality had actually been released by this substance over the years in the active universe. If he had still been in the active universe, Lu Yin would have been able to withstand both the immediate release of this substance and the accumulated vitality of the active universe. It was equivalent to two different types of vitality surging into his body. Now, he had brought this substance out of the active universe. What he had to endure was only the immediate release of the substance. Although it was still very majestic, it was already within his tolerance range. Lu Yin released the void in his heart, and the vitality surged in. If he wanted to use this substance as a weapon, he would not be able to do so. He couldn't maintain such a state. He couldn't always be in the opposite direction when things reached an extreme. But now that he could obtain this substance, he was reluctant to part with it. He could only helplessly try to construct a similar active universe in the void in his heart. There was no need for a universe, just a planet. He had considered this before, but this was his first attempt. Boundless vitality surged into the void in his heart, and under Lu Yin's conscious control, it continuously gathered and compressed into a corner. He wanted to compress it into a planet, but things did not go as he wished. He could not control such boundless vitality. He had failed, but he continued to try again and again. Now that his body could withstand the vitality released by this substance, he could keep trying. In theory, serious technique could compress any force into a planet. However, this vitality came from eternal life and was compatible with the laws of the universe. It was endless and terrifying, and it was not something that serious technique could suppress. Lu Yin kept trying, but he kept failing. Lu Yin stood several inches away, his body constantly withering and recovering. He was not in a hurry and he could take it slow. It would not be easy to obtain new strength. He was now glad that he had the innate gift of teleportation, which saved him a lot of time. Otherwise, just cultivating in the mind universe and coming to the active universe would take a long time. Time continued to pass, and it had been 30 years since Lu Yin had taken out the active substance. During this time, he hadn't succeeded even once, as he couldn't suppress the active substance. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at the sky above his heart. Was there really no other way? If he couldn't compress it into a planet, how could he contain this vitality? Did he have to convert the starry sky in his heart into an active universe? That wouldn't do. He wouldn't give up limitless possibilities for a single source of power. He now possessed all kinds of powers, all of which were stored in the starry sky in his heart. Any of these powers would bring about a qualitative change when he broke through to the eternal life realm. Looking at that piece of matter, it was already an exaggeration to use a non-eternal life to resist an eternal life and conform to the laws of the universe. Wanting to suppress such laws was simply a fantasy. No matter how many times he failed, he had to continue trying. Perhaps it was not in the starry sky in his heart? Lu Yin's eyes moved, and the Divine Seal catalog appeared above his head. He then brought the material into the Divine Seal catalog. At this moment, the God Sealing catalog was the mind manner, and it contained many consciousnesses from the experts of the Xuanhuan universe. Ming Yan's consciousness was also present. As the vitality flowed in, the God Sealing catalog shone brightly. Ming Yan was surprised. "Brother Lu, what is this?" Lu Yin replied, "This is vitality. I want to see if the God Sealing catalog can withstand it." Vitality? Ming Yan raised her hand and the vitality flowed in. Lu Yin was apprehensive. "Yin, be careful." Ming Yan blinked. "It's very comfortable." Lu Yin was stunned. "Comfortable?" "Yes, it feels like it's alive." Ming Yan smiled. Lu Yin was excited. "That's right. Consciousnesses had no life and they were just consciousnesses. However, if consciousness fused with vitality, it was equivalent to adding vitality to the consciousnesses. Although it wasn't true vitality, consciousnesses could fuse with vitality, and they needed it. The appearance of the material filled the God Sealing catalog with vitality. This vitality could not be suppressed by the starry sky in his heart, but it continued to fuse with the consciousnesses, causing them to become clearer and more energetic. The stronger the consciousness, the more vitality it could withstand. With so many consciousnesses in addition to the God Sealing catalog, the vitality it could withstand had reached a balance with the vitality released by the material. The most difficult problem had been solved. Lu Yin laughed, as the problem that had troubled him for 30 years had finally been solved. From now on, this material could be used as he pleased. Unless the number of consciousnesses here decreased, he would have to continue withstanding the vitality. However, the number of consciousnesses would not decrease, only increase. Lu Yin immediately teleported back to the Xuanhuan universe to increase the number of consciousnesses. The people of the Xuanhuan universe acknowledged Lu Yin and were willing to separate their consciousnesses to enter the God Sealing catalog. This was equivalent to their consciousnesses cultivating and having a second life. However, many people from the Nine Firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe would not be willing to separate their consciousnesses, but as long as a portion of them were willing to do so, it would be enough to increase the number of consciousnesses. Now that there were more consciousnesses than vitality, this balance could be maintained. Although it was very suitable for consciousnesses to fuse with vitality, if he used it to fight with enemies, it would be extracted from the God Sealing catalog. Once or twice was fine, but if it was continuously extracted, would it affect the consciousness's cultivation? This was also a problem. However, this problem did not need to be considered for the time being. The only enemies that could force him to use his vitality were eternal beings, and the only eternal enemies that human civilization needed to deal with were the unknowns. He did not know when the unknowns would appear. The next step was to use it. Lu Yin grasped the material and it continuously changed forms. Sometimes it was a sword, sometimes it was a golian, and sometimes it was even a rope. Lu Yin changed the material into a sword, and the shape of the sword changed according to his will. It was extremely smooth when he slashed out. The greatest characteristic of vitality weapons was that they would strengthen themselves as if they had a life of their own. They would also become more compatible with their master. If he wanted it to become compatible with him, he would need to completely fix this material into a certain weapon. Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, but in the end he still chose the golian. He was most proficient in using two types of weapons, the sword and the golian. The sword was more suitable for the unknown's divine power. Every member of the unknowns had a sword, and if he joined the unknowns, he would definitely be able to obtain a sword that was extremely compatible with the divine power. This material could then be chosen as the golian. Even if he did not join the unknowns, he would be able to obtain a sword in the future. This way he would have both a sword and a golian. The golian was the Grim Reaper's weapon. It was domineering and incomparably sharp, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. This was especially true when he was in the Grim Reaper transformation state, where the golian brought unparalleled pressure to his enemies. He had not used many weapons before, but that was because he had not encountered a suitable one. This material was extremely suitable. As he thought about this, the material continued to change until it finally became the golian. With the golian in his hand, he was invincible. Using a non-eternal life form to kill an eternal life form is called a scoundrel. Using you to fight, the opponent must first endure the activity. You are even more of a scoundrel than me, so from now on, you are called the scoundrel. With a whoosh, the golian slashed horizontally, tearing through the void and shaking the heavens. The activity surged out, and Lu Yin could imagine that any powerful opponent who fought against him would first have to endure the scoundrel's activity. If they could not even endure it, then there was no point in fighting. However, it was not easy to endure the scoundrel's activity. Even Master Qting had been forced to the point that he had not been able to obtain this material. With Master Qting as the standard, the average eternal life form would not be able to endure it. This meant that the average eternal life form would not even have the ability to endure the scoundrel's slash. This was the essence of the scoundrel, and one had to be able to endure it first. Right, the activity was a kind of limit. Then, what would happen if things reached an extreme and were to be used in the opposite direction? Lu Yin sat cross-legged in the void and placed the scoundrel on his lap. Things reached an extreme and could only be reversed. The scoundrel's activity surged out, but when things reached an extreme, it produced a strange power that was filled with a deathly stillness. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. What was this? Activity was the source of vitality, and the opposite of that was the power of deathly stillness. This deathly stillness seemed to be able to devour life, and its appearance made Lu Yin uneasy. However, this deathly stillness felt familiar to Lu Yin. Right, the bone spiel, the death universe. He remembered that when he had been planted with the bone spiel, he had felt this power, and it was almost the same. Could it be that the death universe cultivated a power that was the opposite of activity? Deathly stillness? Thus, execution, which had been unlocked from the source box, had created a power called deathly stillness. Deathly stillness represented the death universe's form, but it also represented its power. Lu Yin felt that he might have seen the truth of the death universe. The death universe had always been very mysterious, and Qinglian Yu and the others had not even been willing to come into contact with it. They would rather play dead. Now he seemed to understand a little. But the more he understood, the more uneasy he felt. This deathly stillness was quite terrifying, and it was a power that could devour life. Even the scarlet godly power of the unknown was somewhat insufficient in front of this deathly stillness. This did not mean that the unknown was inferior to the death universe, but that deathly stillness was more tyrannical and darker. It was the complete opposite of activity. Lu Yin had not expected that he would be able to touch the pulse of the deathly stillness when he reached an extreme. If the death universe was this deathly stillness power, then could he borrow this power to create a death universe as well? As soon as he thought of this, he immediately rejected the idea. The death universe could not be created with just one type of power, and he had not grasped the power of deathly stillness yet. He had only touched the pulse of the deathly stillness when he reached an extreme. Besides, the death universe might not only contain the power of deathly stillness, but by relying on this deathly stillness power, Lu Yin felt that he might be able to see the death universe clearly. End of chapter. Chapter 4176. The death universe had always been a topic that the human civilization did not want to talk about. Even Chancellor Qinglian did not want to have any contact with the death universe in the face of unknown pressure. They had thought of using the death universe as a threat, which showed how terrifying and mysterious the death universe was in their hearts. True terror came from the mysterious unknown. If one could see the death universe clearly, no matter how powerful it was, at least there would be no fear of the unknown. Would be much better. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the die in a daze. He did not know if the die's possession could be integrated into the death universe's creatures. He hoped so. However, now was not the time. He did not even know where the death universe was now, so there was no need to provoke it. Against a fishing civilization, the die did not seem that mysterious. Even eternity could break the die's ability, let alone the death universe. He could only try it when facing the threat of the death universe. In that case, the power of the death universe should be used sparingly to prevent attracting the death universe. Lu Yin put away Rogue and teleported to the ninth heaven universe. He had been away for more than 30 years, and he did not know if the other side had sent a grass grandmaster to pass on a message. Lu Yin arrived at Yahai. He immediately saw Hong who was looking at the mother tree in a daze. He could not help it. Her red clothes were too eye-catching. Hong saw Lu Yin arrive. She bowed slowly. Mr. Lu. Lu Yin nodded. I'm here to look for Senior Qinglian. Master will be here soon. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Lu, Hong said. She then bowed again and turned to leave. Lu Yin looked at her back. Her red clothes reminded him of Hong under the stars. Just as she was looking at his back, Hong suddenly stopped and turned around to meet his gaze. Lu Yin was stunned and looked away. Mr. Lu, you seem to have one more condition, Hong said. Lu Yin looked at her. Miss, what condition have you thought of? Hong said, does Mr. Lu still care about the deal with Master? Lu Yin's expression changed. No one can ignore Senior Qinglian. Hong nodded. Then I'll contact you when I've thought about it. Mr. Lu, please help yourself. Lu Yin looked at Hong's back as she left. He did not know what condition she wanted to propose. Compared to when he had just arrived at the ninth heaven, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. As long as he was in the human civilization, there was nothing that could stop him. However, this woman was not from the human civilization. Could it be a foreign civilization was involved? At this moment, Qinglian arrived. What happened? Did you get a weapon? Lu Yin smiled and took out Golian. Imperial Blue Lotus praised, you finally have a weapon that suits you. It's called Rascal. The Blue Lotus Emperor looked at him strangely. Bro. Alarmed Xianxia arrived, and when he heard Lu Yin's nickname for Golian, he asked curiously, why are you calling him a scoundrel? Lu Yin smiled at Wondergate Xianxia. Senior, do you want to test the power of this weapon? Qinglian Xianxia looked at Jingmen Xianxia with interest. Jingmen Xianxia nodded, sure. He then faced Lu Yin, his temperament gradually becoming cold. There was even a hint of solemnity in her eyes as she recalled the scene of Lu Yin withstanding the pressure of her 35 abyss realms in her spiritual universe. Lu Yin was not an eternal and he was not a simple scoundrel. He was very strong. Shui Pagoda Xianxia arrived and was surprised to see this scene. Did I miss something? It hasn't started yet. Qinglian Xianxia said. Jingmen Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. Come, let me see why it's called Rascal. Isn't he already a rascal? Wondergate, have you lost your memory? Shui Pagoda Xianxia was puzzled. No one paid attention to him. Lu Yin held Golian tightly and took a step forward. A sharp edge flashed around his body, descending and slashing. Bang. There was a loud bang and Jingmen Xianxia took a step back with startling cloud in hand. He turned around and pierced through the void, stabbing at Golian's empty space. If this attack went smoothly, it would pierce Lu Yin's abdomen. Another loud bang was heard as Golian pressed down, and the sharp edge pressed down on startling cloud. Lu Yin did not use any strength, but Jingmen Xianxia felt as if he had been electrocuted. Shui Pagoda Xianxia frowned. This was not right. Lu Yin's attack was powerful, but it was not powerful enough to force Jingmen Xianxia back. After all, he had not broken through to the eternal realm, and his various methods could only match or defeat ordinary eternal beings. However, Jingmen Xianxia was not an ordinary eternal being. She was extremely strong. It was already good that Lu Yin could stand firm under Jingmen Xianxia's attack. How could he force her back a step? Moreover, the second attack was from Jingmen Xianxia, not Lu Yin. However, it was Jingmen Xianxia who pulled back her weapon. No, something was wrong. Are you two playing? Qinglian Xianxia looked up. Shui Pagoda, come and try. Jingmen Xianxia raised his eyebrows and looked at Shui Pagoda Xianxia. Come and try. Let's try. Shui Pagoda Xianxia pulled out his crimson blade. In an instant, the sky above the sea of karma was dyed red, and the killing intent was suffocating. Below the mother tree, countless people looked up and felt the oppressive stench of blood. It was the power of Shui Pagoda Xianxia. The killing intent swept across the sea of karma, the lotus pond, and the entire mother tree's crown. Jingmen Xianxia was speechless. Are you trying to destroy Senior Qinglian's sea of karma? Shui Pagoda Xianxia sneered. Don't try to fool me. There is definitely a problem. I don't want to lose face. He then stared at Lu Yin. Mr. Lu, come and let me see what is going on. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, be careful. Junior's Golian is called Rogue. Shui Pagoda Xianxia was surprised. Rogue. Before he could think further, Lu Yin's Golian slashed diagonally. Shui Pagoda Xianxia instinctively dodged and Lu Yin's Golian turned. He didn't even need to aim and slashed from bottom to top. Go Lian's attack range was too large, which was an advantage. Jingmen Xiangyu used Startling Cloud to break through a single point, but Shui Pagoda's attack was too large and could easily be blocked by Go Lian. Shui Pagoda Xiangyu didn't want to use an opening to attack Lu Yin. His target was Go Lian. Bang! Shui Pagoda and Go Lian collided, and a sharp aura tore through the void and collapsed the surroundings. Boundless darkness spread out, and Qinglian Xiangyu hurriedly waved his hand to compress the aftermath of the collision to a certain range. Shui Pagoda Xiangyu looked at the collision in disbelief and quickly pulled back his sword. In front of him, Lu Yin also slowly pulled back his Go Lian. Shui Pagoda Xiangyu looked at Shui Pagoda Xiangyu and then at Lu Yin. How did this happen? At the moment of collision, a surge of vitality had entered his body through Shui Pagoda. It had come so suddenly and so violently that he almost wanted to retreat. It was also at that moment that he understood why Jingmen Xiangyu had retreated. It wasn't because Lu Yin had forced him to retreat, but because he didn't want more vitality to enter his body. Jingmen Xiangyu had wisely retreated, and Shui Pagoda Xiangyu took a few hits for the sake of his reputation. In the end he also chose to retreat. Otherwise, if the vitality continued to enter his body, he would have to resist it while also guarding against Lu Yin. Lu Yin was pleased with himself and waved Go Lian. How is it? Junior's shamelessness isn't bad, right? Qinglian Xiangyu praised. No wonder you called it shameless. It really is shameless. Jingmen Xiangyu agreed. It really is shameless. Quite shameless, Shui Pagoda Xiangyu said. Shui Pagoda Xiangyu put away Shui Pagoda Xiangyu's sword. That's in accordance with the laws of the universe. It's the matter of the living universe. Lu Yin nodded and also put away Go Lian. In a battle between eternal life forms, being in accordance with the laws of the universe is considered one's foundation. Your Go Lian can release vitality in accordance with the laws of the universe at any time. Any life form that fights against it must be able to withstand the vitality entering their body first. With this weapon, you have an eternal life form that can release vitality in accordance with the laws of the universe at any time. It's like 2 against 1. Jingmen Xiangyu exclaimed. The more they said this, the prouder Lu Yin became. From the beginning he had to unite his will to fight against the humanoid Qingxian. After entering the level of shamelessness, he had many means to fight against eternal life forms. The appearance of the shameless Go Lian allowed him to take a step forward. It could be said that if he were to fight against the humanoid Qingxian and the droplet Qingxian at the same time, he would not need to unite his will with the Tianyuan universe. Shui Pagoda Xiangyu praised, Mr. Lu, you are no longer a simple shameless person. You are the overlord of shameless people. Lu Yin was speechless. He felt that Shui Pagoda Xiangyu's words were like scolding him. He slowly bowed to Qinglian Xiangyu, Jingmen Xiangyu and Shui Pagoda Xiangyu. Junior has to thank the 3 seniors. If not for the fact that the 3 seniors did not take this matter, it would not have been my turn. With the strength of Jingmen Xiangyu and Shui Pagoda Xiangyu, they could have taken the matter, but they did not take it and left it for Lu Yin. Jingmen Xiangyu did not care. I have Jingyun. Shui Pagoda Xiangyu smiled. I also have Shui Pagoda. It doesn't matter. No matter what, I still have to thank the 3 seniors. Lu Yin was grateful. Who would have thought that the 9th heaven universe, which used the entire spiritualized universe as its cultivation resources, would treat him so well? Back when Lu Yin had taken Limitless to the spiritualized universe, he had been prepared to die. He had experienced some life and death situations in the spiritualized universe, and he had fought a battle of wits and courage with Yu Sang Tian. But after arriving in the continent of the 9 firmaments, everything had changed. It was as if he had returned home and everyone was helping him, especially the imperial gods. They treated him like his elders and he was touched by their kindness. The world of cultivation was ruthless and full of schemes and deceit. Lu Yin had experienced it before, but he was lucky that the few eternal realm cultivators he faced were all people with great foresight. No matter what realm one was in, there were good and bad people. Even if one's state of mind was different, some eternal realm cultivators could not stand you and wanted to destroy you. Therefore Lu Yin knew that he was very lucky to have met these people. By the way, is there any news from the other side? Lu Yin asked. Qinglian Xiangyu said, no. Xiangyu looked at Lu Yin. I really did not expect that the other side would invite you. You are a scoundrel, but no matter how you look at it, you should have invited Senior Qinglian or me. Even Jingmen is normal. After all, being a scoundrel is not something a scoundrel can compare to. What do you mean even if it's me? Jingmen Xiangyu stared at Xiangyu unhappily. Am I worse than you? Don't be so obvious, Xianxia said. Jingmen Xiangyu raised his eyebrows. Then let's have a fight. I have tolerated you for a long time. Xianxia did not care. Sure, spit out the cultivation spirit of me Jin first. That is part of my strength now. Girl, you are getting more and more shameless. Do you want to give my cultivation spirit to you too? If you dare to give it to me, I dare to take it. If you dare to take it, I dare to give it to you. You give it to me. You ask for it. I want it. You give it to me. If you ask for it, I will definitely give it to you. You. Chapter 4177. Listening to the two bicker, the Lianlian ruler said helplessly, "Stop arguing. Restrain yourself in front of the younger generation." Lu Yin was already used to it. The Blood Tower ruler and the Stargate ruler quarreled every day. Master Bitterlamp had said that it wasn't obvious before, but ever since the Stargate ruler had merged with the Mystic ruler's cultivation spirit and suppressed the Blood Tower ruler's self-esteem had begun to stir. If that hidden unknowable were to appear and invite you, would you join them? Qinglian Yu asked solemnly. The Blood Tower ruler and the Stargate ruler both looked at Lu Yin. They knew that if they were faced with such a choice, they would also find it difficult to make a decision. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. I don't know. The Lianlian ruler nodded. No one can easily make a choice. Unless they forget history, they won't forget it, and they shouldn't forget it. But you have to consider the present and the future. The Blood Tower ruler sighed. Not long after, Lu Yin left the spatial ocean and returned to the Xuanhuan universe. He sat in the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect and silently looked at the stars. In the distance, the ancestral turtle slowly swam, opening and closing its eyes at times. The strength beast and Su Wang had disappeared, and they had even taken the hellworm with them. Many cultivators entered and exited. The Above Heaven sect had long since returned to its former liveliness. The blood ancestor liked to sit in a corner and watch the cultivators enter and exit. Elder Chan did the same. Trade ships constantly passed by, and cultivators strolled through the stars. It was a bustling scene. Long Shi walked over and made a cup of tea for Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it and watched the tea rise and fall. He wanted to say something but he couldn't. Long Shi didn't disturb him and quietly left. Then Wangwen arrived. Why are you here? Lu Yin found it strange that he hadn't called Wangwen. Wangwen was puzzled. Chess Path Master, did you call me here? No. Miss Long Shi asked me to come. Then should I leave? Lu Yin smiled. Since you're here, take a seat. Long Shi walked over and made a cup of tea for Wangwen. Wangwen looked at her helplessly. Miss, you're making me feel awkward. Long Shi smiled. It's fine. We're old friends catching up. I won't chase you away. I'm a very conscientious person, and I don't really want to be chased away, Wangwen said. He then looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Goodbye, chess master. Lu Yin looked at him. I'm faced with a choice. Wangwen was curious. What choice? Why are you in such a dilemma? Lu Yin put down his teacup. The unknown has invited me to join. Wangwen and Long Shi were both surprised. Did they invite you to join? Lu Yin didn't say anything as he calmly looked into the distance. Wangwen gulped and leaned closer. Are you serious? I wonder if we can invite Chess Taoist Master to join us? You are not in the eternal life realm. Lu Yin said calmly, yes, it's not the eternal realm, but it's an invitation. Do you think I should join? Of course. What's there to hesitate about? Wangwen was puzzled. Lu Yin asked, how do you let go of past grudges? Then let's take revenge before joining, Wangwen said. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he wasn't surprised by Wangwen's words at all. That's right, he would join them after taking his revenge. Can I still join after taking my revenge? Why can't we do that? After we take our revenge, we will definitely need to fill up the ranks with experts. If we let you join us, we will have one less enemy and we will be able to rope in an expert. Why not? What if the unknowns ask me to destroy human civilization? That's impossible. Wangwen was very certain. Even Master Greengrass can protect the spiritualized universe. Chess Taoist Master, your value is much higher than Master Greengrass's. At the very least, you can protect the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin looked at him. So, if I can protect human civilization, I can join after taking my revenge? Wangwen took a sip of tea. You have already thought of this. Why ask me? Lu Yin said, I just want to hear the opinion of a smart person. Wangwen nodded and praised, good tea. He then put down his teacup and thought about it seriously. If I were the unknowns, I would have thought through my decision to invite you. Since I invited you, I would not give up so easily. Even if you killed some of the unknown's experts, it only proves that those creatures were not experts and that you were. Doing so would only make the unknowns want to invite you. I believe that your greatest psychological burden now is to join the unknowns for some reason, such as destroying certain civilizations. Lu Yin held his teacup and took a sip. He didn't deny it. Xuanhuan sighed deeply. Everyone says that I'm the smartest person. Is that true? No one dares to claim to be the smartest because there will always be areas that you cannot reach. Even mortals in those areas can surpass you. There are no absolutes. This is even more true for the universe. Chess Taoist Master, have you ever thought about why those fishing civilizations keep destroying other civilizations? Because they like to? Because they are bored? I don't think so. He looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. I've thought about it for a long time. Perhaps it's because they have no other choice. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. No other choice? Xuanhuan nodded. It's a very simple answer, but it's not simple at all. Fishing civilizations can destroy ordinary civilizations with a flip of their hand, and they have indeed done so. What? No one can give us an answer, so we have to guess one ourselves. If all fishing civilizations do the same thing, is it because they have to do it? If they don't do it, will they endanger themselves? We are not willing to destroy other civilizations under the premise that we are unrelated to. This emotion is called benevolence, but benevolence might be the death line of fishing civilizations. Chess Taoist Master, even if you don't join the unknown, when the human civilization steps into the fishing civilization level under your leadership, will they still face a choice? A choice that requires them to destroy all civilizations they see? How likely is this? Lu Yin stared at Xuanhuan in a daze. Would they still face a choice? He had indeed not considered this point. He had thought of taking revenge before joining the unknown. He had thought of many possibilities. If Xuanhuan could think of these, so could he. However, he had not thought about whether he would face the same choice in the future. He had been cultivating, but Xuanhuan had been thinking. He had considered much more than Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin realized that Xuanhuan had aged a little. He was no longer as lively and energetic as when they first met. Lu Yin's thoughts were deeper. Xuanhuan drank his tea in one gulp. This is a guess that took me hundreds of years to come up with. How is it? Don't you feel like you've been enlightened? Ah, goodbye. Lu Yin did not stop him from leaving. He looked at Xuanhuan's back. This guess was invaluable. Long she poured more tea for Lu Yin and turned to leave. She understood Lu Yin very well. She understood Lu Yin's happiness, sadness, troubles, and difficulties. That was why she had invited Xuanhuan. Only Xuanhuan could counsel him. Xuanhuan said that he was not the smartest, but everyone in the heaven above sect knew that he was the smartest. He could always help Lu Yin out of his predicament at the right time. Even when faced with the threat of the teardrop-shaped xianxia, Xuanhuan could think of ways to stop her. This kind of flash of inspiration was not his forte. He was good at long-term planning and thought very far ahead. Lu Yin sat at the back of the mountain for more than 10 days. Xuanhuan's words made him think of the future. The fishing civilization would unanimously destroy other civilizations and try their best to destroy them. What? The only thing that could make one guess was that they had to do so. If the human civilization reached the fishing civilization level, they would also have to find a way to destroy other civilizations. What was the difference between doing this and the unknown? It was no longer important whether he joined the unknown or not. He would eventually encounter this day. As for when he would join the unknown, he had the same thought as Xuanhuan. Revenge could wait. However, revenge would not be easy. The unknown's hatred for the humans was endless. He wanted to get rid of the migrating Silver Sky Army the most. Was it appropriate to start a war with them now? He could start a war, but Qinglian Yu and the others might not be willing. Xie was not weak and should not be weaker than Lan Meng. The cracks on Immortal Master Qinghe's surface were caused by a clash with Xie. Mabai had already explained this. Lu Yin and the others did not ask Luo Chan or the Immortal Master. They were afraid that they would know about the relationship between the human civilization and the migrating Silver Sky Army. It was fine to ask Mabai, as Mabai was not in the Immortal Master's eyes. He was just a tool. If Xie could injure the Immortal Master, he should be as strong as Lan Meng or even stronger. He would not be able to fight the migrating Silver Sky Army alone. Only Qinglian Yu was suitable. However, Qinglian Yu could not leave the human civilization. Lu Yin did not know what to say about the others, such as Qinglian Yu and Xue Ta. Would he join the unknown to protect the human civilization and ask the eternal realms to accompany him to kill Xia and avenge his master? He could not bring himself to make such a deal. The eternal realms were already very good to him. How could he suggest a deal? But without them, how could he take revenge? Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, time in the universe was in chaos. Countless people were affected. Some people inexplicably retreated while walking, some people fell back to their original realm after breaking through, and some people vomited their food halfway through their meal. The entire Xuanhuan universe was affected. Lu Yin suddenly stood up and stepped into the void. When he reappeared, he had already entered the mirage domain. Something had happened to the river of time. He came to the riverside and saw Xiaoran staring at the bottom of the river with an uneasy expression. Lu Yin also looked over. Master? He saw a blurry figure sitting at the bottom of the river of time. It was Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu did not enter the river of time alone, as he would be lost in time. He sat in the cauldron and used the cauldron and the ancient tracing battle technique to stabilize the river of time and stabilize the mirage domain. Originally, when he entered the cauldron, the outside world could not see him. They only knew that he had entered the bottom of the river of time. Now the cauldron was slowly floating, affecting the river of time in the Xuanhuan universe. Xiaoran, what's going on? I don't know. The cauldron suddenly rose and the river of time is about to flow. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin suddenly looked at the lower reaches of the river of time. The mirage domain was drifting, and the ancient tracing had disappeared. The river of time was no longer fixed. From now on, the mirage domain would not only belong to the Xuanhuan universe, but it would also flow into the spiritualized universe and the Jiuxiao universe. This was not important. The current human civilization was one. Lu Yin only cared about Mr. Mu. Chapter 4178. The cauldron kept floating, and Mr. Mu became clearer and clearer until the cauldron was completely floating above the river of time. Mr. Mu suddenly opened his eyes. Master, Lu Yin shouted. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. I want to try to break through the eternal realm. If I fail, everything will vanish. Don't ask about my past and guard this universe well. After that, the cauldron shook and divided into 9 parts. 9 suns turned into a cauldron. Break through the eternal realm. In Lu Yin's understanding, it was to use the universe to restart. Repeating the process of origin and decay so that the life energy in the body could be integrated into the eternal matter, and finally see through life so that the life energy would be endless, and conform to the universe's law to achieve eternal life. But in the past few hundred years, Lu Yin had entered the 9th heaven and met Qing Lianyu and experienced many civilization wars. They talked a lot, and he knew that the way to break through the eternal realm was only one of them. It could be said that it was the most common way to step into the eternal realm. Just like Qing Lianyu, Master Quding and the others stepped into the eternal realm in this way. Master Quding had already obtained enough eternal matter, trying origin and decay in the mind universe. Only then did they step into the eternal realm. Although Qing Lianyu broke through in the square-inch distance, she herself said that she also stepped into the eternal realm in this way. Only Qing Lianyu did not step into the eternal realm in this way. He was the ultimate powerhouse who really crossed the bitter adversity and stepped into the eternal realm. Lu Yin didn't know before and Qing Lianyu didn't say anything. It was assumed that he stepped into the eternal realm by restarting the universe. But as Lu Yin's fighting power reached the level of rascal, he was qualified to know this. Stepping into the eternal realm through the bitter adversity was different from stepping into the eternal realm through restarting the universe, but Qing Lianyu didn't tell Lu Yin the specific difference. The road ahead was not visible and seeing it was confusing. According to Qing Lianyu, several people in the Xuanhuan universe were geniuses who could cross the bitter adversity and enter the eternal realm. For example, the ancestor Tai Chu, who practiced the righteous path, stepped toward the eternal realm step by step. If he hadn't been attacked, he wouldn't have become like this. Even so, the ancestor had other opportunities to enter the palace of Etian Palace and get the inheritance. It was very likely that he would be able to step through the bitter adversity and gain eternal life. Originally, it was impossible for Jiang Feng to step into the immortal realm by taking a shortcut. It was not even easy for him to reach the great circle of bitter disaster. However, he was injured by the grass grandmaster and entered a state where his knowledge of everything disappeared. Coincidentally, he was awakened by the green immortal Yen Ryu and entered the path to the immortal realm. Finally, when the conditions were right, he would naturally step into the immortal realm. Mr. Mu was originally the ruler of a space civilization. No one knew how he had entered the immortal stage, but ever since he had sunk into the river of time to achieve immortality, everyone knew that he had taken the same path as their ancestor, Taichu. They were both righteous paths, taking one step at a time to achieve immortality. They did not need to rely on the reboot of the universe. Blue Lotus Emperor paid special attention to these few people. He had once lamented that he had not expected the Xuanhuan universe to have such a high standard in the future. It was so high that it was exaggerated. The few people who had a chance of reaching the eternal life realm had taken a special path. It was different from using the rebooting of the universe. Therefore he was looking forward to seeing what would happen after they reached the eternal life realm. And now, Mr. Mu was finally going to take the most important step. Luin was very curious as well. Ascending to the primordial realm, overcoming calamity and attaining eternal life. How exactly did one progress step by step? Luin had never seen anyone truly overcome calamity. In the past he had thought that it was impossible. Now, Mr. Mu might be able to let him witness history. However, this was the river of time, the Mirage Domain. Maiden Wei had said that too much commotion in the Mirage Domain would easily attract the attention of the master of the river of time. But now there was no other way. He could not let his master stop his breakthrough. The 9-yang cauldron floated in the river of time. Mr. Mu's body sank into it once again, leaving only a vague outline. One could roughly see the surging vitality. The karmic great celestial phenomenon surged. Blue Lotus Emperor's gaze landed on the Mirage Domain, the river of time, and Mr. Mu. Has he already reached the final step? Luin was surprised. Senior, my master has reached the final step? That's right. He has already seen through his own life under the river of time. He understands the origin and decay of life, causing the vitality to multiply endlessly. The next step, which is also the final step, is to conform to the laws of the universe, overcome calamity, and attain eternal life. For most of the eternal life realm, using the universe reboot is actually a shortcut. Repeating the origin and decay of the body from the first step is taking a shortcut. However, this shortcut can be taken because there is no shortcut to crossing the bitter adversity. All creatures who fail to break through, whether they use the universe reboot or break through on their own, fail at crossing the bitter adversity. There is no shortcut to overcoming calamity. This is also the final step. I hope your master can succeed. The shortcut of using the universe's reboot was to experience the origin and decay of matter, allowing the vitality to surge out of the body. However, the shortcut could not allow a creature to overcome calamity. Overcoming calamity was still a threshold that was difficult to cross. Mr. Mu had taken the first step by himself, and there was no shortcut for this final step. He had to take it himself. In fact, he had already surpassed most creatures who used the universe's reboot to break through to the eternal realm. Once he overcame calamity, he would break through to the eternal realm on his own, just like Blue Lotus Emperor. It was different. However, this step was the most crucial. If there was no calamity ahead, the universe would have 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more eternal realm powerhouses. The flow of the river of time not only affected the Tianyuan universe, but also the 9 firmaments and spiritualized universes. Time flowed in various universes and had nothing to do with space. Thus, the unknown door could pass through time and ignore distance. At this moment, the 9 firmaments and spiritualized universes both showed changes in time. Blood Tower Emperor, Shock Gate Emperor, Heaven-bearing Immortality, and the others all looked at the distance. Was this a creature breaking through to the eternal realm? Heaven-bearing Immortality was speechless. Was this human civilization not a fishing civilization? There were already many eternal realms, so how could there be more breaking through? Once they broke through and gained another eternal realm, no one would believe that this was not a fishing civilization. In the Mirage Domain, the 9 cauldrons filled the sky. Gray time flowed and solidified, gradually solidifying the river of time in the human civilization's time. Luin was astonished. Was this a phenomenon? Time stabilizing. Your master is a genius, and the power he cultivates is extraordinary. However, it is neither karma nor the power of will. Although he has stabilized time, it doesn't seem like time. Even Blue Lotus Emperor was puzzled as he could not tell. Luin was astonished. Didn't seem like time? How could that be? He would always remember how Mr. Mu had frozen time every time he appeared. That scene had left a deep impression on him, and it was definitely the power of time. However, Blue Lotus Emperor could not be wrong. If it wasn't time, then why was there a phenomenon of time stabilizing? If it wasn't time, then how could Mr. Mu have stabilized the river of time? He suddenly recalled Senior Muju's words. Mr. Mu was very strong and had once injured Xia. Although he had used the Chaos Treasure Cauldron, Xia was not an ordinary powerhouse. Not just anyone could injure him with the help of a turbid treasure. How could Mr. Mu be one with the universe and complete this joke earlier than Lu Yin? Mr. Mu's true strength had never been seen through. He had left his homeland and lost his true strength. After coming to the Tianyuan universe, he had used tracing back to ancient times to stabilize the river of time. He had never used the Nine-Yang Cauldron when fighting others. These were all his true techniques. Even so, he had still been able to save the primogenitor, battle Immemorial City, and make the Eternals fear him. The Eternals were powerhouses who had completed bitter adversity. At his peak, Mr. Mu's strength might not have been any weaker than Lu Yin's. He was a scoundrel. Only a scoundrel could make it so that Blue Lotus Emperor could not see through his cultivation when he broke through. Stabilizing time. The gray time froze and dissipated not long after. Immediately after, space was frozen as well and time flowed without moving. Lu Yin was astonished. Space. Before he could react, his heart suddenly stopped, and the vitality in his body froze for a moment. He looked at the river of time in shock. Was this done by Mr. Mu? I understand now. He cultivates suppression. Blue Lotus Emperor's voice rang out. Lu Yin was puzzled. Suppression. Blue Lotus Emperor praised, suppressing time, suppressing the void, suppressing everything in the world, and suppressing the universe's firmament. This is your master's cultivation, and it conforms to the laws of the universe. The universe encompasses and suppresses everything. No matter how strong a creature is or how time changes, everything will be suppressed. Mr. Lu, your master's ambition is not small. Lu Yin looked at the river of time. Suppression? Conforming to the laws of the universe meant suppression? He had always thought that his master cultivated the mighty power of time. Yes, a cauldron was originally used to suppress the world's fate. The word suppression perfectly summarized the use of a cauldron. Since it was a cauldron, it could suppress. This was Mr. Mu. In Lu Yin's impression, Mr. Mu had always been synonymous with elegance and calmness. He had never associated him with the word suppression. However, this was the real Mr. Mu. He had once suppressed a part of the universe and now he wanted to suppress the endless stars. The mirage domain froze and then dispersed. The river of time froze and then flowed. The commotion was so great that it caused the three universes of the human civilization to tremble. Lu Yin looked at Zhao Ran worriedly. Zhao Ran stood on the small boat and looked at the 9 cauldrons in the sky. The river of time was constantly tumbling. She held onto the boat tightly, afraid that she would fall. The 9 cauldrons constantly surged with vitality. The gray time around one of the cauldrons froze, causing a portion of the river of time to freeze, causing the spiritualized universe's time to become chaotic. One cauldron froze space, causing the area within a square inch to be completely frozen. One cauldron froze light, one cauldron froze celestial bodies, and one cauldron, the 9 cauldrons froze and suppressed everything. The entire human civilization was in chaos. In the 9th heaven universe, the blood tower shook. The commotion caused by this breakthrough was much more magnificent than his. Was this a self-breakthrough to the eternal realm? It was too exaggerated. The strength of an eternal realm powerhouse was originally evaluated by the range of their influence. This person's breakthrough could actually affect the 3 universes. Although it was with the help of the river of time, it was still exaggerated. Once he reached the eternal realm, who knew what his strength would be like? Thinking of this, he was looking forward to it. If the human civilization had another absolute powerhouse, what was there to be afraid of? What was there to be afraid of? Just as he was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. Not good, the river of time was controlling. The eternal realm powerhouses looked up and seemed to hear the sound of the rolling river. Chapter 4179. In the Mirage Domain, Lu Yin felt uneasy. Zhao Ran looked at him reluctantly. I have to go. Before Lu Yin could speak, Azure Lotus Emperor's voice rang out. Not good, the movement in the Mirage Domain is too great. Time is flowing and the river is about to be drawn away. Lu Yin was shocked. What will happen? It will merge into the river and flow through the entire area, Zhao Ran said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What about you? Zhao Ran smiled at Lu Yin. I don't know. Maybe we will never meet again. Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. Senior Blue Lotus, I'm sorry. Azure Lotus Emperor, is there any way to stop it? Lord Green Lotus sighed. Facing the long river of time, it's like a mortal facing the passage of time, helpless. A mortal can't change time. Luin looked at Zhao Ran and then at Mr. Mu who was breaking through. How could this be? What about Master? Your master is fine, but the river and mirage domain will disappear, Azure Lotus Emperor said. Luin looked at Zhao Ran with a determined gaze. Flowing light shuttled around him, forming a small boat. He boarded the boat and headed towards Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran, come with me. Zhao Ran shook her head. The river needs a ferryman. As long as the river merges into the river, why does it need a ferryman? Luin was puzzled. Zhao Ran's eyes dimmed. I don't know, but if there is no ferryman, something bad will happen. Unless the universe that exists in the river completely disappears. Luin stared at Zhao Ran in a daze. How could this be? Above his head, an indescribable pressure poured down like a river. He looked up. He couldn't see anything, but he could vaguely see the existence of a colossus. That was the river of time. It was a terrifying existence that flowed through the entire area. There were countless civilizations in the area, including many fishing civilizations. The source of time for all of them was this river of time. Even Azure Lotus Emperor couldn't stop the river from appearing. Compared to the river of time, the Mirage Domain's river was just a tributary, a very small tributary. At this moment, Luin experienced a sense of helplessness. It was the helplessness of being helpless in the face of a landslide. So what if he had the power to kill an eternal being? There would always be a behemoth that you could not resist. The old monster from the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad was right. No matter how powerful the human civilization became, the only outcome waiting for you was destruction. It was impossible for you to be truly invincible. Even the Blue Lotus Imperial Guard was silent at this moment. Facing the long river of time, no one could resist. The Mirage Domain was shaking. The ground cracked and flew up into the sky. The river of time was boiling, and the time of human civilization was in complete chaos. However, as long as the river of time merged with the main river of time, everything will go back to normal. Luin watched as Zhao Ran's little boat soared into the sky. There was nothing he could do to stop it. The 9 cauldrons did not move. However, Luin could sense that the grandeur of Mr. Mu's breakthrough was dwindling and dimming. Just as the Green Lotus Emperor had said, with the disappearance of the river of time, Mr. Mu's chances of successfully breaking through were greatly reduced. Luin gritted his teeth. Was there really no other way? At this moment, the Green Lotus Imperial Guard suddenly said, Luin, bring the Blood Tower here. Luin did not understand why he brought the Blood Tower here, but he did not hesitate and teleported to the 9th Heaven universe. The Blood Tower Imperial Guard saw Luin and immediately followed him to Xuanhuan and entered the Mirage Domain. Then, with a wave of his hand, the void broke open and a river of time appeared. Luin knew that the Blood Tower Imperial Guard controlled a river of time. It was this river of time that allowed him to find the one-line sky. Senior Yu? Blood Tower Xianghu exhaled. Seeing that the human race is about to add a powerful eternal life realm, how can we throw it away for no reason? If it wants the long river of time, just give it one. Luin was shocked. The Blood Tower Imperial Guard was willing to give him the river of time? Under the control of the Blood Tower Imperial Guard, the river of time that surpassed the Mirage Domain was pulled up. Zhao Ran rowed the boat and approached the river of time. Luin looked at this scene with sadness in his eyes. The Blood Tower Imperial Guard said helplessly, the river of time must have a ferryman. My river of time was pulled away from the Xuanhuan universe. If there is no ferryman, the Xuanhuan universe will be fine. I don't know what will happen, but the Great Master told me that something bad will happen. Luin looked at Zhao Ran, and the scenes of him and Zhao Ran together appeared in his mind. This girl missed him when she lost her memory. After recovering her memory, she seemed indifferent, but she helped him time and time again when the Xuanhuan universe was in danger. She was also his family. Zhao Ran rowed the boat towards the river of time. She looked at Luin and then at the Karma Forbidden Land. There were 2 people she was most reluctant to part with. One was Luin, who she had called His Highness for a long time, and the other was Kuzu, who had taken her in and spent a long time with her. Luin stood by the river of time and clenched his fists. Is it possible that one day I can bring you back? Zhao Ran smiled at Luin. Your Highness, take care. Luin almost stepped into the river of time. His whole body was numb. Find her, I have to find her. No matter where she flows to, I have to bring her back. Family, no one can be left behind. At this time, another person appeared on the other side of the river of time. She was moving faster than Zhao Ran towards the Blood Tower Imperial Guard's river of time. Luin looked over and was shocked. By Sienna? He stared blankly at the woman rushing towards the river of time. He couldn't believe it. She is by Sienna. Isn't she dead? Xiaoran also looked over in surprise. Bai Xianer? One of the unborn's clones? Bai Xianer looked at Lu Yin and smiled beautifully. Brother Xiaoxian, we meet again. Are you happy? I'm not dead. Lu Yin couldn't believe his eyes. How are you not dead? Bai Xianer smiled. I missed you so I didn't want to die. Lu Yin didn't know how to reply. He stared at Bai Xianer's beautiful face. That face was unforgettable. It brought Lu Xiaoxuan's pure love, but it also brought Lu Yin's extreme hatred. It should have disappeared with her death, but she had appeared again at this time. The Tianyuan universe's past was like a dream. The moment Bai Xianer appeared, Lu Yin was pulled back into the dream. Bai Xianer smiled happily. Brother Xiaoxian, Xianer has never wanted to harm you. Do you believe me? Lu Yin looked at Bai Xianer walking towards the river of time. What is she doing? Bai Xianer looked at Lu Yin longingly. The river of time needs a ferryman. Xianer is the unborn's clone, so I can be the ferryman too. Xianer has wronged Brother Xiaoxian in the past. Today I will return it to you. From now on, I hope Brother Xiaoxian won't hate Xianer. Goodbye, Brother Xiaoxian. Xianer will miss you. With that, she stepped into the river of time and disappeared along with the Blood Tower Imperial's river of time. When the river of time disappeared along with Bai Xianer, the Mirage domain returned to normal. Zhao Ran grabbed the boat and fell into the river of time, splashing water everywhere. As the ferryman of the river of time, Bai Xianer was pulled away, so she naturally fell behind. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. The main river of time appeared, and the Blood Tower Imperial replaced the Mirage domain with his own river of time. The river of time was pulled away, and Bai Xianer came back from the dead to replace Zhao Ran. Only a beautiful smile was left behind. Everything happened too quickly and no one could react in time. Lu Yin suddenly looked at Mr. Mu. How is Master? The vitality of the 9 cauldrons surged, and the universe's time and space calmed down. They were no longer frozen. He passed it. Your Master's phenomenon has ended. Next it will depend on whether he can pass it. Once he does, he will have eternal life, the Azure Lotus Imperial said. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, but he shouldn't have. The most important thing was to pass the Mirage domain, but Mr. Mu's phenomenon was too big. It was so big that it almost made the Mirage domain disappear. Now he felt that he could finally relax. However, this was the biggest test for Mr. Mu. Lu Yin glanced at Zhao Ran, who was standing at the bow of the boat and looking up. Lu Yin didn't know how Bai Xianer came back from the dead. Now she had replaced Zhao Ran and merged into the main river of time. Lu Yin felt a little sad, just like when she died in his arms. The love that belonged to Lu Xiaoxian had completely disappeared. No matter whether Bai Xianer was dead or alive, their grudges were written off. They might not have the chance to meet again in the future. Lu Yin's mood was complicated as he walked towards the Blood Tower Imperial. The Blood Tower Imperial was also very sad. His river of time was gone. Lu Yin stood in front of the Blood Tower Imperial and bowed deeply. Junior thanks Senior on behalf of Master. The Blood Tower Imperial waved his hand. No need. Not only for your Master but also for the Mirage domain. This Mirage domain is not simple. Lu Yin knew that the Blood Tower Imperial was comforting him. He owed the Eternal Realm experts of the Jiuxiao universe too much. That was the river of time. Without it, it would be difficult for the Blood Tower Imperial to make any progress in the Tao of Time. Back then, he had hoped to touch the main river of time and make the Tao of Time undergo a qualitative change. Now the hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. If your Master fails to break through, it will be disgusting, the Blood Tower Imperial muttered to himself as he looked at the river of time. Lu Yin was helpless. It wouldn't be good if his Master failed, but there was no other way. No one could guarantee that his Master would succeed. More accurately, the possibility of failure was higher. By the way, what's up with that girl? You two have a relationship, right? She was willing to merge into the main river of time for you. You two have a deep relationship, the Blood Tower Imperial asked Lu Yin curiously. Mr. Mu wouldn't be going through the bitter adversity for too long. Lu Yin told the Blood Tower Imperial about some of the things that happened to him in the Tianyuan universe. Qing Lianyu and the others had investigated the Tianyuan universe, but it was impossible for them to know everything. She is Bai Xianer? The girl who once created a rain of red flowers for the Lu family and exiled the Lu family? The Blood Tower Imperial was shocked. When they investigated Lu Yin, Bai Xianer was already dead. Hence, they had only heard of her and had never seen her before. Lu Yin said, the one who exiled the Lu family was the great heavenly venerate, but Bai Xianer is indeed related. To be precise, it's her daughter. Chapter 4180. The Blood Tower Protector Side. To be honest, although what happened in the Xuanhuan universe was of a low level, the process was extremely exciting. You two are not absolute enemies. That Grand Empyrean died to deal with the Eternals. Xianxia was resurrected, but she was still willing to enter the river of time for you. She has feelings for you. Unfortunately, you will not meet again in this life. He looked at the river of time in a daze. It is rare to meet a woman who is willing to sacrifice herself for you. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. Sacrifice for me? Xianxia really sacrificed herself for me? They would never meet again. Everything felt like a dream. But he would never forget that smiling face. Time did not flow in the Mirage domain. But Lu Yin counted the days. 177 days had passed since Mr. Mu's breakthrough. On the 178th day, he suddenly vomited blood, dyeing the cauldron red. Lu Yin was shocked. Master. Mr. Mu opened his eyes helplessly. His face was pale and his hair was gray. His entire body was dim and his vitality fell like a waterfall. He seemed to have reached the end of his life. Lu Yin trembled. He had failed. His master had failed. The Blood Tower Protector closed his eyes. He had still failed. Although the possibility of a successful breakthrough was very small, he had still paid the price of the River of Time. The price was too high and it was hard to accept that he had failed. Nine Clouds Universe, Yahai. The Blue Lotus Protector sighed. He had seen this scene more than once. There were many geniuses in the history of the Nine Clouds universe who had broken through, but they had all failed. Mr. Mu's breakthrough had caused too much of a commotion, and the price had been too high. But no one could stop him from failing. The price of failure to break through to the eternal realm was death. It could be said that since ancient times, almost everyone who failed to break through to the eternal realm had died. There were few exceptions. Mr. Mu's breakthrough had failed, and Lu Yin's first thought was death. He did not want his master to die. His master could not die. Master. At this moment, Lu Yin did not know what to say. He could only stand by the river of time and watch blankly. His heart was filled with anxiety and fear. He was afraid that Mr. Mu would die. Mr. Mu had always been his backer. On the path of cultivation, Mr. Mu had always been able to resolve any obstacles that could not be overcome. It was Mr. Mu who had taught him how to cultivate, saved him too many times, and illuminated his path forward. Without Mr. Mu there would be no him. Lu Yin had always believed that he would be able to overcome all difficulties on his own, but it was only at this moment that he realized that he could rely on Mr. Mu. Even he would feel helpless and despair at times. Fortunately, he still had his master, and even though his master was not immortal, he was still able to provide Lu Yin with a greater sense of security. Master. Within the cauldron, Mr. Mu had a complex look in his eyes. The price I paid for this breakthrough was too great. Yet I still failed. I am truly sorry. This apology was not meant for Lu Yin, but for the Blood Tower Emperor. Mr. Mu did not know Xuetayu, but he knew that Xuetayu had sacrificed a long river of time for him. Master, will we definitely fail? Keep trying and you'll definitely be able to get through it. Mr. Mu was helpless as he gazed into the distant starry sky. Long years have passed and life is boundless. There is nothing that can be done. Human power cannot defeat the heavens. The outcome of many things has already been decided. There is no need to force it. Do you still remember what I told you? If the breakthrough fails, then everything in the past will vanish like smoke. Do not ask me about my past and do not dwell on it. Just protect the human civilization in this universe. Do you understand? Mr. Mu's expression seemed to age as his hair turned white. His withered, bloodless paleness made him enter the final stages of his life, and he was getting closer and closer to death. Lu Yin had never seen Mr. Mu like this before, and it was as if he had seen a towering mountain collapse. He had clearly reached the final step, so why had he still failed? Why was it so impossible to get through the bitter calamity? Master, keep trying. I beg you, keep trying. Lu Yin shouted. Mr. Mu shook his head weakly. Child, I am very fortunate to have a disciple like you. Take good care of your seniors. So many years have passed and it's time for me to meet them. My life should have been in the past long ago, and there is no place for me on the ship of the future. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up. Human civilization was already very powerful, and they even had teleportation which could make any fishing civilization fearful. He had done all of this. Xianxia had been like an ant in the past, and even spiritualized universes had to give him face. Even grass grandmasters felt pressured when facing him, but he had done all of this. He had too many things that he wanted to tell his master. Whether it was complaining or showing off, he hoped that his master would quietly listen to him and listen to his disciples' experiences in the outside world. In the past, no matter how outstanding he was, Mr. Mu had always been indifferent. Now, Lu Yin hoped to see admiration in Mr. Mu's eyes. He wanted to show off to his master just like a child. He did not want to wait for a permanent farewell without even a conversation. Your master's bitter calamity is not in the Xuanhuan, nor is it in this human civilization. It is in his own universe. If he can return to his own universe, he might have a chance to break through. Azure Lotus, you said? Lu Yin heard this and his eyes widened. Really? Azure Lotus, you looked at the Xuanhuan universe's mirage. The prerequisite is that he has to last until then. Lu Yin's breathing quickened and he looked at Mr. Mu. Master, do you still remember that overwhelming silver? Mr. Mu's body trembled, and he stared at Lu Yin with his eyes wide open. Did Mu Zhu tell you that? Lu Yin shook his head. I saw them. They were the migrating Silver Sky Army. They were constantly searching for traces of you. They imprisoned the people in your universe and they did not restart them. Instead, they kept them in captivity. Mr. Mu slowly clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. This rarely happened to him. No matter how intense the war in the Xuanhuan universe was, even during the battle in Immemorial City, he had always been calm. However, at this moment, the migrating Silver Sky Army had stirred up his murderous intent. Lu Yin saw that Mr. Mu's vitality was slowing down. He took out a stone from his cosmic ring and lifted it. Master, look at this. Mr. Mu looked at it and his body trembled. His pale face instantly turned red, and his anger and murderous intent could not be concealed. There were 9 human heads carved on the stone. They were Mu Zhu's uncle masters and Mr. Mu's junior apprentice brothers. They were the 9 uncle masters who had willingly sacrificed themselves at the last moment in order to let Mr. Mu and Mu Zhu leave. They were also the people that Mr. Mu wanted to meet. He wanted Lu Yin to let go of the past and let everything in the past disappear. However, how could he let go of the past? Looking at the 9 heads, Mr. Mu's anger, hatred, and murderous intent boiled. This is the stone that the migrating Silver Sky Army threw down. They have never given up on you, Master. Sooner or later they will find you, Lu Yin shouted. Mr. Mu looked at the stone and the human heads. He closed his eyes in pain. I was unable to break through successfully. There is no suffering for me here. Then let's go to your universe and go home, Lu Yin said. Mr. Mu stared blankly at Lu Yin. Go home. Yes, go home. Do you know where my home is? I do. With the speed of an eternal life realm cultivator, it would take 20 years. I have thought of a way and I might be able to reach it in a few years. If I am lucky, I might be able to reach it even sooner. Mr. Mu did not expect Lu Yin to have already found the location of his universe, but now was not the time to ask about the details. The migrating Silver Sky Army is there. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then let's fight and kill. Let's see if the migrating Silver Sky Army can stop me. Master, you can only take revenge if you are alive. The uncle masters are all watching you. Mr. Mu looked at the stone again and took a deep breath. You decide. If I can return to my homeland, I will definitely achieve eternal life. Lu Yin was overjoyed. He leaped out and touched the cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons instantly merged into one. Mr. Mu sat cross-legged within the cauldrons and slowly closed his eyes. Lu Yin took the cauldrons and teleported to the 9th heaven universe. He arrived at the gate of surprise, where Xianxia was already waiting. Without waiting for Lu Yin to speak, Xianxia said, I am the only one who can accompany you. With my speed, I can surpass the speed of an eternal life realm cultivator. With the Pathfinder Stone, I can shorten the time needed to reach that universe. That was what Lu Yin had thought. With the startling cloud and the Pathfinder Stone, Lu Yin could teleport there as long as he could see the direction. However, this method could not be used for long periods of time. It could only be used occasionally when there was an emergency. It consumed a lot of Xiangxia's energy, and he had to use his full strength every time he stabbed out the startling cloud. Besides Xianxia, there was still one more person to bring along. Heaven-carrying immortality looked at Lu Yin, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Xianxia and another cauldron. Could this aura be that of a powerhouse who had just broken through? However, the breakthrough had failed, and he did not know whether to feel regretful or happy. But why are they looking for me? Lu Yin pressed one hand on heaven-carrying immortality. Come with us. With that, he teleported away. In Yihai, Qinglian Xiangyu looked into the distance and hoped that this trip would go smoothly. In addition to facing Mr. Mu's breakthrough, he also had to face the migrating Silver Sky Army. The migrating Silver Sky Army's strength was not below Lan Meng's, and Xiangyu's gate of surprise could barely put up a fight. However, if there was another unknown, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, Lu Yin could teleport so he could retreat if he could not defeat them. Once Mr. Mu broke through to the Eternal Life Realm, he would not be easy to deal with. If not for the fact that he had to guard the karmic great celestial phenomenon, it would be safer for him to go on this trip. The main reason was that he was wary of that mysterious unknown. Others might not know that Mr. Mu had broken through, but that mysterious unknown was hidden in the Xuanhuan universe. Once he accompanied him to Mr. Mu's universe, that mysterious unknown would make a move, and the human civilization would find it difficult to resist. This was the most troublesome thing. Everything he did would be known by others. Unless he could uncover this mysterious unknown and make the human civilization as stable as a rock without being spied on by the unknown, then he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Lu Yin brought Xiangyu and the rest out of the karmic great celestial phenomenon. Xiangyu held the startling cloud in his hand, and the power of the abyss transformed into power. The door rotated and wrapped around the startling cloud. He stabbed out fiercely, and the startling cloud disappeared in an instant. The speed of the startling cloud surpassed the speed of an eternal life. This was normal. It was like a normal person throwing a stone. The stone that was thrown would naturally exceed the speed of the person who threw it. Lu Yin sensed the speed of the Pathfinder stone on the startling cloud, and it was almost 10 times faster than the one-leaf Qinglian. Chapter 4181. The Blood Tower Protector had calculated the coordinates of Mr. Mu's universe and verified it with the heaven-bearing immortal. He calculated that it would take 20 years to travel from the karmic phenomenon to that universe, which was a distance that surpassed the heaven-bearing race. However, it was not in the same direction, it was slightly more to the side. If an ordinary eternal life form needed 20 years, then with the speed of the shocking cloud, it would take about 2 years. Could Mr. Mu last for 2 years? Lu Yin was not confident. In the following time, Lu Yin constantly teleported with the startling cloud. Every time they caught up, the startling cloud would stab again with all his strength, repeating the process over and over again. At the same time, he also brought the red hanging coffin with him just in case. This thing's defensive power was shockingly strong. The heaven-bearing immortal was stunned. Was there such a way to travel? The startling gate protector did not care about his image at this moment. What shocked the heaven-bearing immortal the most was the teleportation. He did not know that Lu Yin had mastered it, and this matter had overturned his worldview. That was teleportation. How could a human have it? When he had first heard that the insectoid nest civilization had a creature that could teleport, he had not dared to believe it and had been in awe of the insectoid nest civilization. Now, a human had actually mastered teleportation. Was this how the joke about the distance of a square inch had been broken? A year later, Lu Yin and the others brushed past a cosmic civilization. The moment the shocking cloud flew past the cosmic civilization, it attracted the attention of many powerful experts. However, as the shocking cloud passed by, the powerhouses of that civilization immediately hid themselves. The eternal life form's edge was irresistible. The startling gate protector used all his strength every time he stabbed the shocking cloud. This was enough to face Lan Meng head-on. It did not matter if he could defeat an expert at the level of an immortal master. At the very least, he was qualified to fight. Ordinary eternal life forms could not do so. As they hurried, Lu Yin would also throw down the Pathfinder stone so that they would not have to hurry when they returned. Another half a year quickly passed. On this day, the Pathfinder stone attached to the startling gate allowed Lu Yin to see a dilapidated cosmic civilization in front of them. Countless doors stretched out like walls, encircling the entire civilization. That was Mr. Mu's universe. Within the cauldron, Mr. Mu opened his eyes and looked into the distance, his gaze trembling. He was back. After such a long time he had returned. Jingyun transformed into a stream of light that pierced through the door. Lu Yin teleported with startling gate Xiangyu and the rest, instantly entering the universe. Startling gate Xiangyu grabbed Jingyun and suddenly turned around. Startling gate protector Mr. Mu's eyes. As shocking cloud pierced in, the entire universe shook. The power of eternal life brought by the shocking cloud was as dazzling as the sun. The all-encompassing silver twisted and rotated, turning into a huge oval that blasted over. Jingmen Xiangyu's face turned cold. "Leave it to me." After saying that, he took a step forward. startling cloud piercing. Pang, the universe distorted, turning into countless black cracks that extended outwards. In an instant, the attacks formed a sharp storm that swept through the entire universe. Stars shattered one after another, and the starry sky was lifted like a curtain. Mr. Mu gazed at the battle in the distance. That's enough. The cauldron split into 9. Mr. Mu once again attempted to cross the bitter adversity. When the 9 cauldrons filled the sky, an even more majestic silver light appeared in the distance. At the same time, a voice sounded, "It's you? You actually dare to come back? Want to break through to immortality? What a joke." As the abyss descended, Xianxia of the Gate of Wonder pointed into the distance with the startling cloud in his hand. "Whether it's laughable or not, you'll have to go through me first. You're courting death." Silver surged down and blasted towards the startled gate's upper defense. The Gate of Wonder crashed into the abyss. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the universe trembled. Heaven, carrying immortality, swung the space around him, causing the surroundings to be filled with mud. Around him, shadows appeared one after another. Not only Jingmen Xiangyu, but the entire migrating Silver Sky Army also appeared. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Today he would make the migrating Silver Sky Army disappear completely. It was time to end the unknown choice. Go. The void shattered, and an entire direction was annihilated. Lu Yin did not show any mercy, staining the sky with blood. The migrating Silver Sky Army suffered heavy losses. This was a one-sided massacre. In the distance, Jingmen Xiangyu did not expect that other than Jingmen Xiangyu and Heaven carrying immortality, there would also be such an expert like Lu Yin. Heaven carrying immortality did not care about Mr. Mu's breakthrough. After all, an eternal life realm expert was an eternal life realm expert, and there were karmic restraints. Jingmen Xiangyu would have to worry about making a move. As long as he could suppress the startled gate's upper defense, he could interfere with Mr. Mu's breakthrough. However, Lu Yin's appearance was unexpected. Jingmen Xiangyu did not expect a scoundrel to appear, and the migrating Silver Sky Army could not suppress him. Strange figures attacked Lu Yin one after another. There were humanoid figures, beast-like figures, and all sorts of forms with all sorts of innate gifts. However, none of them could withstand a single move from Lu Yin. The difference between the migrating Silver Sky Army and Lu Yin was too great. Those who could occasionally block one of Lu Yin's attacks were already experts. So what if they were powerhouses at bitter adversity? They could block one attack, but they could not block a second attack. The Heaven carrying immortality recalled the scene of countless giant snails dying tragically on that day. The scene at this moment was very similar. Boom, 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 boom. Loud drumbeats shook the heavens, causing water droplets to appear in the void and shatter. The entire universe trembled. Lu Yin raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers, releasing a huge amount of energy to suppress the drumbeats. However, this energy destroyed the void and destroyed everything, but it could only destroy one direction. The drumbeats came from all directions, causing the void to boil and spread continuously. It was as if countless small insects were jumping and shattering. In the distance, the Gate of Wonder expanded, wanting to cover the sky and earth with the silver. The silver distorted and condensed into a giant humanoid figure that raised its hand and smashed into the abyss. The abyss expanded infinitely, and so did the silver. The two behemoths competed. The Gate of Wonder could not suppress the silver, and the silver could not suppress the abyss. The migrating Silver Sky Army retreated, not daring to fight Lu Yin. Only the drumbeats came from an unknown direction and spread towards Mr. Mu to interfere with his breakthrough. Lu Yin raised his hand, and streaks of triple firmament sword intent condensed and fused with the immortality substance. More and more streaks of sword intent appeared. Thousands of triple firmament sword intents slashed in all directions, tearing through the void and slashing towards the migrating Silver Sky Army. They cut through the void around Mr. Mu and separated him from the drumbeats. The triple firmament sword intent continued to tear through the sky, and Lu Yin's consciousness continued to spread out. There was no one, not a single person. In the one-line sky, the migrating Silver Sky Army had carved the words "captive" on a rock to provoke them and lure them to rescue them. However, when they arrived, they realized that there was no captive at all. There was no one left in the entire universe. Humans had completely disappeared from this universe. This was a sad thing. In the third stronghold, Mr. Mu's universe had been destroyed, and it was unknown if human civilization had been destroyed as well. The 9 ramparts across the sky that the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad had mentioned had scattered countless human civilizations, and how many had survived? Lu Yin's eyes were cold as he unleashed triple firmament sword intent once again. Today he would make the migrating Silver Sky army disappear completely. Silver and the Abyss clashed, and Jiang had not expected Mr. Mu to be so well prepared. It would be difficult for him and the migrating Silver Sky army to stop this. Fortunately, there was a door here. A streak of silver shot towards the edge of the universe, where there was a door from an unknown source. As long as the door was activated, he could contact the unknown and have them send powerhouses. Just as the silver was about to slam into the door, it was slashed apart by the triple firmament sword intent. Lu Yin instantly appeared beside the door and turned to look at the silver that covered the sky. He knew about this door. Mr. Mu had told him about it. Mr. Mu had warned him that there was an unknown door in this universe, which was why he had immediately kept an eye on it to prevent anything from behind it. Now that Jiang had deliberately activated the door, it was obvious that he was asking for help. Lu Yin could not allow him to succeed. I should have guessed that he was hiding in your human civilization. Hateful Chishu was so stupid. She was actually killed by you and she even hid the traces of her death. Your human civilization deserves to die. She let out an angry roar. The sound of the drum shook violently, shaking the universe. At the edge of the universe, the endless door continued to shatter, and the entire universe shook. The doors around Startle Gate Xianxia flickered and coiled around the startling cloud edge. A spear pierced through the silver. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How could he pierce through Jiang so easily? Suddenly, the abyss behind Startle Gate Xianxia shrank, and her expression changed. What was going on? The silver figure clenched its fists and smashed towards Startle Gate Xianxia. Startle Gate Xianxia raised his startling cloud edge, but his body was smashed down by the silver and fell rapidly. Lu Yin threw out the desert card and sucked Startle Gate Xianxia in. The silver attacked again, enveloping the desert. The desert flashed and reappeared in Lu Yin's hands. Startle Gate Xianxia walked out and looked into the distance in bewilderment. Senior, what's going on? Some of my power has disappeared. Lu Yin did not understand. What do you mean? Startle Gate Xianxia frowned. When I touched the silver, the power of the abyss was expelled from my body. Is that so? Lu Yin looked into the distance. The silver swept over like a tidal wave, attacking Lu Yin and the others once more. At the same time, a portion of the silver swept towards Mr. Mu. Heaven carrying immortality was terrified, but it did not dare to run. As long as it was not attacked with full force, it was still somewhat confident in its defense. Startle Gate Xianxia took a step forward and attacked again. The silver suddenly scattered and turned into raindrops that fell down. The entire universe was replaced by silver, and it not only enveloped Startle Gate Xianxia, but also Lu Yin and Heaven carrying immortality. Startle Gate Xianxia opened his doors and opened them horizontally. The silver passed through them and disappeared, blocking Lu Yin and the others. Even now, she had not been able to find Chia's location. This silver might be Chia or it might just be Chia's power. Lu Yin reminded her, Senior, we don't need to be anxious. It's even more anxious than we are. The 9 cauldrons surged with vitality as Mr. Mu broke through bitter adversity. His expression alternated between pain and relief. This was his home, and no matter what had happened, his bitter adversity was here. He had a very high chance of success. Lu Yin was right, they did not need to be anxious. The one who was truly anxious was Chia. The doors blocked the silver and were unable to disturb Mr. Mu. The next moment, the silver rapidly shrank until it was the same size as Lu Yin and the others and condensed into a human form. Chia had appeared. Chia did not have any form. Even if it was a silver liquid, it could take any form. At this moment, it chose to face Lu Yin and the others in human form. Chapter 4182. It had eyes, ears, mouth and nose, but because of its silver color, it didn't look real. Its silver eyes stared at Mr. Mu before sweeping over Stargate Xianxia and Lu Yin. Do you know what you're doing? Protect him. If you cross the line, Lan Meng won't be the only one to deal with you. I'll deal with you as well. Stargate Xianxia said coldly, the unknowns are all our enemies and so are you. Huan's voice was cold. The unknowns have their own enemies. As long as they don't cross the line, they won't attack. However, you've crossed the line and what awaits you are 2 unknowns. You can't afford to play with them. Do you really want to be destroyed like this human civilization? Quit now. I can overlook this. Stargate Xianxia seemed to be thinking and hesitating. A drum suddenly appeared behind Huan. It wasn't big, but it made one's heart tremble. It was a turbid treasure. There's no time for you to think. If you dare to interfere, I'll work with Lan Meng to destroy your human civilization. You can't stop two unknowns. With that, it raised its hand, condensed a drumstick and slammed it down on the drum. Boom. There was a loud sound and the stars trembled. Stargate Xianghu suddenly attacked. Startling cloud pierced out. Is this your answer? Your human civilization is doomed. Huan was furious and both hands hit the drum at the same time. Stargate Xianghu paused and his expression changed. Lu Yin and Heaven-bearing Immortality's expressions changed as well. The sound of the drum seemed to want to shatter them. At that moment their bodies felt like they were being torn apart. This drum was a turbid treasure, and it wasn't as simple as its sound. Lu Yin had wanted to wait for Mr. Mu to break through before attacking Huan. He didn't want to expose his strength so early, but he had no choice now. Stargate Xianghu didn't have any advantage against Huan. It was already difficult for her to protect herself. Stargate Xianghu wasn't weak, but there was still a gap between her and Lan Meng Huan and the immortal master. Lu Yin stepped backward, raised his hand and attacked Huan with a palm. Huan hadn't expected Lu Yin to attack it directly. It could tell that Lu Yin was a scoundrel, and it believed that Lu Yin had the strength to do so. However, it wasn't an ordinary eternal being. It faced Lu Yin's palm. Grinned. Courting death. Boom. The sound of the drum. A sound wave swept towards Lu Yin like a sharp blade. Lu Yin slammed down with his palm, shattering the sound wave blades and sending out streaks of triple firmament sword will. The drum vibrated, shattering all of Lu Yin's triple blue sword intent. He raised his hand and aimed it at Lu Yin, wanting to see how many more attacks he could take. The next moment, the drum vibrated even more violently, and the tearing sensation forced Lu Yin to use extreme reversal. His body instantly withered, but it quickly recovered. The sound of the drum was still unable to reach the level of destroying the upper limit of things. She definitely had the combat power to destroy things to the extreme, but he had not used his full strength yet. Lu Yin did not go all out either, as he wanted to stall for time until Mr. Mu successfully broke through. On the other side, the Gate of Wonder stabbed its startling cloud towards Heil. Heil was much more cautious in the face of the Gate of Wonder, constantly vibrating its drums while avoiding its original position. The three of them continued to exchange blows as the migratory beast tried to severely injure or even kill Lu Yin. However, it discovered that even though Lu Yin was not as threatening as the Gate of Wonder, he was still able to withstand its attacks for some unknown reason. Furthermore, the Gate of Wonder's killing power worked together with Lu Yin, forcing the migratory beast to retreat. Far away, the remaining migratory Silver Sky Army charged towards Mr. Mu, but the heaven-carrying immortality was still present. The spatial quagmire prevented the migratory Silver Sky Army from advancing. The migratory Silver Sky Army did not have any scoundrels, as the number of scoundrels was even fewer than the number of Eternals. Seeing that Mr. Mu was undergoing bitter adversity, she knew that if it did not stop him now, it would be too late once Mr. Mu successfully broke through. Its vibrating drum sound spread throughout the entire universe, especially the unknown gate. However, Lu Yin had also been keeping an eye on the unknown gate and had placed a desert card in front of the gate. The desert card could not deal with she, but it could suppress the drum sound. After all, the desert card was a card that could deal with Eternals. It could absorb all external attacks and ensure that the unknown gate would not be disturbed. She tried a few times, but every time it tried to expand its vibrations, it was interrupted by the Gate of Wonder and Lu Yin. It could not wait any longer, and it raised its hand, causing silver droplets to fall from its palm and gradually form a silver sword. When they saw the silver sword, Lu Yin and the Gate of Wonder went on high alert. This was the standard of the unknown gate. When the silver sword appeared, Shi's aura changed. Its silver eyes gained a hint of malevolence, ruthlessness, and savagery. Even though the color was different from the divine power, this silver color gave Lu Yin a feeling that it was extremely similar to divine power. Boom, 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 the drum sound continued to vibrate. She carried the drum on its back and wielded the silver sword as it took a step forward, slashing down at Lu Yin from above. Kill. A startling cloud appeared in front of Lu Yin, blocking the silver sword with a bang. He looked at the place where the startling cloud and the silver sword had clashed and saw a sliver of silver that seemed to have a life of its own as it flowed along the startling cloud towards the Gate of Wonder. The Gate of Wonder flung the startling cloud aside. Careful, that silver can expel the power of one's own cultivation. Lu Yin saw it. Silver expelling power. Perhaps this was Shi's innate gift. It did not completely use its innate gift, but it used its innate gift every time it attacked. It was extremely sinister and much more difficult to deal with than those who used their innate gifts directly. She slashed out again, and the Gate of Wonder gripped the startling cloud tightly. Boom! The drum sound shook the Gate of Wonder for a moment. The silver sword swept past the startling cloud and slashed towards the Gate of Wonder's neck. Suddenly, a sword intent swept past and knocked the silver sword aside. It was Lu Yin's triple firmament sword intent. She sword turned around and slashed out again. The drum sound continued to vibrate and disturb the Gate of Wonder. The silver sword sealed off the void, vowing to kill the Gate of Wonder. The divine seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head. Triple firmament sword intent. Hidden sword. Streaks of triple firmament sword intent slashed towards she. She did not care at first and wanted to use the drum sound to shatter all of the triple firmament sword intent. However, the next moment he realized that the drum sound could not shatter these streaks of triple firmament sword intent. These streaks of triple firmament sword intent were different. He turned around and slashed out, slashing through 5 streaks of triple firmament sword intent before subconsciously retreating. Something was wrong. These streaks of triple firmament sword intent were extremely strong. In the void, hundreds of streaks of triple firmament sword intent slashed towards she. These streaks of triple firmament sword intent had once suppressed the teardrop-shaped green immortal to the point that she could not attack. If an ordinary eternal life form were to withstand all of them, they would have been severely injured. Although they were not much of a threat to she, they still exceeded the limits of what the drum sound could shatter. Gates opened around the Gate of Wonder, and she disappeared through them. Her startling cloud could pierce out from any angle, and with the triple firmament sword intent, it suppressed she for a moment. In the distance, the heaven-bearing immortality had an easy time. The Silver Migration Army could not cross the spatial quagmire at all. If not for the fact that he did not want to increase the karmic shackles, he could have easily dealt with this group of Silver Migration Army. The Silver Migration Army was actually not weak. There was more than one powerhouse at the peak of Ku Adversity, and the rest were Ku Adversity, Primordial Realm, Sequence Law Realm, and so on. If not for the eternal life forms, the Silver Migration Army would have been able to move unhindered. Unfortunately, they were facing eternal life forms. First, they were slaughtered by Lu Yin, and now they were being toyed with by the heaven-bearing immortality. Furthermore, there was no progress on Shi's side. In this battle, no one could interfere with Mr. Mu. The Silver Migration Army was completely pinned down by the Gate of Wonder and Lu Yin. It was even being suppressed. Seeing that time was being delayed, it became even more irritable. Humans, you're courting death. As soon as it finished speaking, its silver eyes suddenly deepened. In the void, a silver line suddenly appeared and flashed towards the Silver Migration Army. Lu Yin and the Gate of Wonder both saw it and tried to stop it. They did not know that there was a gate, a sword, or a line. Gates could be opened and traversed. Swords could increase combat power, and lines could increase combat power even more. Chi Su's red line had fused with the Divine Force planet, causing Lu Yin's divine power to skyrocket. Once he used the Divine Force transformation, his combat power would be even more terrifying. Then this silver line was the same. Once it fused into Shi's body, it would cause the Silver Migration Army's unknown power to skyrocket. This was not something they wanted to see. However, they could not stop the Silver Migration Army. The silver line disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already fused into Shi's body. The Silver Migration Army's eyes widened. I did not want to use this unknown power, but you forced me to. Humans, I will use the blood of your civilization to wash away my humiliation. After it finished speaking, the void bloomed with a silver radiance that spread continuously. Behind Shi, the sound of the drum grew louder and louder, tearing apart the stars. Lu Yin's body was recovering faster and faster. The Gate of Wonder gripped startling cloud tightly and stabbed it out. The Silver Migration Army's sword slashed out, and a loud collision resounded through the stars. The Gate of Wonder was forced back by the sword, and he almost lost his grip on startling cloud. The silver quickly flowed along startling cloud to her, and she could not react in time. When the silver touched her body, the Gate of Wonder's cold aura dissipated a little. Her power had been banished. Lu Yin swung the 3 azure swords at Shi, and this time she cut through dozens of them. He did not care about the other 3 swords at all as he continued to charge at Lu Yin. The surrounding space was pushed aside like a curtain of water, and gray time flowed as layers of cracks appeared. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like an eternity. The silver sword descended and slashed down. Lu Yin exhaled. Wish wishes one. Dong. His heart thumped, and in an instant the entire universe was swallowed up by Lu Yin's enormous projection. She did not know whether it was the universe or Lu Yin that had appeared in front of it. He stared at the scene in shock. Wuxialover? This scene reminded him of the final battle in this universe, where Mr. Mu had also been able to Wuxialover. Without giving she any time to think, Lu Yin struck out with a palm. The enormous projection also struck out with a palm that covered the entire universe in an earth-shattering display. She's sword slashed down. The sword and palm collided and both were pushed back at the same time. Lu Yin's Wuxialover was very strong, but he was not strong enough to face she head-on. It was not easy for him to block Shi's sword. She sneered. So what if Wuxialover? He was just a bigger target. With that thought in mind, he slashed out again. Behind him, startling cloud fell. Shi's silver sword turned around and slashed horizontally, pushing startling cloud aside. A dark abyss swallowed sheer, and an endless pressure was released. This was the 29 Abyss Realm. This was the greatest abyssal force that could be released after the Gate of Wonder's power had been banished. She took this opportunity to stab down with startling cloud. The silver light was dazzling as it tore open the abyss. Rays of silver light shot out in all directions, and the Gate of Wonder's spear was forcibly pushed back. What followed was a terrifying sword that suppressed the darkness of the abyss. It suppressed everything, and wherever the sword passed, nothing existed. The Gate of Wonder stared fixedly at this sword and kept retreating. Chapter 4183. As the sword approached, Yu's silver eyes stared at startled Gate Xianxia. Although it didn't want to use the unknown power, it had to admit that the unknown power was powerful. This sword, you can't catch it. Startled Gate Xiangxia's retreating speed couldn't keep up with the speed of the sword, but she wasn't alone. The entire void suddenly stopped. Lu Yin looked down at the abyss and raised his finger. When things reach an extreme, they move in the opposite direction. Wish wave. The gray light instantly passed through startled Gate Xiangxia and blasted towards you. You wanted to tear apart the light and startled Gate Xiangxia's body at the same time. But this sword, it was blocked. The silver light illuminated the starry sky and Yu's shocked face. How could it be? The sword and the light intertwined. Startled Gate Xiangxia took the opportunity to throw his spear at Yu. Yu's body was torn apart by the spear, and startled cloud disappeared into the void. Yu didn't seem to feel anything as he stared at the place where the sword and the light collided. Impossible. How could a mere scoundrel block his sword? Impossible. Lu Yin was panting heavily. His expression was solemn. The power of Yu's sword was similar to that of the Immortal Master in the full sensory universe. At that time, the Immortal Master didn't hold back in order to capture him and save Luo Chan. Yu's sword tore apart the abyss and slashed towards Startled Gate Xiangxia. Startled Gate Xiangxia was extremely powerful. This sword was meant to kill Startled Gate Xiangxia. It didn't hold back either. The destructive power was almost equal. Lu Yin took it with his wish wave. He thought that he wouldn't be able to make such a powerful wish wave before breaking through to the Eternal Realm. The wish wave became stronger the stronger it was. Boom. The drum shook. Startled Gate Xiangxia and Lu Yin vomited blood at the same time. They were ambushed. You had more than one sword. He also had the turbid drum. You looked at Lu Yin completely. He grabbed the silver sword and slashed horizontally, tearing apart the wish wave light. He stared at Lu Yin. Human, what is your name and identity? What is your relationship with that person? Lu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Silver. He is my master. Silver nodded. I didn't expect a group of homeless dogs to come back. Do you know the unknown? Nonsense. Startled Gate Xiangxu's tone was cold. He held Startled Cloud with a strong fighting spirit. Silver glanced at Mr. Mu again. He slowly raised the silver sword and let go. The silver sword pierced into the void. The ripples and gradually disappeared. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Be careful, Zhijian. She frowned. Even knew about sword planting? That's right, Lan Meng was injured. He said that he was a karma master from the human civilization, but he must have used the plant sword during the fight, which was known by the human civilization. The silver sword completely disappeared, and in the next moment, silver swords appeared in all directions in the void, slashing towards Lu Yin and the Startled Gate Upper Imperial. In order to deal with this move, they were already prepared. Doors opened one after another, and Lu Yin passed through them and disappeared. Alarm Gate Xiangxia also passed through them and disappeared. Some of the silver swords passed through the doors while others passed through the void, but they could not find Lu Yin or Alarm Gate Xiangxia. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked towards the unknown door, where a silver sword was slashing towards it. The single Gobi card collided with the silver sword. The card was knocked away and the silver sword went straight for the door. The corners of Nether's mouth curled up. It hadn't used the sword plant technique to kill Lu Yin and the others, but rather to activate the unknown door. These two were both masters and it would be difficult to take them down in a short time. However, if one or two more unknown masters came, it would be a different story. It was too late. At this moment, it was between the unknown door and Lu Yin and the startle gate Upper Imperial. This meant that even if Lu Yin and the others could catch up, they would not be able to pass it. Humans, you are dead. Lu Yin was helpless. He did not want to reveal his teleportation so quickly. If she felt that it could not suppress them, it would go all out. However, they did not want to go all out now. But there was no other way. He looked at she and saw it smile. Smile? I will make you cry later. Teleportation. She looked at Lu Yin and the others proudly, wanting to see their expressions of despair. However, in the next moment Lu Yin was gone. Gone? Where did he go? It suddenly turned around. In front of the unknown door, Lu Yin pushed the silver sword away and looked at she with a smile. Is it fun? She looked at Lu Yin in a daze, its expression unprecedentedly serious. Teleportation. Lu Yin smiled. Wrong, it's fast. The way she looked at Lu Yin changed completely. Teleportation? How could a human master teleportation? It was a unique ability that only that civilization had. With this ability they became a fishing civilization. Humans should not be able to master it. How could this person teleport? Fast? Ridiculous. Speed required distance, only teleportation could not. How could this human be so fast that it could not see him clearly? Of course not. He was still trying to stall for time. This person had been stalling for time from the beginning. He clearly had the strength to fight it, but he kept hiding it. If it was not for the unknown door, this person would not have revealed his teleportation. This was troublesome. With teleportation, it would be difficult to stop this guy from breaking through to the immortal realm. Senior Startle Gate, why don't we just kill it? I agree. The Startle Gate Upper Imperial's voice was heard. Lu Yin's body disappeared and reappeared behind she. With his heart united, he struck out with his palm. She's silver body exploded and pushed Lu Yin back. It raised its hand and a silver sword suddenly appeared. It slashed in all directions and dispersed the shocking clouds. It did not say a word and restrained its aura. It was completely serious. The drums continued to beat. Lu Yin attacked continuously with his teleportation, but he could not hurt she at all. He could not break through she's defenses and could only remain in a stalemate. She was an absolute powerhouse in the immortal realm. No matter how much strength Lu Yin revealed, it was not a threat to she. It was just that she could not suppress them. The sound of collisions continued to ring out in the starry sky. In the distance, the heaven-carrying immortal was shocked. It remembered that when it had first met Lu Yin had slaughtered the heaven-carrying race, but he was far from this level of strength. How had his strength increased so much? Not only did he have the ability to defend against she's attacks, but he could also teleport and unleash terrifying attacks from time to time. This human was clearly just a scoundrel. It looked at Mr. Mu again. Breaking through to the immortal realm, especially when crossing the bitter adversity, would take an indeterminate amount of time. Could be long or short. Back then, it had relied on rebooting the universe to step into the immortal realm, but it also had to cross the bitter adversity. It did not know how long this human would take. But from the looks of it, Lu Yin and the Startle Gate Upper Imperial could hold on. The premise was that she had already done his best. Just as it thought of this, the starry sky suddenly changed. The originally dark starry sky was covered in silver, and Lu Yin and the Startle Gate Upper Imperial quickly distanced themselves from each other, vigilantly attacking she. But in the next instant, the silver disappeared, and the universe was still the same, still dark and deep. What was going on? Lu Yin felt uneasy. Something was wrong. She could not have used the silver to scare them. He thought of Lan Meng's world, which was huge. She's strength was not below Lan Meng's. Could they have already fallen into she's world? Whoosh. There was a soft sound, and in an instant the entire universe was covered in silver. Whether it was Lu Yin, the Startle Gate Upper Imperial, the heaven-carrying immortal in the distance, or Mr. Mu in the cauldron, they were all covered in silver. From a distance, it looked like a huge silver oval was lying across the starry sky, and the boundary was the boundary of the universe. The silver completely covered this part of the universe. Lu Yin was shocked and he subconsciously attacked she. His attack pierced through she and only the silver liquid flowed out. Where was she? Lu Yin instantly appeared beside the unknown door, and the Startle Gate Upper Imperial also rushed towards Mr. Mu. This silver had covered the entire universe, so it had to be Xi's world. How would it attack? Lu Ying was most afraid that even teleportation would not be able to stop Xi from activating the unknown door. If that happened, all their efforts would be for naught. But after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Lu Ying was bewildered as he stared at the sky, mainly at Mr. Mu. She wanted to disturb Mr. Mu the most right now. But aside from the silver covering the universe, nothing else happened. Suddenly, Lu Ying felt his strength drain away, and at the same time, the stars in his heart began to crack. His consciousness, willpower, and everything he controlled, even his vision of the distance through teleportation, began to blur. Not good. She was expelling the power in their bodies. The startled Gate Upper Imperial was shocked. Lu Ying, it's expelling the power in our bodies. The heaven-carrying immortal was uneasy. Retreat. Lu Ying frowned, as he had not expected she to be able to do this. This silver did not have any other use besides expelling the power in their bodies, but this expelling power was too powerful, and it was expelling even willpower. Teleportation could not be seen clearly, and right karma was being expelled as well. All the power in their bodies was being expelled. My Nirvana tree technique is unstable. Mi Jin Xiangyu's cultivation spirit will fall, the startled Gate Upper Imperial said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He did not know if she had disappeared or merged with the silver, but it was constantly expelling the power in their bodies. This world was truly terrifying. Even though it did not affect Mr. Mu's bitter adversity, if too much of his and the startled Gate Upper Imperial's power was expelled, Lu Ying would not be able to block Xi's next attack. She had already reached his limit after using this technique. This move was a competition of time. If Mr. Mu managed to pass through the bitter adversity and step into immortality before Xia expelled its own power and the power of the Gate of Wonder, then Xia would be useless. It would gamble that Mr. Mu needed a long enough time, long enough for it to expel its own power. Senior Startle Gate, is your world unable to resist Xi's world? Lu Ying asked. All immortals had their own worlds, and although Lu Ying had battled them before, he did not understand them. The Startle Gate Upper Imperial shook her head. My world is the gate of opening, and it is completely deserted. It is different from Xi's world. You on the other hand. She looked at Lu Ying. Your world might be able to resist it. Me? Lu Ying was stunned. I don't have a world. Your heavenly Tao of karma is actually about the same as a world. But it should not affect this silver world, Lu Ying said. The heavenly Tao of karma only gave him an additional range of karma, but it did not give him absolute control over everything within that range. It was different from the great karma phenomenon. He waved his hand and the solitary Gobi Desert appeared. There was also another world, the solitary Gobi Desert, and its darkness was boundless. End of chapter. Chapter 4184. The void continued to collapse, turning into a dark plane that extended out of the universe and pierced through a corner of the silver world. Lu Ying and the startled protector stepped forward, wanting to use the darkness to resist the silver. But then, the silver continued to spread, and the darkness could not stop it. The desert alone could not resist the silver world. If we really want to break through this world, we have to find Xia. Xia is everywhere in this world, but it's not a killing force. There's no way to fight it head-on, and it's very troublesome. The startled protector looked at Lu Ying. Lu Ying nodded. This was the only way. Before he had gone to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan, Azure Lotus Protector had given him a plate that was equivalent to a minor karmic phenomenon. He had not used it in the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan, but he had not expected to use it here. Still, it was not a loss to deal with Xia. But he could not bear to do so. That was a minor karmic phenomenon, and Azure Lotus Protector was confident that it would allow Lu Ying to instantly escape from any powerful enemy. It was a life-saving treasure. Let's wait a little longer. It needs time, and so do we, Lu Ying said. Now was not the time to expel too much of the power, and the expelled power had not completely disappeared. There was time to slowly recover, and the one who needed time the most right now was Mr. Mu. Lu Ying looked at Mr. Mu again. Master, they had lost too much for your breakthrough. A long river of time, a plate, these were all priceless treasures. You had to succeed. Time continued to pass. Several days passed, and the silver world continued to expel Lu Ying and the others' power. The startled protector's abyssal power could only reach the level of the 22 Abyss realm, and the Nirvana tree technique was becoming increasingly unstable. It was already at its limit. Lu Ying was not feeling well either. The stars in his heart were shattering, and his karma and willpower were dissipating. In a few more days, Xia would definitely be able to suppress them. They were anxious, but Xia was even more anxious. But while they had a choice, Xia had no choice. They could only wait. Let's do it. We won't have to fight if we wait any longer, the startled protector said. Lu Yin nodded and took out a plate from his cosmic ring. He threw it out, and the next moment the plate expanded. Endless karma surged and instantly covered the sky. Lu Yin simultaneously released the karma heavenly Tao and the plate's karma, pushing through the sky. No matter how small a karma grand celestial phenomenon was, it was still a karma grand celestial phenomenon. With the support of the karma heavenly Tao, break this silver world for me. In the starry sky of the universe, the silver color became unstable as the karma celestial phenomenon spread out. Yang was shocked. Karma? This person also controlled karma? What exactly did this human cultivate? He had been waiting, stalling for time. The silver light seemed to have been lifted up by a giant. Lu Yin and Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as the feeling of being expelled disappeared. Are you still a coward? My master is about to succeed. Lu Yin laughed. This battle would not only allow Mr. Mu to make a breakthrough, but it would also end the grudges of this universe. The unknown choice was in his heart. He would only join after he had taken his revenge. Xia must die. Gravitational force, karma, teleportation, powerful defense, terrifying strength, and biting cold sword will. Lu Yin had exposed his true strength time and time again, causing Huan's murderous intent to grow stronger. However, these abilities also gave Lu Yin the confidence to face Huan, especially when the silver world was lifted up. Huan was left helpless. At least, that was what Lu Yin and the others believed. If possible, Huan would not choose to fight for time with Lu Yin and the others, as that would be the most disadvantageous for him. Karma lifted up the silver world, and from a distance, it looked like two colossal creatures had split the universe in half. Boom, boom. The drums shook, and the silver light condensed as Huan appeared once more. He loosened his grip and planted the swords. Numerous silver swords appeared in the void once more, coming from the same trajectories as before as they slashed towards Lu Yin and Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hand, and his door continuously swallowed up the silver swords. Since he had been prepared, this move was useless. But why was Huan still using this move? He should have known that it was useless. Be careful, there's something wrong with the drums. Lu Yin was uneasy as he teleported behind Huan and tapped out with a finger, causing a gray light to descend. Huan was apprehensive. The wave of will had blocked one of his swords, causing him to be subconsciously wary of the wave and hastily avoid it. But how could his speed compare to Lu Yin's teleportation? Lu Yin appeared behind him once more, and this time he used the triple firmament sword intent from the Divine Seal catalog. Huan turned around and slashed out, shattering dozens of hidden swords. The drums behind him grew louder and louder, to the point that it was irritating and caused his heart to race. What made Lu Yin the most uneasy was that the tearing sensation had disappeared. The tearing sensation that should have accompanied the drums had actually disappeared. That should not have been the case, as the tearing sensation from the drums had injured both Lu Yin and Xianxia. But this time, there was no tearing sensation, which meant that there was another type of power involved. Boom. The huge drums thundered through the heavens, and the entire universe trembled. Even the Eternal Bearer, the 9 cauldrons, and Mr. Mu opened their eyes and looked towards the distant Huan. The entire universe froze. Huan, the surging drums, Xianxia, Lu Yin, and the shattered stars in the distance all froze and stopped moving. In that moment, his instincts told him not to move. This instinct that came from the bottom of his heart kept reminding him to stay still. Xianxia was the same. Even the Eternal Bearer and Mr. Mu did not move, as they felt that something would happen if they moved. Even Huan did not move, and the drums stopped as well. It was as if time had stopped in the entire universe. The universe was still the same universe, but Lu Yin felt that something was wrong. What he had touched was not the universe's starry sky, but another type of power that covered the entire universe. What kind of power was this? The drums? Xiangxia's voice rang out, but she did not move. Lu Yin, this is the drums. The drums covered the entire universe. This is the power of the turbid drum. Lu Yin looked at the drum behind Huan. Turbid treasures were different in their own ways, but they all had one thing in common: they were magical. For example, Uncle Zhang's 3 divine artifacts had allowed him to grasp the shortcut of power. For example, his own die had magical pips from 1 to 6. For example, the eternal 5-leaf grass could resist karma. There were strong and weak turbid treasures, and a turbid treasure that could be used as a weapon by Huan was definitely not simple. The drums had replaced the universe's stars in an instant, causing them to instinctively not move. They knew what this meant. This is my drum realm. You better not move. If you do, you might die. Huan's voice rang out as her gaze swept past Lu Yin and Xiangyu. Lu Yin stared at her. Die. If it's that powerful, why didn't you use it earlier? Would you still be trapped if I used it? If I didn't let you think that I was at a dead end, I wouldn't have allowed the drum realm to descend. Huan was proud. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Yes, he was careless and allowed the drums to roar. If he had known that the drum realm could threaten them, he would have stared at the drum and not allowed it to descend. It was not impossible for him to stop it with his teleportation technique. Creatures that could cultivate to the eternal life realm were not simple, but Lu Yin did not blame himself too much. He did not think that his intelligence surpassed all creatures. This Huan must have a way to make the drum realm descend. Even if he was constantly alert, it would be useless. Otherwise, carrying this drum would be meaningless. Huan's gaze swept past the two of them and she heaved a sigh of relief. There was the drum original world and the drum realm. The drum original world had been shaking before, but it did not pose much of a threat to the two of them. Fortunately, the drum realm had descended. The drum realm was not only its power but also the power of the drum. However, it was not easy to use it and it had to pay a price. If it had not been forced, it would not have used it. Now that it had used it, it would make these two humans pay the price. If you don't move, the drum realm will not be a threat to you. It must be very uncomfortable that you can't even move, Huan sneered. Startled Xiangyu sneered, you can't move either, right? Huan said, yes, I can't move either. The drum realm does not distinguish between friend and foe. Whoever moves will be unlucky. Hearing this, Lu Yin and the others were not relieved. Since Huan had used this move, he must have a backup plan. Indeed, Huan spoke, if you don't move, I can make you move. Human, making an enemy of me is the stupidest thing you have ever done. Remember, those who can join the unknown are not to be trifled with. After speaking, Huan did something. Lu Yin realized that the whole world was moving. No, he was moving, but he did not move. Not good, it conforms to the laws of the universe, startled Xiangyu shouted. In the next moment, with Lu Yin and startled Xiangyu as the center, the universe expanded and exploded. The whole universe shrank and squeezed towards them. The drum realm replaced the universe and the stars, collapsing and disappearing. The explosion of Lu Yin and the others also spread to Huan, who was not far away. Huan sneered and below, a silver light flashed. It was a hanging coffin, a silver hanging coffin. Huan opened the lid of the hanging coffin and lay inside. No matter how much the outside world exploded, the coffin would at most shake, but it would not affect the inside. In the distance, Heaven carrying Immortal watched in horror as the explosion spread. It was as if the entire universe was about to be destroyed. He wanted to escape, but at that moment, the explosion suddenly moved away and went in another direction. It could not reach Mr. Mu. Heaven carrying Immortal knew that Lu Yin and the others must have led the explosion away. Otherwise, even if he was fine, Mr. Mu would not be able to break through. After a while, the universe recovered from the squeezing, explosion, and collapse, and the stars gradually calmed down. Inside the silver hanging coffin, Xia pushed open the lid and climbed out. After all, humans were not as good as the unknown. The unknown had too many means. This hanging coffin just happened to be able to block the explosion of the drum world. Otherwise, Xia would have to stay away. With the silver hanging coffin, there was no need. Huan looked in Mr. Mu's direction. Is he okay? It seemed that the explosion of the drum realm had been led away. Then, even if the two humans did not die, they would be seriously injured. Huan had originally thought that the drum realm would deal with these humans, including Mu Ji, who was breaking through. Even if those humans did not die, Mu Ji would be dead. At least, he would not be able to break through. But since it had been led away, it did not matter. Facing the explosion of the drum realm head-on, in addition to the power that had been expelled, it would be good if the two humans had 1/3 of their power left. They would not be able to stop Huan. Just as it thought of this, a red color appeared in its eyes. Huan frowned. Scarlet? Why did it look so familiar? Huan's eyes widened as it looked in disbelief into the distance. Was that a red hanging coffin? Impossible. Chapter 4185. In the distance, inside the red hanging coffin, Lu Yin, an alarmed guard, opened the lid and climbed out. They breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lu together. This move is ruthless enough. It uses the drum realm to make people not dare to move, but it also conforms to the laws of the universe to make people move and detonate the drum realm. If we really take this move, Alarmed Guard and I will be seriously injured even if we don't die. Lu Yin sighed. Alarmed Guard patted his clothes. But you have a hanging coffin, so do we. Lu Yin grinned. How about it? Red looks better than silver, right? Just now, they had been moved by Lu's conforming to the laws of the universe and detonating the drum realm. He could teleport out of the current universe and the drum realm could not catch up. Alarmed Guard could also be taken away, but what about Mr. Mu? In desperation, they could only lead the drum realm away. In the end, the people targeted by this power were him and Alarmed Guard. But they could not take it head-on. Fortunately, Lu Yin had brought the red hanging coffin with him. It was placed outside this universe just in case because the red hanging coffin had a strong defense. Lan Meng had used it to block Qinglian Guard's thousand-face karmic wheel. No matter how strong the drum realm was, it could not surpass the thousand-face karmic wheel. So he teleported and brought the red hanging coffin. He hid in the red hanging coffin with Alarmed Guard, away from Mr. Mu and the others, and led the drum realm away. Everything seemed to take a long time. In fact, it happened in an instant, a moment slower than when Lu hid in the silver hanging coffin. Although Lu Yin was injured in this moment, it was not serious and so was Alarmed Guard. At this moment in the deep starry sky, a silver hanging coffin and a red hanging coffin faced each other. Lu could not believe his eyes. He felt that he was hallucinating. How could Chisu's red hanging coffin be in the hands of that human? And even if it was, it should be impossible to cover it. It was impossible to use the red hanging coffin without an unknown power. What was going on? Human, who are you? Lu completely lost his composure. He was shocked by Lu Yin's exposed power again and again, and he was almost speechless. As an unknown, what civilization had he not seen? He had even dealt with fishing civilizations and seen too many incredible things. However, this was the first time he had seen a human in such a situation. To be able to unite with the will of the universe and make the joke of a square inch a reality, that was fine. But to be able to comprehend karma and grasp teleportation, that was impossible for humans. All of this was understandable. But why did he even have the power of the unknown? This was too strange. It was so strange that it wondered if this person was sent by the unknown to replace it. Lu Yin walked out of the red hanging coffin and exhaled deeply. I was sent by the unknown to replace you. Chia. The corners of Lu Yin's lips curled up as his divine force planet rotated in the void above his heart. A red line flashed and then scarlet divine force boiled and spread out, turning into a mist that enveloped his entire body. This was the divine force transformation. Black lines drooped down from his left eye, and his hair was like a red sea of chi. There were red stripes on his arms and black and red clouds appeared in front of his chest. It was as if he had walked out from a sea of blood. What was different from the divine power transformations in the past was that the range of the scarlet color was rapidly expanding. The ripples rippled through the universe, dyeing the entire universe scarlet. Looking at this scene, Qing gritted his teeth. What? Why did the unknown to send you to replace me? Lu Yin did not expect Qing to believe him. He was the one who brought Mr. Mu here to break through. Qing could not be blamed for believing him. First of all, he did not recognize the unknown to begin with. After all, he had been in this universe for so many years. Second of all, Lu Yin really looked like he was here to replace him. Although he was not immortal, Lu Yin's combat power was definitely qualified to join the unknown. Most importantly, he had mastered the unknown divine power and possessed the red hanging coffin. If he was not the unknown, how could he control the red hanging coffin? Qing would not believe that Lu Yin was not the unknown. As for Mr. Mu, who was in the midst of breaking through, he had forgotten about him. There was only Lu Yin and the unknown in his eyes. His rationality was being swallowed up. If the unknown really replaced him, it would be troublesome. How could he compare to such a behemoth like the unknown? Lu Yin struck out with his palm, and a scarlet divine force rainbow pierced through the void and hit Qing. Qing waved his hand and also struck out a silver rainbow. The two rainbows collided in the void, and Lu Yin teleported to Qing's side. On the other side, Startle Gate Xianyu walked out and stabbed out with Startle Cloud. Qing no longer wanted to fight. The drum realm and the silver world had been broken, and it was basically impossible for him to suppress these two. In that case, he could only leave. Otherwise, when that person broke through to immortality, it would be difficult for him to leave. Qing wanted to leave, but Lu Yin would not allow it. If Qing had wanted to leave before the battle, Lu Yin would not have stopped him. His goal was to help Mr. Mu break through to immortality, and revenge was secondary. But now that Qing had used his power and seen through this guy, how could he let him leave? The battle in the starry sky made Forever Bearer gulp. It was too ruthless. These three were fighting too fiercely and each one was stronger than him. Especially that Luin. How could a scoundrel be so powerful? It was too unreasonable. In comparison, this Mr. Mu's breakthrough did not seem so dazzling. Just as he thought of this, Forever Bearer suddenly looked at Mr. Mu in the cauldron. At this moment, Mr. Mu's aura had completely disappeared. His eyes were expressionless and unfocused. He was clearly looking into the distance, but there was nothing in his eyes. His entire being was like an abyss of spring water, silent and deathly silent. Forever Bearer was shocked. Had he failed and died? If that was the case, then the human civilization was too unlucky. They had paid such a huge price and fought so fiercely, but they had still failed? Just as he was thinking this, Mr. Mu's silent eyes suddenly moved, and his gaze met Forever Bearer's. At that moment, Forever Bearer felt as if the sky was collapsing. The power in his body had completely calmed down, and he could not mobilize it. He subconsciously retreated, and at the same time the 9 cauldrons merged back into one. Mr. Mu stood up and took a step forward, brazenly charging into the battlefield. Behind him, the cauldron once again split into 9 and shot towards Qing in an arc. Qing turned around in shock. Had he succeeded? Lu Yin and Jingmin Xiangyu were delighted, as they could feel Mr. Mu's metamorphosis. That boundless vitality and indescribable depth proved one thing. Mr. Mu had successfully broken through. Master. Lu Yin was excited. Mr. Mu laughed. Little 7, Master and disciple worked together to kill our mortal enemy and return the universe to its former glory. All right, Lu Yin shouted and waved his hand, causing a rainbow of divine power to sweep out and press down on Qing. Jingmin Xiangyu's lips curled up, and a piercing cold wind pierced through. Mr. Mu's 9 cauldrons merged back into one and suppressed. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen Mr. Mu use the 9 Yang cauldron transformation. The suppression it brought seemed to be able to suppress everything. Qing gritted his teeth. You want to kill me? Dream on. He finally reacted. With this person around, how could his disciple join the unknown? Boom. Boom. The drums shook and Mr. Mu took out a wooden flute. Xiao Bieli, forgetting the rest of one's life. The flute was not as loud as the drums, but it suppressed the drums and suppressed the tearing feeling. Lu Yin's rainbow of divine power descended, but Qing pushed it away. In front of him, the shocking cloud pierced towards him. He turned his head to avoid it, but he could not avoid the cauldron. The cauldron slammed into his body, and this attack actually forced Qing to retreat. Mr. Mu had clearly just broken through, but he had the strength to force Qing back. This shocked Jingmin Xiangyu. Furthermore, Mr. Mu had used the flute to suppress the drums. That was the chaotic drum, so how had he done it? Not only could Jingmin Xiangyu not understand, but Lu Yin could not as well. Could someone who had broken through to achieve immortality really be that strong? Qinglian Xiangyu was one and Mr. Mu was the second. Lu Yin teleported and Qing tried to dodge again, but he found that he could not move at all. His surroundings had been completely locked down. It was not space but time. Mr. Mu had used tracing to lock down the surrounding time. Time and space complemented each other, and if time did not move, space would not change. Space could chase after time, and similarly time could lock down space. The rainbow of divine power slammed into Qing's back, and Jingmin Xiangyu's shocking cloud pierced his abdomen. The silver color on his body spread along the cloud and suddenly scattered. Master, be careful, Lu Yin reminded. The void in front of Mr. Mu froze, and a gray color circulated. Time locked down space once more. Lu Yin also knew tracing to time, but he had never thought that it could be used in such a way. Using time to lock down space was equivalent to an ultimate defense, and he could not do it yet. Qing was surrounded by 3 people and was immediately at a disadvantage. When he finally managed to escape, a black puddle appeared in front of him. What was that? His body was trapped again, but this time it was space. A spatial swamp that came from the heaven-bearing immortality. He took the opportunity to throw a handful of space. Qing was furious and the drum shook even more violently. Drum world. The flute appeared at the same time, constantly distorting the drums and making it difficult for the drum world to descend. The silver sword swept out in all directions, but it was swallowed up by the door. All of Qing's methods had been tested by Lu Yin and Jingmin Xiangyu, but he was powerless. His body was constantly injured, and even though there was no blood, the silver color was dimming. He wanted to escape, but he could not. 3 people surrounded him, and there was also the heaven-bearing immortality outside who could control space. Qing was in a desperate situation. Do you really think you can kill me? Do you think I can die so easily? Qing roared, and a silver line shuttled through his body. It flickered continuously, and every time it flickered, Qing's unknown strength would increase by a bit. His aura continued to rise, surpassing any previous time, and it was still increasing. Lu Yin and the others exchanged glances. This guy was going all out. This should be an unknown life-saving method. It can be used for a short period of time, but it can't be used for long. Senior Mi Jin and the others seemed to have used it when they were dealing with Qishu. Be careful, Jingmen Shangyu warned. A cauldron appeared in front of Mr. Mu, and life energy surged out like mist. It suddenly expanded, and the cauldron became a sky. He took a step forward and entered the cauldron, and his body expanded along with the cauldron. It was like a phantom but also not. Lu Yin's eyes widened. It was very similar to the unification of wishes technique, but it borrowed the power of the 9 suns to transform the cauldron. Was this a combination of the human and the universe's wishes, or was this a combination of the cauldron and the universe's wishes? Qing wielded the silver sword and slashed at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu spun the wooden flute and tapped it down. The void at the point of collision was completely distorted and nothing could be seen. The next moment, the cauldron began to crack, and Mr. Mu coughed up blood as he retreated. He had only just broken through to eternal life, and he did not even have much immortality substance. How could he face Qing head-on? But what happened next shocked Lu Yin and Jingmen Shangyu once again. End of chapter. Chapter 4186. Another cauldron appeared above Kay's head. This cauldron was different from the 9 suns cauldron. It had an indescribable dignity and solemnity. Not only the current universe but the entire core space seemed to be collapsing. Town. This word suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's mind. Qing Lianyu had said that Mr. Mu's law of the universe was to suppress time, suppress the void, and suppress everything in the world. Suppress the universe. The universe encompassed everything and was in accordance with the law of the universe. No matter how strong a creature was or how time changed the world, it could be suppressed. This was Town. The cauldron fell and suppressed Quebec K raised one hand and slammed it against the cauldron. His body was suddenly smashed and his silver color was falling off. He couldn't believe it. How could the law of the universe be so strong? Yes, he didn't break through with the help of the universe. He broke through to the eternal realm on his own. He was a true eternal realm powerhouse, the kind with no upper limit. He raised his right arm and slashed the cauldron with his silver sword. The cauldron of suppression was shattered. Mr. Mu's face was pale. He was very strong. He had just broken through and surpassed ordinary eternal realm beings like Master Bitter Lamp. But he was facing Quebec. Even if the unknown top-notch expert had been greatly weakened, he was still not someone that Mr. Mu could suppress by himself at this moment. Lu Yin instantly appeared in front of Kay and stared at him. Master, leave the rest to me. Kay's vitality was released along with an unknown and violent force, forming waves of clouds and mist that pressed down on Lu Yin. You're courting death. The silver sword slashed down, but Kay's eyes were fixed on startled Gate Xiangyu and Mr. Mu. He wanted to find a chance to escape. It would be stupid not to escape when surrounded by 4 powerhouses. Lu Yin suddenly exited his divine power transformation state and looked up at the silver sword slashing down. He opened his hand. Come out, rascal. Golian appeared, raised his hand and struck. Bang. There was a loud noise. Lu Yin took a few steps back. His withered body was recovering. He couldn't withstand Kay's pressure alone, but Kay was not feeling well either. Kay also took a step back and his silver body suddenly expanded. What was that? It looked at the Golian in Lu Yin's hands. Was that active? Lu Yin did not give it much time to think as he gripped Golian and slashed at it. He had not used it before because he had been waiting for this moment. If he had used it right from the start, it would have been guarded against. But now, its migration battle power had been weakened by more than half, so even if it was on guard, it would not have mattered. Golian was once again blocked by the silver sword. This time, Golian could clearly feel a surge of vitality entering his body, causing him to retreat again. What is this? It's called scoundrel. Be careful, it's unreasonable. Lu Yin laughed heartily as the Golian continued to slash at him. Sometimes, the Golian would use its silver sword to parry the attacks and other times, it would evade the attacks. Every time it collided with the Golian's body would be filled with vitality. This vitality was in accordance with the laws of the universe that no one would want to endure. In the distance, Mr. Mu exhaled and looked on in confusion. Just what had this child experienced? It was as if he had grasped all kinds of power. Mr. Mu, we should be prepared to act at any time. Even if Lu Yin were to act shamelessly, it would still be difficult for him to kill Xia, alarmed Lord reminded him. Mr. Mu nodded. All right. Bang bang bang. The sound of weapons clashing resounded through the heavens as Xia's body continued to expand. Now, it was no longer the case that Go Lian would enter when it collided with Lu Yin. Xia could withstand this surge of vitality, but he had to rely on his own strength to suppress it. Now, he had to suppress the vitality to prevent himself from exploding while dealing with Lu Yin at the same time. No wonder it was called scoundrel. It was 2 against 1. Bang. Another loud sound rang out as Xia pushed Lu Yin away and turned to run. However, he was surrounded without any openings. He was met with Eternal Heaven Carrier's spatial quagmire. He wanted to break out of Eternal Heaven Carrier's encirclement. Eternal Heaven Carrier's battle power was not strong, but his defenses were especially strong. He could withstand Xia's attacks without retreating, but he did not dare to take them continuously. Lu Yin took the opportunity to slash Go Lian horizontally, almost splitting Xia in half. Alarmed Lord and Mr. Mu attacked at the same time. One used the door to swallow Xia's attack, while the other used ancient tracing to seal off Xia's escape. Xia dodged like a mouse. As an unknown, he had never been in such a difficult situation before. But no matter how much strength he used, he could not escape. His methods had long since been seen through. Xia's gaze kept moving, sweeping past Lu Yin, Mr. Mu and the surroundings, looking for a way to escape. Mr. Mu looked at Xia. You can't escape. It's time to end the hatred of this universe. Xia stared coldly at Mr. Mu. You're just a cosmic civilization. If you take your revenge, what awaits you in that cosmic civilization of yours is the revenge of the unknown. You have no idea how strong the unknown is. Lu Yin tightened his grip on Go Lian. Then tell me how strong it is. The silver on Xia's body was no longer as bright as before. I don't want to join the unknown, but I don't dare to escape. The distance between us is boundless. I still don't dare to escape because one day the unknown will find me. It's the same for you. No one can escape the pursuit of the unknown. Maybe you've seen a fishing civilization, but the unknown is not an ordinary fishing civilization. You're dead. Kill me and you're dead. Alarmed Lord sneered. We killed Chishu too. Do you think we don't dare? Xia suddenly threw out the drum on his back. The sound of the drum vibrated, louder and more sudden than any of the previous vibrations. Lu Yin and the others stood still. It was that feeling again. The drum world. Mr. Mu stared at the drum. This time the drum world had descended, not because of Xia but because of the drum's ability. Xia had given up on the drum. All the creatures stood still. But what came was Xia's response to the laws of the universe. Movement. This time Mr. Mu had succeeded in his breakthrough. Lu Yin kept teleporting, bringing Alarmed Lord, Mr. Mu and Heaven carrying immortality away from their original spot. They disappeared from this universe and arrived at the distance between them. The universe exploded and only Xia was there. It forced us to leave in this way and hid in the silver hanging coffin. It seems that it wants to escape with the coffin, Alarmed Lord said. Lu Yin frowned. The silver hanging coffin was indeed troublesome. He had no way of breaking it. Senior Alarmed Lord, do you have any way of breaking the coffin? Alarmed Lord shook his head. There's nothing I can do. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu again. At this moment, Mr. Mu looked at the universe with a complicated expression. This was his home. His family and friends had all died here. The great battle just now had affected this universe again and again. He must have been heartbroken. Lu Yin was silent. If the Xuanhuan universe had been affected in this way and everyone he cared about had died, he would have felt the same. Soon the drum world's explosion stopped. Lu Yin and the others entered the universe again. Sure enough, Xia had already hidden in the silver hanging coffin, and the drum had shattered. A perfectly good turbid treasure had been completely destroyed. Xia lay in the silver hanging coffin and looked at Lu Yin and the others. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. Lu Yin and the others surrounded the silver hanging coffin and attacked, but they could not move it. If only Qing Lianshanyu was here. Back then, although the Thousand Faces Karma Finger Heavenly Wheel did not break Lan Meng's hanging coffin, it left a finger mark on the hanging coffin. If another attack came, it might be able to break it. If Lan Meng's hanging coffin could be broken, then so could Xia's. Human civilization, you will be destroyed. Just you wait, Xia said, his voice low and full of murderous intent. Lu Yin looked at him. You think you can escape? Just drag this hanging coffin back, Alarmed Lord said. Xia sneered and said no more. The silver hanging coffin shone brightly, and Lu Yin and the others suddenly turned around. At the same time, another place was shining. It was the unknown door. The door flashed with silver light, and it shone with the silver hanging coffin. Immediately after, the two lights connected, and the silver hanging coffin flew toward the unknown door. Not good. Cut off the connection. Lu Yin instantly moved to the door and slashed down with the Golian. The void was cut and time stopped. Only the connected silver light was unaffected. Alarmed Lord, Mr. Mu and Sky-bearing Immortality all attacked, but they could not cut it off. The silver hanging coffin continued to fly toward the unknown door. Lu Yin and the others attacked the silver hanging coffin again. Alarmed Lord blocked his door in the middle, but the connected light seemed to come from another world and could not be blocked at all. Xia looked at them mockingly. This was an unknown life-saving technique. How could it be broken so easily? Senior, did Chishu use this technique in the past? Lu Yin looked at Alarmed Lord and asked. Alarmed Lord shook his head. I don't know. I was not there at that time. Lu Yin looked at the silver hanging coffin flying into the distance with an ugly expression. Chishu should not have used this technique because Azure Lotus Lord was there. Although killing Chishu was a gamble, it was because only Mijin Xiangyu could deal with Chishu. The hanging coffin was different. Azure Lotus Lord could definitely break the hanging coffin. There were no traces of damage on the red hanging coffin. Chishu had not used this technique, but Xia had used it now. They could not let it escape. Otherwise, all their hard work in this battle would have been in vain. Mr. Mu said in a low voice, Little Seven, do everything you can to delay it. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu. Master, do you have a way to break it? Let's try. Lu Yin looked at the silver hanging coffin. At this moment, it was very close to the unknown door. Even if Mr. Mu had a way to break it, it would take time. Delay? Oh. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something. He disappeared in an instant and reappeared, dragging the red hanging coffin over. Then he disappeared again and reappeared again. The red hanging coffin was blocking the unknown door, blocking it. Everyone was stunned and stared blankly. This was blocking the door? Inside the silver hanging coffin, Xia was stunned. This was blocking the door? Lu Yin sat inside the red hanging coffin and closed the lid. He would not use the hanging coffin to connect to the unknown door, but he could block it. If other things could not block the unknown door, then he would use something unknown to himself to block it. He did not believe that he could not block it. In the end, it was blocked. The red hanging coffin forcibly blocked the unknown door. The silver hanging coffin collided with the red hanging coffin, and no one could enter. Lu Yin lay in the red hanging coffin and smiled at Xia. Xia stared at him blankly. How could such a thing happen? It had never happened before. What was going on? Chapter 4187. It was already rare to make the unknown escape, and the unknown who used this move was alone. Moreover, it was impossible for the unknown to block their own door. Even if two of them escaped at the same time, they would have left one after the other. How could there be such a thing as blocking the door? But now it had happened. The unknown door looked small, but if one wanted to cross it, the space would be magnified and shrunk. Even a planet could pass through it. But the red hanging coffin could block it. If it weren't for the red hanging coffin, nothing else could block the unknown door. Xuan was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. He had no experience in this. Lu Yin was also trying and he succeeded. It was perfect. He looked past the hanging coffin and looked at Mr. Mu. Master, I'm counting on you. In the distance, startled Gate Xiangyu and heaven-carrying immortality stared blankly. This Mr. Lu's brain circuit was very novel. How long do you want to block me? You can't hurt me, Xuan shouted. Lu Yin sneered, if you have the ability, you can crash into it. Xuan was furious. Lu Yin ignored him and looked into the distance. He saw that Mr. Mu was surrounded by 9 cauldrons and suddenly remembered something. This universe seemed to have a very powerful turbid treasure. Mu Zhu called it the suppressing turbid treasure, which was a cauldron. Mr. Mu and the others had relied on that turbid treasure to escape alive. Right? Why was Xuan looking for Mr. Mu? Mr. Mu was very powerful, but he was not immortal, so it was not enough to make the unknown immortal realm powerhouses obsessed with him. Could it be because of that cauldron? Lu Yin looked at Xuan. How did my master offend you? Why did the Huanin Sky Army not let him go for so many years? Xuan stared at Lu Yin. You know we're looking for them. How did you know? Skyline? I'm the one asking you. If your answer satisfies me, maybe I won't block the door anymore. If you want to block it, then block it. Even if you block it for billions of years, you can't hurt me. But I'm warning you, the unknown will meet every once in a while. If I don't go, they will know something is wrong and will come looking for you. Then you won't be able to escape. Thank you for your concern, but you'll be dead by then. No one will know we did it. You're all underestimating the unknown. You don't know if you can find the murderer of any dead creature. Lu Yin's eyes moved. Was it true? If that was the case, could there be creatures similar to divination inside the unknown? He didn't want to encounter such a creature. Back when he'd first stepped onto the path of cultivation, he'd been constantly scheming against the Starsabil sect. Furthermore, from his conversations with Zhao Ran and the others, he'd learned just how incredible the ability to foresee the future was. If this kind of creature really existed, then it would be troublesome. It would definitely be a top-notch expert, but how could Chi Su's death be hidden from the unknown? Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu, and so did Quebec. Lu Yin couldn't tell what she was thinking. You guys are looking for a stabilized artifact turbid treasure, right? Xia suddenly stared at him and met his gaze. Lu Yin nodded. That's true. If that wasn't the case, then we wouldn't have kept an eye on this universe for so many years. There are too many unforeseen civilizations in this universe. Let me go, human, Xia whispered. My grudge with this universe will be written off. At the same time, I can help you suppress Lan Meng and make sure he doesn't attack you again. I can make sure you disappear from the unknown eyes. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Are you making a deal with me? You could say that. Do you think we're afraid of Lan Meng if we can kill you? Lan Meng isn't scary. What's scary is that you've killed the unknowns over and over again. Lu Yin raised a brow and looked at Xia. Xia said in a low voice, the unknowns aren't as simple as you think. If they wanted to destroy your human civilization, then they could easily do so. The reason they haven't done so is because the unknowns have a habit of destroying civilization with civilization. They won't act personally, and the second reason is that you guys haven't crossed their bottom line. Now that Chi Su and I have been killed, you guys have crossed the unknown's bottom line. Lan Meng will definitely continue to attack you guys. This is his mission. If he dies, then 3 unknowns will die. Do you think the unknowns will let you guys go? Your human civilization will be personally destroyed by the unknowns. You guys will have no future. Lu Yin believed this, but of course that was before the unknowns had given him a choice. After killing several unknowns in a row, how could the unknowns let them go? But now the unknowns had given them a choice. Lu Yin and Wang Wen's analysis confirmed that even if they killed Xia, the unknown's choice would not change. They might even become more cautious. What was there to be afraid of? What if the unknowns invite me to join them? Lu Yin asked. Xia was stunned. What did you say? Lu Yin smiled. What I told you before wasn't a lie. The unknowns want me to replace you. Impossible. Xia shouted. At first he had believed Lu Yin's words to be true. After all, Lu Yin had grasped the power of the unknowns. Based on his understanding of the unknowns, it was possible for them to rope in such a powerful scoundrel. But this person had become the disciple of that person, and that person had a deep grudge with the unknowns. How could that person agree to let Lu Yin join the unknowns? Humans were different from other creatures. They placed too much emphasis on emotions, which was their weakness. Lu Yin patted the red hanging coffin. Look at this. Do you still think it's impossible? Xia stared at Lu Yin. That person will agree to let you join the unknowns? That's why we're here, for revenge. My master's enemy is you, not the unknowns, Lu Yin said calmly. Xia gritted his teeth. Destroying this universe and stealing the stabilized turbid treasure is a mission given by the unknowns. I'm just carrying it out. That's why you're still here without completing your mission. The stabilized turbid treasure is still here, Lu Yin said. Xia did not refute. Human, if the unknowns really let you join, then letting me go will be beneficial to you. The unknowns are not a race but a terrifying collective. You'll need help there, or you won't even have eternal life. You'll be the only one assigned to die. Many powerhouses have died in the unknown's history, and many of them died at the hands of a fishing civilization. Do you want to die like that? The unknowns have fought with a fishing civilization before? Which fishing civilization? Lu Yin asked. Xia shouted, let me go. Since you want to join the unknowns, then the hatred in this universe no longer exists. Killing me won't do you any good. Lu Yin was about to speak when the 9 cauldrons around Mr. Mu trembled and rotated around him. Sometimes they moved away, sometimes they moved closer. The entire universe was trembling. The silver hanging coffin kept colliding with the red hanging coffin. Let me go or you won't have a good ending. Lu Yin did not even look at him as he stared at Mr. Mu. An indescribable feeling spread through him, as if the entire universe had come alive. The next moment Mr. Mu shouted, "Cauldron come!" The stars rumbled as a huge thunderbolt tore through the void. It was as if the entire universe had been split open. The next moment, a huge cauldron slowly descended, crushing the sky as it headed towards Mr. Mu. Everyone was stunned when they saw the cauldron. The moment they saw it, both Lu Yin and Xianyu felt an indescribable pressure. It was as if it was not a cauldron but a universe. The cauldron was the universe and the universe was the cauldron. Xie stared at the cauldron. It had appeared. After searching for so many years, it had still appeared. It was indeed in this universe. It did not leave. The huge cauldron spiraled down and shrank until it finally floated in front of Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu looked at the cauldron and raised a trembling hand to place it on top of it. His eyes were red. "Old friend, we meet again." At this moment, the cauldron did not shine. It was simple and heavy, filled with the traces of time. At first glance, it looked ancient and nothing else. Even the shock that it had given Lu Yin and the others had disappeared. In front of Mr. Mu, the cauldron had completely restrained itself. It slowly approached him like a long-lost relative. Mr. Mu nodded and smiled excitedly. "We can fight side by side again. Old friend, I am now in the eternal realm. Let me see what kind of battle power you can unleash." After he finished speaking, he pressed his hands on the cauldron and looked through the void at the silver hanging coffin. He shouted, "Xie, you have been looking for it for so many years. I will use it to send you on your way." After he finished speaking, he pressed his palms down. The cauldron vibrated, and a phantom visible to the naked eye appeared. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, and 3 became 9. 9 suns cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons blasted towards the silver hanging coffin. Previously, silver and red had been the most brilliant colors in this universe. Now they had been replaced by one color, which was simple and unadorned. It was the traces of time, and it was the 9 cauldrons that flew across the void. Xie stared blankly at the 9 cauldrons descending and no longer hitting the red hanging coffin. This cauldron should have belonged to him. The first cauldron fell and hit the silver hanging coffin, pushing it away from the unknown door without leaving a trace. Then the second cauldron hit, leaving a shallow trace that was almost invisible. Then the third, the fourth, and the fifth cauldron hit the coffin one by one, causing visible marks to appear on the silver hanging coffin, and they were constantly expanding. Xie had no choice but to hide in the hanging coffin, unable to move. When the sixth cauldron hit the coffin, cracks appeared on the silver hanging coffin. Xie looked through the cracks at the starry sky and at Mr. Mu. Scenes of the decisive battle in this universe appeared in his mind. 9 was very special in this universe. Back then, there were 9 people who risked their lives to release the last brilliant light of their lives just to send this person away. Those 9 people were no different from ants in front of it, but it was those 9 people who fought for a chance of survival for this person. Now 9 cauldrons were hitting him. Was it one by one? The 7th cauldron hit the coffin, and the cracks on the silver hanging coffin widened. Through the cracks, Xie could clearly see the starry sky. It was so deep and the silver was gone. The 8th cauldron hit the coffin, and a hole appeared in the silver hanging coffin. Xie felt that his head could pass through this hole. Even if his body turned into liquid, he could easily pass through this hole. The unknown hanging coffin had been hit and broken. Was there such a thing in history? Maybe there was, but he did not know. Those who had their coffin broken were all dead. If even the hanging coffin could not protect him, what else could protect him? In the starry sky, the 9th cauldron fell and kept approaching the silver hanging coffin. It was getting bigger, bigger, bigger. Chapter 4188. Lu Yin watched as the final cauldron crashed into the silver coffin. Actually, it was already enough as the coffin had been destroyed. However, the final cauldron would still fall. The 9 cauldrons represented the will of this universe, as well as all the people who had been killed by the migrating Silver Sky Army. The 9th cauldron had to fall, and it should fall. Boom! There was a loud crash as the 9th cauldron fell to the ground, shattering the silver coffin in front of Lu Yin and the others' shocked gazes. It tore Xie's body apart and pierced through the void. The 9 cauldrons merged into one. Attack! Alarmed gates Xiangyu shouted. Startling cloud pierced out Yinzhao. Heaven carrying immortality throughout a spatial quagmire. Lu Yin walked out of the red coffin, gripped the Golian and slashed. One attack after another landed on Xi's body. Its body kept shrinking and the silver color kept getting erased. It had completely turned into liquid. Could not even speak. It was just a pool of silver liquid flowing through space. No matter how they attacked, the silver liquid continued to shrink. In the end, the cauldron spiraled upwards before falling down again, pressing down on the silver liquid. The silver liquid was suppressed by the cauldron. The silver color almost completely disappeared and became transparent. Lu Yin hurriedly used the commanding platform Hell. Master, let it go in. The Gate of Wonder flicked the tip of his spear and threw the silver liquid towards the point commander stage Hell. Around them, Mr. Mu had sealed off the void with tracing the ancients. Even further away was a spatial swamp. Even at his peak, it would have been difficult for Qian to strike out, let alone now. She was successfully sent to the commander appointment platform's Hell, and Lu Yin was filled with anticipation for the karma to increase. However, even after waiting for a while, the heavenly Tao of karma remained unchanged. How could this be? Every living being had karma. Even an ordinary person would have karma, so how could it not increase at all? With Xia's current combat strength, there was no way he could stop the karmic cycle of Dianjiang stage Hell. Unless, it's not a shriek. Lu Yin's expression changed as he looked around. Everyone else looked around as well. A shriek had escaped? When Lu Yin's thoughts raced. Qian had indeed run away, or else it would have increased his karma. But when? It could not have been before they entered the silver-hanging coffin. Xia had too much confidence in the unknown means. He did not believe that they could break the silver-hanging coffin. If they had used the silver-hanging coffin as a cover to escape, it would have been more dangerous. Then it would have been after the silver-hanging coffin had been broken. Everyone spread out to search the universe wanting to find Xia. However, since she was able to escape right under everyone's noses, it would not be easy to find him. Mr. Mu gazed at the starry sky and used tracing back to the past. The greatest use of ancient tracing was not to use time to lock down space for defense, but to search. As long as it appeared in the long river of time, it could find everything. The only question was whether the tributary of the river of time still existed in this universe. If the tributary of the long river of time did not exist, no matter how powerful Mr. Mu was, he would not be able to search for the past in the main long river of time. The search for the past had failed. The long river of time in this universe no longer existed. It should have been merged into the river of time. Streams of light shuttled back and forth around Lu Yin, and he constantly looked at the images of the past. However, the area that the streams of light affected was too small. Could it be that he really let Xia escape? Mr. Mu raised his hand and the cauldron appeared. He slowly said, "As long as they are still in this universe they can't run away. Old friend, let them see what it means to be a suppressing artifact turbid treasure." After saying that, the cauldron suddenly rotated. Then, in an instant, the illusory image expanded and encompassed the entire universe. Was this the union of wishes? Lu Yin looked up. Before he could think any further, the cauldron's rotation suddenly stopped. Everything in the universe stopped. Time, space, and even matter invisible to the naked eye stopped. It was not just the cauldron, but also Mr. Mu's ability to harmonize with the laws of the universe. Suppression. With the suppression cauldron, the cauldron was a suppressing artifact that suppressed the universe. Previously, silver had replaced the starry sky. Later, karma had replaced the starry sky. Now, the cauldron suppressed the starry sky and stopped the rotation of the universe's firmament. Everything came to a standstill under the cauldron's cover and Mr. Mu's line of sight. Mr. Mu suddenly shattered the void with his palm and played around with the universe. He pulled out the strings of the universe's sequence and looked at each parallel spacetime. One of the parallel spacetimes was enlarged and he looked at a corner. He then raised his hand and used tracing back to the past. Lu Yin instantly teleported and appeared one step faster than tracing back to the past. The first thing that entered Mr. Mu's eyes was an almost invisible silver dot that merged into the gravel of a planet. When Lu Yin appeared, silver tore through the void and tried to escape, but it was too late. "Human, you can't kill me," Xia growled. Lu Yin's Golian slashed down. When things reached an extreme they would move in the opposite direction. Xia was shocked. What was this? How much power was this human hiding? "Human, you can't kill me." "You can't?" The Golian slashed down and split silver in two. Next to the two halves of silver was the appointed general platform Hell. Lu Yin did not give up and he wanted to use Xia to expand the heavenly Tao of karma. This Xia had lived for too long, and it had even accepted the mission to destroy the human civilization on their side. However, Lu Yin did not know why it had been replaced by Chi Su. Its karma was definitely enormous and terrifying. The two halves of silver did not die. Instead, they fled in two different directions, avoiding the appointed general platform hell. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to grab it, but silver instantly disappeared. There was no need to tear through the void. Xia could merge into the void and directly enter a parallel spacetime. Mr. Mu pulled out another parallel spacetime and used tracing back to the past as a coordinate. Lu Yin found it again and wanted to try again, but even though he continuously shattered silver and caused most of it to fall into the appointed general platform hell, he could not increase the karma. The real Xia was still fleeing. After several attempts, Lu Yin finally gave up. Kill it? He was afraid that something unexpected would happen if he delayed any longer. A door appeared and blocked out the entire area. The heaven-bearer of eternity's spatial swamps were constantly thrown out. If Lu Yin was lucky, he would be able to stall Xia and disgust him. Lu Yin cut down Go Lian and continuously weakened silver. It went from a tiny bit that he had just discovered to not even 1% of its original strength. Lu Yin continued to weaken it. Human, I will help you. Only I can help you in this unknown world. Don't kill me, human. I was wrong. I don't want to die. Human, let me go. Let me go. Life energy suddenly overflowed, and silver released its final ray of light. It spread out like a thin curtain, conforming to the laws of the universe. Xia was dead. All Eternal Realm cultivators would have strange phenomena when they died. Qingxian's death had been like that, and now Xia's death was the same. Xia was finally dead. They stopped what they were doing and stared blankly as they gasped for breath. This battle had been very difficult. If not for Mr. Mu's breakthrough and summoning his stabilized artifact, they would not have been able to kill Xia. Any mistake could have cost them their lives. Life and death between them and Xia had been decided in an instant. Mr. Mu watched silver disappear with a complicated expression. Scenes from the past appeared in his mind. They had escaped back then, and now they had gotten their revenge. Everyone was silent as they stared at the sky. It had to be said that this dim silver was quite beautiful. Suddenly, a line flashed by and Lu Yin instantly vanished. He grabbed the line in front of him, but it turned around and escaped as if it had a mind of its own. Lu Yin teleported again, but the line's speed was even faster than Xia's. Lu Yin could only use teleportation to catch up. Stargate Xianghu and the others stared blankly at Lu Yin as he continuously teleported away. They could not see the silver line. They had been able to see it before because of Xia's attack, but now they could not see it at all. In the end, the line could not escape and was constantly twisted in Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin smiled proudly. Wouldn't it be a joke if I let you escape with teleportation? Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart as he grabbed the silver line and approached the divine power planet. They were both unknown things, but what was the difference between red and silver? He really wanted to know. When the silver line neared the divine power planet, the red line shuttled through it. The silver line suddenly struggled and Lu Yin let go. The silver line rushed towards the divine power planet, and under Lu Yin's stunned gaze, it shuttled through the divine power planet along with the red line. Had they found their home? The next moment, the divine power planet suddenly expanded. Lu Yin's gaze changed and his pupils turned scarlet. His body surged with divine power, and he unconsciously underwent a transformation. Boundless killing intent filled the air and constantly invaded his brain. This feeling was the same as when he had undergone the first transformation. Previously, when the red line had merged with the divine power planet, he had felt this way as well, and he had barely been able to suppress it. Now, however, Lu Yin felt like he was about to lose control. Around him, Mr. Mu, Stargate Xianghu, and the others watched Lu Yin's transformation. The unknown feeling was even stronger than Xia's, and it was gradually going out of control. It's that unknown line. He can't handle two lines at once. Stargate Xianghu was uneasy. Then what will happen? The Eternal Bearer retreated. Stargate Xianghu's expression turned ugly. If he can't control it, he might become a monster that only knows how to kill. The Eternal Bearer was afraid and retreated again. He felt that Lu Yin was even more terrifying than Xia. He had too many tricks up his sleeve, and they were all complicated and incomprehensible. If that really happened, the Eternal Bearer would be the first to run. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin and waved his hand, sending the treasure suppressor turbid cauldron towards Lu Yin. Suppress. With a single word, Lu Yin's surging divine power calmed down, and the uncontrollable desire to kill in his mind receded. He panted heavily and looked at Mr. Mu. Master. How is it? Much better, Master. Suppressed disciples divine power planet. Mr. Mu looked at the largest red planet in the cosmos near Lu Yin's heart. To be honest, he could not understand Lu Yin's cultivation path. Back in the Tianyuan universe's technocracy, Lu Yin had been confused because he had cultivated too much. Mr. Mu had even told Lu Yin that he only needed to cultivate each power to the peak. Now, however, he felt that Lu Yin had misunderstood Lu Yin. Each of Lu Yin's powers had almost reached the level where a non-eternary life form could fight against an eternal life form. He had used his shameless strength to fight against an absolute expert like Xia, and Xia had been helpless against him. The core space was very large and the fishing civilization was also very strong. The unknown was terrifying. But to those civilizations, Lu Yin was also a terrifying unknown. Even the human civilization could not see through Lu Yin, let alone them. Perhaps Lu Yin's strength would change again after a few years, but only the heavens knew. No one could see Lu Yin's path clearly as he could only walk his own path. The cauldron floated above the divine power planet. Chapter 4189. The divine power planet froze. This was Mr. Mu's ability to match the laws of the universe with the turbid treasure. Even Xia was stunned, let alone a force. While the divine power planet was frozen, Lu Yin found 2 lines and grabbed the silver one. He extracted the divine power and created another planet beside it. Then he threw the silver line into it. If he could not withstand the 2 lines together, he would separate them and see if he could withstand it. Master, it's fine. Alright, let me try again. Mr. Mu kept the cauldron. The divine power on the surface of Lu Yin's body boiled again. But this time it was much better. It gave him time to calm down. As long as he could calm down, he could suppress it. In the outside world, the heaven-carrying immortal looked at Mr. Mu's cauldron with envy. It was too powerful and was a perfect match for this person. How strong was this person in the current human civilization? Although he had just broken through, he had played a greater role in the battle with Xia than Startle Gate Xianghu. Startle Gate Xianghu's combat power was fierce and sharp, but he always felt that he could not compare to this person's steady control. Especially that cauldron, it was really ruthless. Could even smash that hanging coffin. Startle Gate Xianghu was also looking at the cauldron. It seemed to be stronger than any turbid treasure she had ever seen. This Mr. Mu was indeed Lu Yin's master. He had broken through to the eternal realm and combined with this cauldron. Even she was not confident that she could defeat him, especially when his ability was not shown in the path of killing. Now she was completely relieved. The human civilization had gained such a master. It was more stable. The unknown had also lost Xia. No matter how strong the unknown was, the current human civilization was not something they could easily destroy. It was not easy to find a civilization to destroy their human civilization within a square inch. Only a fishing civilization was possible, but how could a fishing civilization be easily used by the unknown? If they wanted to survive safely, they had to be strong. The old monster, the 7 treasures heavenly toad, had told them through Lu Yin. No matter whether the human civilization was once prosperous or not, the path they wanted to take was to fight steadily, increase their combat power, and maintain a sense of reverence for the square inch. This was their idea, Lu Yin's idea, and Mr. Mu's idea. A few days later, Lu Yin gradually suppressed his divine power and slowly opened his eyes. He regained his calmness. He looked around. Mr. Mu and the others were all there. Recovered? Mr. Mu asked. Lu Yin nodded. Master, Xia is already dead and the migrating Silver Sky Army has been taken care of by me. However, there were still scattered migrating Silver Sky Army in the area. If you encounter them in the future, you will eliminate them as well. There is no rush, Mr. Mu said. Actually, in the battle back then, the migrating Silver Sky Army of that era was taken care of by us. The current migrating Silver Sky Army did not participate in the battle back then. Our only enemy was Xia. Now that Xia is dead, it can be considered as an explanation to this universe. Lu Yin looked at him. Bring the disciples to pay respects to Uncle Master and the others. Mr. Mu's body trembled, and he silently headed in a certain direction. Lu Yin followed behind. Alarmed Gate Xianghu and Heaven-carrying Eternal did not follow them, leaving some space for the master and disciple. In a corner of the universe, Mr. Mu looked at the empty starry sky with a complicated expression. Back then it was here that they all charged towards Qian. The moment they left, all they left behind were smiles. Smiling as we meet again, smiling as we bid farewell. Laughing and reminiscing. Lu Yin faced the starry sky and slowly bowed. I am Lu Yin from the Tianyuan universe. Greetings, Uncle Masters. 9 incense sticks were lit in the starry sky to pay respects to the deceased. Following that, more incense sticks were lit, and they gradually spread throughout the starry sky to pay respects to all the living beings who had died in this universe. They had taken their revenge. The cauldron floated in front of Mr. Mu, and he slowly narrated the story of the past. Lu Yin did not know anything about this universe, but as Mr. Mu narrated, he gradually understood and came into contact with it. He could empathize with it. I was not capable enough to protect them. If I had been as strong as you back then, the ending would not have been like this. Mr. Mu sighed. Lu Yin did not know what to say. Indeed, with his current strength, if he were to switch into Mr. Mu's body and work with the armament suppression turbid cauldron, Xia would not be able to do anything to him. At the very least, he would be able to protect himself. However, how many copies of himself could there be in the area? It was not that he wanted to boast, but no matter how much he respected the area and how much he knew himself, Lu Yin was certain that he was one of the rare few. It could be said that it was almost impossible for someone to reach his level of eternity. His current opponent was eternity, and not just any ordinary eternity. Only an expert like Xie could be his opponent. Even if Master blocked Xie, Xie would definitely send another expert. Lu Yin comforted him. Based on his experience in the Ninth Heaven universe, this possibility was not high, but it depended on the reason. Xie would send another expert if he wanted to obtain this cauldron. Lu Yin did not believe that after so many years, other experts had come looking for this cauldron, but they had not found it. As he thought of this, he looked at the cauldron in front of him. Was this a suppression turbid treasure? Mr. Mu saw Lu Yin looking at the cauldron and waved his hand, causing the incense stick to dissipate into the void. Curious. Lu Yin nodded. This is a suppression turbid treasure? What is a suppression turbid treasure? Mr. Mu replied, I'm not sure. According to ancient legends, the best turbid treasures are called suppression turbid treasures. The turbid treasures that we normally see are not in this category, but I don't know about your die. The Xuanhuan universe is very special, and I discovered it when I first arrived. Master, you could not take this cauldron back then. What about now? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu raised his hand, and the cauldron slowly shrank until it finally disappeared into his sleeve. You can take it now. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Although Mr. Mu was very powerful, he would be even stronger with this cauldron. Given some time, Mr. Mu might even reach the level of the Blue Lotus Guard. Countless heroic souls in this universe had been waiting for this moment. The Migration Silver Sky Army had provoked Mr. Mu's anger by raising him in captivity. Although the captivity was fake, the Migration Silver Sky Army had always been here, which was a tragedy for this universe. Now this tragedy had been washed away. Mr. Mu looked around and sighed heavily. He had taken his revenge and he felt much more relaxed. This stone had always been at the bottom of his heart. He was now most grateful that he had taken in Lu Yin as a disciple. Even in his dreams, he had not expected this disciple to reach such heights. Now that he thought about it, when he had been able to fight against eternal life, the difference between him and the Xuanhuan universe's primordial space, which did not even have a progenitor, was too great. Lu Yin also understood why Mr. Mu had been so calm in the Xuanhuan universe. Even the Battle of Immemorial City did not make him change his expression. The difference in their levels was too great. Fortunately, Lu Yin had caught up. Even though he had not broken through to eternal life. All right, we can go now, Mr. Mu said, and his voice relaxed a little. Lu Yin asked, don't you want to stay a little longer? Mr. Mu's expression was solemn. I'm afraid the unknown ones have the ability to know about Che's death. Although we can kill Che together, it will be difficult to deal with two experts from the unknown ones. At this point he looked into the distance, where the heaven-bearing immortal was. That eternal life might not be on the same side as the human civilization. Lu Yin said, don't worry, Master. The unknown ones do not have the ability to know about Che's death. An eternal life called Chishu died in the Ninth Heaven universe. The unknown ones did not know about it until a few hundred years ago, which led to a civilization war. If not for my carelessness, the unknown ones would not have known about it. Mr. Mu was surprised. Is that so? It seems that I've missed a lot. It's okay, we can talk about it on the way back. Lu Yin was speechless. We can return quickly. I can teleport. Can you return directly to the human civilization? No, but it's almost there. I've placed pathfinding stones along the way, and it's just a matter of a few teleportations. Mr. Mu looked at his disciple helplessly. This was not giving others a way out. Karma, teleportation, that vitality that made Che fearful, the unknown ones and so on and so forth were indescribable. With Lu Yin's words, Mr. Mu was not in a hurry to leave. He walked the universe and reminisced about the past. Lu Yin found the fragments of the silver hanging coffin. These fragments of the hanging coffin shattered as soon as he touched them, and they turned into powder with a little force. It was completely impossible to see their previous defensive ability. He dragged the red hanging coffin over and exerted force, but it did not move. With his current combat power, it was not enough to damage the hanging coffin. Only the Azure Lotus Protector and Mr. Mu, who used the treasure-suppressing turbid cauldron, could do so. This thing's defense is extremely strong. Be careful when you encounter the unknown ones in the future. The alarmed protector came and looked at the silver fragments in Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin grunted and crushed the silver fragments into powder. These fragments are useless. But that door. They all looked at the unknown door in the distance. The unknown ones had a door and a line, and now it seemed that they had to add a hanging coffin, which was the standard of the unknown creatures. Lu Yin had obtained Che's line and shattered the hanging coffin, leaving only a door. But how could that door be moved? It could not be moved at all. This door was above the Master of Time, which meant that the unknown ones must have an expert who could touch the Master of Time. Such a method was what the Blood Tower's Dream Protector had dreamed of. It must also be the hidden strength of the unknown ones. They could not move the door. After trying for several days they could not move it, but they could destroy it. Lu Yin was conflicted about whether or not to destroy it. If they did not have instant transmission, they would naturally destroy this door. But now that they had instant transmission, they could quickly reach this part of the universe by throwing down pathfinding stones along the way. This door was like the door of the Gate of Arts, a passage that could be used by human civilization. The universe behind the door of the Gate of Arts was not within their scope of knowledge. So what about this door? What kind of universe was behind it? Would it directly lead to the unknown ones? This was what Lu Yin and the others were conflicted about. Xia wanted to escape through this door. If it was connected to an unknown universe like the Gate of Arts, it could be used. The unknown ones would have to activate it if they wanted to use it. But if it was directly connected to the unknown ones, it would be troublesome. Or it could be connected to a powerful fishing civilization. Mr. Mu arrived and learned of Lu Yin's concerns. He said bluntly, "Destroy it. If it can be used by our human civilization, it would be a pity to destroy it," the alarmed protector said. Mr. Mu's gaze was heavy. If all civilizations can destroy the unknown door when they see it, the unknown ones will not have such a method. Chapter 4190. Lu Yin's gaze trembled as he recalled the words of the old Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad. He looked at alarmed Gate Xianxia. "Senior, do you still remember the words of the old Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad? The universe has its own ecosphere, and the unknowns are our archenemy. They are also barriers. If the unknowns are defeated, what awaits us may not be a civilization weaker than the unknowns. When a civilization develops to the end, there is only one outcome, and that is destruction." Mr. Mu exclaimed, "Who said that?" "An old monster who has lived for a long time and perfectly explained what eternal life is," Lu Yin said. Mr. Mu nodded. "This senior's vision is not something we can compare to. I admire him." Lu Yin and alarmed Gate Xianxia looked at each other with strange gazes. "Senior? That's right. Having lived for so long, he was indeed a senior. Senior Toad." Lu Yin did not want to mention the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad to prevent Mr. Mu from offending him. Senior's words can be considered a kind reminder. Just like how we know our own limits, the unknowns are very powerful, terrifyingly powerful. It's already fortunate that we can use one door, yet we still want to use more unknowns. In the end, it is very likely that we will be trapped in our own cocoon and die. Lu Yin looked at the door. No matter where this door leads to, we will not see it, and not touch it. We live in the ecosphere of our universe because we are most familiar with it and feel the most secure. Alarmed Gate Xianxia nodded. "That's right. Anything related to the unknown should be destroyed. Then destroy this door." Lu Yin and alarmed Gate Xianxia both looked at Mr. Mu. This universe belonged to Mr. Mu, so he should be the one to destroy it. Mr. Mu looked at the door and waved his hand. The cauldron flew out from his sleeve and pressed down hard, crushing the door to pieces just like the silver hanging coffin. Alarmed Gate Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Has Mr. Mu seen this door before?" Mr. Mu nodded. "I wanted to destroy it, but I underestimated its strength the first time I attacked and could not break it." Alarmed Gate Xianxia felt much better. She had underestimated this door, which was why she had let Lan Meng test the human civilization and discover Chi Su's death. If she had attacked with all her strength like Mr. Mu, Lan Meng might not have been able to do anything. It could be said that Lu Yin was careless, or it could be said that alarmed Gate Xiangyu was careless. Destroy the door of the unknown. There was nothing in this universe that needed to be resolved. Mr. Mu had also traveled for a few days and could return. Lu Yin brought Mr. Mu, Stargate Xiangyu, and heaven carrying immortality along with him as he teleported away with the red hanging coffin in tow. When he reappeared, he was already within the core stone's range. He then continued to teleport until he could reach any place that the Pathfinder stone could see. After a short time they saw the Karma celestial phenomenon. They teleported back to the continent of the 9 clouds. Qinglian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Yin and the others return. He looked at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu bowed to Lord Azure Lotus. Thank you for your help, Senior. Blue Lotus Lord smiled and raised his hand. You don't have to be so polite, sir. The more eternal life the human civilization has, the more power they have to protect themselves. I'm doing this for the human civilization. Lu Yin continued, no matter what, I still have to thank you, Senior. If it weren't for your advice, I wouldn't have thought of bringing Master to his universe. It's also because of Senior's presence that Senior Xiangyu from the Wonder Gate was able to accompany me. How was your trip? How is Qinglian? Qinglian Yu asked. Lu Yin said, Junior will first bring Senior Yu from the Blood Tower here. Soon, Lu Yin arrived at the Mirage Domain and brought Blood Tower Xiangyu to the continent of the 9 clouds. He then told them about the battle that happened. The battle with Qinglian was very difficult, and every step was dangerous. Fortunately, they managed to walk out of it in the end. Blood Tower Xiangyu's blood surged when he heard about the battle. He couldn't wait to fight. Mr. Mu also bowed deeply to Blood Tower Xiangyu, because Blood Tower Xiangyu had sacrificed his river of time. This was a huge favor. Haha, exchanging an eternal realm expert with a river of time. It's worth it, ha. Blood Tower Xiangyu laughed. Jingmen Xiangyu glanced at him. Finally, you're saying something reasonable. Blood Tower Xiangyu frowned. Girl, you've become more and more naughty recently. Who did you learn from? Your words are so harsh. Jingmen Xiangyu didn't answer and ignored him. But then again, a river of time really made my heart ache. Blood Tower Xiangyu sighed and then said, the best compensation is to be a family. This way all the losses will be borne by the family. Don't you think so, in-law? Mr. Mu? Qinglian Xiangyu shook his head helplessly. Say something useful. Blood Tower Xiangyu laughed. I'm not joking. Mr. Don't mind me. By the way, can you let us see your cauldron? Qinglian Xiangyu scolded, Blood Tower, you're rude. Mr. Mu laughed. Of course. After that, the cauldron came out of his sleeve, hovered in the void and gradually enlarged. With the appearance of the cauldron, the air in the 9th heaven universe became much heavier. The entire sky was oppressive. Countless people felt it, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. Qinglian Xiangyu and Blood Tower Xiangyu looked at the cauldron solemnly. They felt the oppressive aura as if there was a breath pressing on their chest. They couldn't release it even if they wanted to. It was extremely uncomfortable. Was this the turbid treasure? Qinglian Xiangyu exclaimed. The human civilization has a legend that the turbid treasure can stabilize the fate of the civilization. Today I finally see it. Lu Yin was puzzled. Does our human civilization have a turbid treasure? Qinglian Xiangyu said bitterly, we used to, but not anymore. He didn't want to say more. Mr. Mu, please take back the cauldron. Mr. Mu took back the cauldron. In the following time, Lu Yin talked about many things that happened during his seclusion to fill in Mr. Mu's blank understanding of the outside world. Qinglian Xiangyu and the others were also willing to talk to Mr. Mu. Especially Qinglian Xiangyu himself, who regretted not meeting Mr. Mu sooner. The two of them had similar temperaments. Blood Tower Xiangyu wanted to pull Mr. Mu and say that they were in-laws, but he was scolded several times by Jingmen Xiangyu. Heaven carrying immortal spat out Siley, but this time, it also made a contribution, and the human civilization changed their view of it. Lu Yin was the most relaxed now. In the past, he had to carry the Tianyuan universe forward. Fortunately, he met Qinglian Xiangyu and the others who were easy to get along with. Even so, he still felt pressure no matter how familiar he was with them. Under the premise of having to choose, they couldn't abandon the 9th heaven and protect the Tianyuan universe. This had happened before. But now that Mr. Mu had broken through to the eternal realm, and such a powerful one at that, Lu Yin felt that he didn't need to resist. This feeling was great. Master was here and he could finally relax. If Uncle Jiang and the others succeeded in breaking through, the Tianyuan universe would rise. In the bottomless abyss, branches drooped down. Hanging coffins of different colors were attached to the cliff walls. She is dead. How did it die? It's actually dead. It's arrogant because of its seniority. It's good that it's dead. It'll be peaceful. When did it die? The first creature to speak said in a deep and hoarse voice. The unknown never asks about anything outside of your mission, but the human civilization has been murdering emotions and hiding it for a long time. This matter has forced us to monitor your life. But don't worry, we will only monitor your life and death. Nothing else will be detected. Time of death a few days ago. Place of death, human civilization's 9th stronghold. The specific process of death is unknown. The line disappeared, the hanging coffin shattered, and the door shattered. The creature was surprised. The hanging coffin shattered? Are you kidding? I thought it didn't have time to use that move to escape. It looks like it did, but it was useless. That's not right. The power that can break a hanging coffin is quite terrifying. The 9th stronghold? If I remember correctly, the human civilization should have been wiped out in the 9th stronghold. What do you think? The orange one. The orange hanging coffin did not move. The 9th stronghold is close to the human civilization that Chishu dealt with. Who does it belong to now? It belongs to me. Could it be that civilization's doing? After all, if they could kill Chishu, it's not impossible for them to kill Xia. To a certain extent, Chishu is more difficult to deal with than Xia. Lan Meng, how strong is that civilization now? Lan Meng's voice rang out. They only know how to use some petty tricks. Other than a karma powerhouse, no one else can pose a threat to Xia. Was it the power of karma that destroyed the hanging coffin? I don't know about that. We haven't investigated it yet, the first creature to speak replied. Lan Meng said calmly, it definitely has nothing to do with them. They don't have the ability to kill their way to the 9th stronghold. The immortal master of the insectoid nest civilization and the 7 treasures heavenly toad are both threats. That karma powerhouse wouldn't dare to make a move. Besides, even if they wanted to go to the 9th stronghold, it would be too late. The first creature to speak said, there's one thing I have to tell you. That human civilization has mastered teleportation. What? Teleportation? You must be joking. That's not a talent that humans can master. It's the talent of those strange birds. I know it's unbelievable, but they've mastered it. That's why I instructed Qingqiao to invite that civilization on behalf of my unknowns to invite that person named Lu Yin to join us. Unfortunately, there was no reply. Lan Meng shouted, no. That civilization must be destroyed and that Lu Yin must die. Is that Lu Yin very strong? A creature asked. The first creature to speak said, he's a scoundrel who has killed an eternal being. They actually invited a scoundrel to join us. Have the standards been lowered that much? The current core area lacks talents. A voice sighed. Lan Meng's voice was fierce. He's just a scoundrel. So what if he can teleport? I agree with him joining us. This way it'll be much easier to deal with those strange birds. That's right. Those strange birds are very troublesome. I don't agree. There were also creatures who refused. The first creature to speak was neither sad nor happy. It was not angered by the rejection of its proposal. It's my right to invite him to join us, but I'm only saying it out of respect for all of you. There's one more thing I want to tell you. This Lu Yin has mastered techniques that I don't know about. He took away Chishu's thread and the hanging coffin. Is it that interesting? A human has mastered an innate talent that doesn't belong to him, and he's even learned a power that he shouldn't have. Alright, let him join us. I'm very curious about him. Haha, I'm curious as well. Let him join us. Let's see how far this little guy can go. Lan Meng, compared to this little guy, you're nothing but an eternal being. Ah. Chapter 4191. Lan Meng shouted, what about Guang? It should be the one to replace Chisu. It hasn't joined the unknown, so it can be invited at any time. There's no need to discuss this. Teleportation is useful to us, the first creature said. Another creature mocked, I didn't expect those who were thrown out as bait to fail to cause such a commotion. Orange, what do you think? The orange hanging coffin didn't move. I still don't want to join a creature that isn't even immortal. If this creature can never break through, we will be laughed at. Then give this little guy some time. If he can't break through, give him a mission that will kill him. Is there a lack of death in the square meter? How old is that little guy? The first creature replied, less than 1,000 years. What? Ha! You must be joking. Everyone was shocked. If he can cultivate to this level in less than 1,000 years, I agree to let him join. I agree too. Let him come. I'm very curious what kind of little guy has such talent. Hehe, can you let him give me some blood? Or should I do it myself? I'm really looking forward to it. The little guy's joining will make us old things more energetic. Youth is gone forever. Hurry up and let the little fellow come over. His skin is so soft and tender. He must be very cute. Xuanhuan Universe, Mirage Domain. Mr. Mu came to the river of time and looked into the distance. He watched as the tattered boat moved further and further away. Zhao Ran didn't want to accept Master's gratitude. That's why she went away, Luin said. Mr. Mu's gaze was complicated. Master's breakthrough implicated many people. If not for the Blood Tower's river of time, the Mirage Domain would have disappeared. Zhao Ran would have left. Zhao Ran will also leave. Although Zhao Ran stayed behind, Bai Xianer still left. At this point he looked at Luin. I didn't expect Bai Xianer to still be alive. Luin nodded. I didn't expect it either. Bai Xianer came from Wei Nu and is a clone of Wei Nu like Zhao Ran. Wei Nu died but she came back from the dead. There might be a connection. Unfortunately, Bai Xianer didn't say who the hidden unknown was before she left, Mr. Mu said. That's right, Zhao Ran didn't know because she had been completely separated from Wei Nu. But if Bai Xianer had been resurrected because of Wei Nu's death, would she know? If she knew why Zhao Ran didn't tell her before entering the River of Time, she would rather enter the River of Time in Zhao Ran's place. Either she didn't know like Zhao Ran, or she couldn't say anything even if she knew. Either that or she had her own reasons for leaving. He would rather believe that the last possibility was Bai Xianer. However, he didn't doubt her feelings for Lu Shaoxian. When Bai Xianer died in his arms, her feelings were sincere. When she replaced Zhao Ran and entered the River of Time, Bai Xianer's smile was also sincere. But what was hidden beneath this sincerity? Mr. Mu looked at the flowing River of Time. Now, the River of Time was no longer limited to the Tianyuan universe. It also flowed through the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe. However, the Mirage Zone just happened to be in the Tianyuan universe. To Luin it didn't matter where the Mirage was. Teleportation was indeed convenient. Little Seven, you've suffered all these years, said Mr. Mu. Luin smiled. Master, your disciple is also living for himself. Mr. Mu nodded and clasped his hands behind his back. Yes, living is the most difficult thing. Wealth, status, power, desire, everything ultimately converges into one word: live. If you can't live, everything will be in vain. It's the same for civilization. He looked at Luin with a serious expression. You must live. Remember, live forever. Luin smiled. Of course you must live too, Master. Haha, those eternal realm cultivators must live too. It's good to live. Mr. Mu sighed. By the way Shui Taiyu speaks is a bit, he didn't know how to describe it. Luin was helpless. Weird. Mr. Mu nodded. It is weird. Is Ming Yen related to him? Why did he call me in-law? Luin didn't know how to explain it. Not only Shui Taiyu, but Qinglian Yu and Jingmin Yu also wanted to give him people. However, they weren't as brazen as Shui Taiyu. Master, where do you want to guard in the future? The Tianyuan universe, of course. That's good. I'm relieved. Mr. Mu said, go do what you need to do. Leave this to me. Luin nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He wanted to say something but he hesitated. Mr. Mu was puzzled. What's wrong? Luin told him about the choice of the unknown. Mr. Mu was surprised. I thought you were just bluffing when you told Kay, but it turns out to be true. Luin said, half and half. The unknown invited me to join but not to replace it. It should be to replace Jishu. After all, I control the red thread and the red hanging coffin. Mr. Mu and Luin looked at each other. What do you think? What do you think, Master? Luin was concerned about Mr. Mu's attitude. Even though Kay had been destroyed and he had taken his revenge, the reason why Kay had attacked Mr. Mu's universe was because of the unknown. Before Mr. Mu had broken through, Luin wanted to fish out the hidden unknown when he was faced with the choice of the unknown. If he was really forced to join, he would take revenge first. This was his plan. But now that Mr. Mu had come out, he had to respect his attitude. Mr. Mu pondered for a moment. If possible, I really want to destroy the unknown, but it's almost impossible. His gaze was heavy. You brought back the words of that senior. The unknown is both an enemy and a barrier. If they are destroyed, who knows what awaits the human civilization? It's hard for me to let go of my hatred for the unknown. After all, it's the hatred of an entire universe. But I can't let hatred blind me. If you join the unknown, you can see the unknown clearly. Previously, you said that Master Greengrass's attitude was still resolute, which means that the shock brought to him by the unknown is far beyond your imagination. I don't hope that one day, a disaster will come and make this human civilization go extinct and repeat the same mistakes. Lu Yin could hear the unwillingness in Mr. Mu's words. They were also unwilling, but what could they do? This was reality. If the unknown's strength could not compare to the human civilization, then there would be no conflict. But then, a stronger civilization might appear. Disaster could happen at any time. Also, Mr. Mu spoke again with a faint smile. Who said that you can't leave after joining? Lu Yin was startled. Right, he had forgotten. Who said that you couldn't leave after joining? The unknowns were mortal enemies to begin with. They even dared to kill the unknowns, let alone retreat from the unknowns. But in this case, would the unknown's invitation be a trap? He could leave the unknown, but the unknown could also go back on their words at any time and lure him in. Although the possibility of killing a non-eternal like him was not high, it was not completely impossible. Both sides did not restrict each other. Lu Yin thought of this, and so did Mr. Mu. This was harder to decide than the choice given by the unknown. Lu Yin predicted that the news of Kei's death would definitely reach the unknown. It was different from Chisu. Chisu was alone, but Kei still had the Silver Migration Army. The Silver Migration Army in Mr. Mu's universe had been completely destroyed, but there were still some scattered Silver Migration Army in the square meter. They did not know if there were any that were close to Mr. Mu's universe. Even so, the news of Kei's death would not spread too quickly. Distance was the biggest limitation. The square meter was not a universe, so it was difficult to contact each other. But when Wang Miaomiao appeared in front of him, he knew that he had guessed wrong. The unknown already knew about Kei's death. The Forgotten Ruins godly king Miaomiao had a veil covering her face. She was graceful and enchanting, but her eyes were captivating. She came in front of Lu Yin and said in a soft and charming voice, "Little Lu Yin, long time no see." Lu Yin looked at Wang Miaomiao with a trace of surprise. "You dare to show yourself? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Wang Miaomiao smiled. "Kill me? What? What did I do?" Lu Yin's voice was indifferent. "You are one of the eternal race's 7 sky gods. You left behind many blood debts in the Tianyuan universe, led Wang Xiaoyu to betray me and fought with me many times. Do you think I will let you go?" "Aha, but I never did anything to you." Wang Miaomiao smiled. Lu Yin looked at her. "Who is the hidden unknown?" Wang Miaomiao's lips curled up. "I don't know, but that person has a message for you." "Speak." "Well done." Lu Yin was surprised. Wang Miaomiao smiled. "Xia is dead." "Well done. The unknowns want to invite you to join even more." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How many days had it been since Xia's death? The unknowns knew. It seemed that they had learned their lesson from the incident with Chi Su and had begun to monitor every unknown life form. Or rather, they had the ability to monitor the life and death of every unknown life form. They are both unknowns, but they are still so happy. It seems that the unknowns are different from what I expected. Wang Miaomiao shrugged. "I don't know about that. I am only responsible for passing on the message. That person said that the unknowns originally had a lot of opinions about inviting you, and that the one who could make the decision was not completely certain. They sent Master Grass to test your attitude, but you killed Cher and showed your worth, especially since you can teleport." At this point, she licked her red lips in surprise. Teleportation was an unimaginable talent. It was too strange. Now that the unknowns have decided to invite you to join, the person in charge of this matter is that person. The hidden unknown. Lu Yin raised a brow. Wang Miaomiao nodded. Lu Yin was indifferent. "I told Master Grass to let that unknown come himself." Wang Miaomiao giggled. "He won't appear. Then why did he invite me?" "A person. No, more accurately, 2 life forms." Lu Yin looked at Wang Miaomiao in confusion. Wang Miaomiao's eyes curved up as she smiled. "Slay Eternal." Chapter 4192. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at Wang Miaomiao. "Who?" Wang Miaomiao replied, "Slayer, Eternity." Lu Yin looked at Wang Miaomiao silently. Slayer, Eternity. These two had joined forces to seal themselves in the source box and escape to a parallel universe in the 9 Firmaments universe. Lu Yin had not been able to find them, but Azure Lotus had said that even if they wanted to go to the Death universe, they had to come out from the Nine Firmaments universe's parallel universe first. Then, they had to fly to the core and spend an unknown amount of time to find the Death universe. Azure Lotus could ensure that they would be immediately discovered once they left the parallel universe because the area covered by the karmic phenomenon exceeded all the parallel universes in the Nine Firmaments universe. If they wanted to go to the Death universe, they would have to go through the karmic phenomenon. Because of this guarantee, Lu Yin was relieved and gradually forgot about these two. He had not expected to hear this from Wang Miaomiao today. Wang Miaomiao was all smiles. 1 month. You only have 1 month to give me an answer. If you don't give me an answer within a month, Executioner and Eternity will be sent to the square inch or even further away, to the places they originally wanted to go. What will happen to human civilization then? No one can guarantee that. Lu Yin asked, they are in your hands? Wang Miaomiao smiled. Don't say that. I can't represent that person. I can only say that we are in his hands. Little Lu Yin. Actually, I've always been helping you, so let me remind you. A short period of glory can never cover up the eternal light. You have worked hard for only a few hundred years. How can you suppress that person's knowledge of human civilization? Any method can affect the survival of human civilization. I don't know if it can't be done, but that doesn't mean that person can't. After all, that person knows too much about human civilization. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Help me pass a message to that person behind you. An ecosystem can only have one fishing civilization. Wang Miaomiao smiled. I will. So I'm leaving? Lu Yin looked away and no longer looked at her. How heartless. This matter was originally left to Master Grass, but I fought for it to see you. Little Lu Yin, can't you smile at me? Wang Miaomiao pretended to be pitiful. Lu Yin was not in the mood to care about her. Wang Miaomiao sighed and gradually disappeared. After she left, Lu Yin looked back with a heavy heart. Threat. It was a very simple method. However, he was really threatened. That mysterious unknown had been hiding in human civilization for far too long. What the unknown could not do, this guy might be able to do. Wang Miaomiao was right. A short period of glory could not cover up eternal glory. This unknown had always existed and had grasped too much. Just a few words from him could break their trap. The 7 treasures Heavenly Toad's words made Lu Yin understand as well. Every fishing civilization was equivalent to an ecosystem, and they would destroy everything within their own ecosystem before gradually spreading out. However, if they encountered other fishing civilizations, they would either fight or avoid them. Both sides should have their own way of deciding. The unknown would not easily provoke the Death universe. This was also his test of the mysterious unknown. Even though the possibility of success was extremely small. Lu Yin's body instantly vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already in the above heaven sect. Mr. Mu was here, overseeing the Heaven Origin universe. Mu Zhu was there as well, and when she saw Lu Yin, she scolded him for not bringing her along for revenge. Lu Yin greeted her and then took Mr. Mu to the Nine Firmaments universe's karmic sea. He then brought Startle Gate Xianghu and Shueta Xianghu along as well. Master Ku Deng was overseeing the Gate of Techniques, which required the protection of powerhouses. In fact, there were many things that did not make much of a difference whether he participated or not. He was not good at these things. Lu Yin relayed Wang Miaomiao's words to everyone. When they heard this, their hearts sank just like Lu Yin's. Mr. Mu did not know who the executioner was, but he had heard Lu Yin mention the eternal escape. After all, it was the Heaven Origin universe's greatest enemy, and he still cared about it. He also did not know much about the Death universe. The Death universe was a fishing civilization that used source boxes to fish and bones as bait. Back then. Lu Yin slowly explained the Death universe's situation, and Mr. Mu's heart sank. Everyone talked about the Hive civilization and the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad, but they did not mention the Death universe. This was because the Death universe had never been at war with human civilization. There were many things that couldn't be explained immediately. Was the Eternal really taken away by that unknown? Startle Gate Xianghu asked. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know. No one knows who that unknown is or what methods it has. At first, we thought that the red sword belonged to the unknown, but it belonged to Chiosu. The unknown did not reveal anything. Mr. Mu's voice was low. I am not surprised that the Eternal could escape, and I am not surprised that the unknown knew its whereabouts. After all, it can control even Grass Grandmaster. The Eternal has long been under its control. Perhaps even the Eternal joining the Unbounded was part of its plan. His words reminded Lu Yin. That's right. The Eternal betrayed humanity, betrayed the Unbounded, and betrayed the Unknown. Perhaps they were all guided by the Unknown. The Unknown that betrayed the Eternal was only Chiu Su. Based on what Wang Miaomiao told me, I am certain that the Unbounded are not united. Chia's death encouraged the Unbounded to invite me to join them. This means that they do not care about Chia's death. So when Chiu Su's hanging coffin did not appear and the red sword was taken away, someone must have set this up beforehand, Shuita Xiangyu blurted out. Qinglian Xiangyu's expression was solemn. If that is the case, this hidden unknown is too terrifying. It schemed against Chiu Su and Mi Jin. It could kill two Eternals without appearing, control the Grass Grandmaster and the Eternal, and split the three universes of human civilization. Now it can make us helpless with just one sentence. This unknown is a great enemy. Lu Yin did not understand why this unknown wanted to scheme against Chiu Su, but now was not the time to think about that. Some things could be found out by talking to each other. Now they were even more certain that this unknown had control of Slayer and the Eternal. At least, it had the ability to send these two out of the square inch. This unknown's method was astonishing and terrifying. On this basis, they now had to consider what kind of answer to give. If the unbounded universe is really lured here, can our human civilization stop it? Mr. Mu asked. In the past, human civilization only had a few Eternals in the Ninth Heaven universe. It was normal that they could not stop the fishing civilization. But now, human civilization had transformed. Not only did they have Mr. Mu and the heaven-bearing immortal, but they also had teleportation, the Nirvana tree technique, mansion of mind, and other methods. They were not inferior even when compared to the seven treasures heavenly toad. The only uncertainty was the old monster's strength. But no matter how one looked at it, human civilization could be considered a fishing civilization. Would they still be so powerless against the unbounded universe? Sacrificing the Mother Tree and Azure Lotus Defender as bait in exchange for the other party's indifference. Only Azure Lotus Defender could give this answer because he was the only one who had experienced the pressure of the unbounded universe. Everyone looked at Azure Lotus Defender. Azure Lotus Defender's gaze was heavy as he recalled the past and gave an answer. I don't know what the outcome will be if we gather the entire human civilization to fight it. No matter how strong the unbounded universe is, it will still be bound by karma. But I can be sure. His gaze swept across everyone. I will definitely die. Everyone was shocked and stared blankly at Azure Lotus Defender, including Mr. Mu. Azure Lotus Defender was indisputably the strongest in the current human civilization. He could shatter a hanging coffin with his bare hands. No one could do that. Without the protection of karma, human civilization would not have lasted until now. Until now, no one had been able to see through Azure Lotus Defender. Lu Yin had once thought that he could, but Blood Tower Defender had said that there could be more than one universal law that was compatible with Eternals. At that time, Lu Yin knew that he could not see through Azure Lotus Defender. For the Blue Lotus ruler to say such words, the answer was already very obvious. If Azure Lotus Defender had to die, then what chance did the others have? Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Yi Hai. If the current human civilization could fight against the unbounded universe, then he would not be afraid of that unknown threat. The unknown was not one with the unbounded universe, and something would definitely happen if two fishing civilizations got close to each other. He was very good at dealing with a situation like this. But now the unbounded universe could not come. Before this, he did not care whether or not he joined the unknown. If he joined, then so be it. As long as he could ensure the stable development of human civilization, then he would just betray them in the future. But his conversation with Mr. Mu had made him hesitate. He was afraid that the unknown had invited him to join in a trap. But now it seemed like he had no other choice. The unbounded universe had passed by the human civilization once, and Zhuyu had tried to use a sourcebox array to send the coordinates of the Ninth Heaven universe to the unbounded universe. This proved that there was a high possibility that the unbounded universe would return. That hidden unknown knew them too well, and it was a direct threat. Not long after, everyone dispersed without coming to a conclusion. Mr. Mu and Lu Yin returned to Heaven's Prime and sat at the back mountain of the Heaven's sect. There is another way out of this. Wait. Mr. Mu took the tea that long she had brewed and took a sip. Even if the unbounded universe comes, we don't know how long it will take. Perhaps you will have broken through to the eternal realm by then. I have confidence in you. Once you break through to the eternal realm, your strength will surpass everyone else. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Master, the fishing civilization's absolute methods can be explained as mysterious. The unbounded universe might not take long to arrive. It might take a few hundred years, but I have no confidence that I can break through to the eternal realm in a few hundred years. According to his normal cultivation speed, Lu Yin could break through to the eternal realm very quickly, but eternal realm was a threshold that could not be determined by time. If it was possible, then the mirage domain would have been snatched up long ago. If he wanted to break through to the eternal realm, then he had to at least see the hope of breaking through. He could not rely on the rebooting of the universe to try to break through. He had to break through on his own like Azure Lotus Defender and Mr. Mu. Otherwise there would be no point in breaking through. He could not even see the boundary of such a breakthrough. Let's not talk about when the unbounded universe will come. Just the unbounded universe alone is troublesome. You died, and the unbounded universe is more willing to invite me to join them. I have proven my value and also my threat, Lu Yin said. Chapter 4193. Mr. Mu was helpless. Yes, the more the unknowns were eager to invite Lu Yin, the more it proved Lu Yin's threat. If he refused, Lan Meng might not be the only one attacking the human civilization. With the current strength of the human civilization, even if the unknowns attacked with all their members, they would still lose. The unknowns would also suffer great losses. However, the unknowns were best at destroying civilizations with civilizations. And unknowns hidden in the human civilization. They threatened the entire human civilization with just one sentence. Then, how much did the unknowns know about the layout of the square inch? How many civilizations could they make use of? Previously, the human civilization had been able to develop steadily by hiding Chi Su's death. More importantly, it was because of the unknown's indifference and indifference. However, it was different now. They had officially entered the eyes of the unknowns. If they were dealt with by the unknowns, the human civilization would be walking on the edge of a cliff. They would either be so weak that they would not be valued, or they would rise to the top and become invincible. This was the most disadvantageous situation. However, it was also a path that they had to take. Perhaps before the death universe descended, the human civilization would have been half crippled by the unknowns using other civilizations. If not for my breakthrough, the unknowns would not have been valued. Mr. Mu sighed. Then why would the unknown ones value him so much? His breakthrough. The price he had to pay was too great. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu. Every step that humans take will trigger the unknown's nerves. If not, the results would be the same for others. It's just a matter of time. Furthermore, the backbone of the human civilization will not lower our strength to please the unknowns. Our goal is to use the unknowns as a barrier. However, if this barrier is going to collapse, we will shatter it first. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin's face. This child had grown up. Lu Yin rubbed his head. The prerequisite is to see the unknowns clearly. Therefore I will join. Mr. Mu was not surprised. Lu Yin could only join. Qinglian Xiangyu and the others knew that. They were most afraid that the unknown's invitation was a trap, although the possibility was not high. Mr. Mu raised his hand and the cauldron appeared. It floated in front of Lu Yin. Under Lu Yin's puzzled gaze he said solemnly, "It is yours." Lu Yin was shocked and quickly refused. "Master, there is no need." Mr. Mu shook his head and looked at the cauldron with a complicated expression. "Old friend, this is my disciple. My proudest disciple. From now on, follow him and protect him." Lu Yin said, "Master, disciple really doesn't need it. The cauldron is very powerful, but disciple's cultivation of the 9-yang cauldron transformation has not reached master's level. Moreover, disciple has it." As he spoke, he took out the Golian and waved it a few times. The surging vitality made Mr. Mu gasp in amazement. "With it, I'm unable to control another corrupted treasure. So, master, keep it for yourself." Mr. Mu wanted to say something, but Lu Yin looked at the cauldron and said, "It won't be too late to give it to me when I'm confident." Mr. Mu also knew that Lu Yin was not suited to control the cauldron at the moment, but he wanted to give Lu Yin another life-saving item. Seeing how insistent Lu Yin was, he gave up on the idea. "We have to think of more ways to save your life. Since we don't know that you can teleport, we won't be able to catch you off guard. This is the most worrying thing." Lu Yin's expression was solemn, as this was also a problem that he had been pondering. As long as one was thinking about the worst-case scenario, there was no harm in preparing more. For example, he needed another plate for the Azure Lotus shield. What else? He had to think about it. On the other side, in Jiuxiao universe, after Lu Yin and Mr. Mu left, Shuata Xiangyu and Jingmen Xiangyu came to Yihai again. Lu Yin will definitely agree to join the unknown. The problem now is how to ensure that the invitation is not a trap, Jingmen Xiangyu said. Qinglian Xiangyu put his hands behind his back and said, the possibility of it being a trap is not high, but we can't afford to lose him. Shueta Xiangyu grinned and said, I have an idea. Both Qinglian Xiangyu and Jingmen Xiangyu looked at him. You have an idea? Jingmen Xiangyu was surprised. Shueta Xiangyu did not refute, which was rare. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he told them his idea. Qinglian Xiangyu and Jingmen Xiangyu looked at each other. This idea was ruthless. Although it can't affect the unknown, this is already the limit of what we can do. Qinglian Xiangyu nodded. Jingmen Xiangyu said, I'll go. Shueta Xiangyu raised his hand to stop her. This kind of thing is not for you. Let me be the bad guy. A few days later, somewhere in Jiuxiao, the karma celestial phenomenon roared. Master Greengrass looked up and saw the karma falling. Qinglian Xiangyu was looking for him. He did not refuse. The grass spread and touched the karma. In Yehai, Qinglian Xiangyu looked at Shueta Xiangyu and said, Found him. Shueta Xiangyu stepped out and headed towards Master Greengrass. You're the one looking for me? Master Greengrass was surprised and looked at Shueta Xiangyu. Shueta Xiangyu sneered, Greengrass, you're doing well. You're wavering between human civilization and the unknown. You don't participate in the war of civilizations, and you don't remind the unknown about their schemes. You know how to behave. Master Greengrass said calmly, Why are you looking for me? You're not even willing to explain? There's nothing to explain. Just say it. Why are you looking for me? Okay, then I'll say it directly. The unknown invited Lu Yin to join, right? I don't need to ask about this anymore, Master Greengrass said. Shueta Xiangyu snorted, No, you should ask whether this unknown invitation is a trap to kill Lu Yin. Master Greengrass shook his head. No. Are you sure? There are some things that you don't want to do and the unknown doesn't want to do either. You're raising the unknown so high? We're going to disappoint you. We have no bottom line. Master Greengrass frowned and felt uneasy. What are you trying to say? Shueta Xiangyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and a sea of blood filled the sky. If the unknown invitation is a trap to kill Lu Yin, we'll bury the entire spiritualized universe with him. Master Greengrass's eyes widened as he looked at Shueta Xiangyu in disbelief. Shueta Xiangyu released the blood tower around him, and blood blade appeared in his hand. I, Shueta Xiangyu, swear that I'll bury the entire spiritualized universe with Lu Yin. Not a single one will be left behind, even if I'm bound and unable to fight. Even if I die. Even if I'm spurned by human civilization and become a sinner in history. Did you hear that clearly? Greengrass. Master Greengrass stared at Shueta Xiangyu in a daze, staring into his eyes. Is it worth it? Shueta Xiangyu shouted, What do you think? Can't you see Lu Yin's value? He's the ladder for human civilization to climb up to the fishing civilization. He's the ruler of human civilization in the future. If he dies, human civilization will have no future. For him, everything is worth it. Greengrass, you're also human. Remember, you'll always be human. Master Greengrass clenched his fists. Everything he did was for the sake of the spiritualized universe. If the spiritualized universe was buried with him, what was the point of his actions? If he buried a spiritualized universe with Lu Yin, he would definitely become a sinner in human civilization. This was because there were countless people in the spiritualized universe, and he would be reviled by history. This was a threat, the greatest threat to himself. Shueta Xiangyu had already staked everything on this one throw and abandoned everything just to ensure that the unknown invitation was not a trap. He had done everything possible and done everything he could. Lu Yin was that important, and human civilization could not afford to lose him. He was curious about what that person had used to threaten human civilization and force Lu Yin to join the unknown ones, forcing Shueta Xiangyu to cut off his own path of retreat. Master Greengrass let out a deep breath. I understand. Shueta Xiangyu turned around and left without saying anything else. He had forced himself and Master Greengrass into a dead end. Everyone had no way out and they could only protect Lu Yin. Master Greengrass stood in place and was silent for a long time. A month later, the long grass connected to the sky and disappeared into the karma celestial phenomenon. In Yehai, Qinglian Xiangyu looked over and knew that Master Greengrass was looking for him. His figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Master Greengrass. Master Greengrass looked at Qinglian Xiangyu. It's time. I want to talk to Lu Yin. Qinglian Xiangyu was surprised. Are you going to take him to the unknown ones? They had thought that it would be Wang Miao Miao again. Master Greengrass said, It can be me. Qinglian Xiangyu understood and contacted Lu Yin through the karma celestial phenomenon. Not long after, Lu Yin teleported and appeared in front of Master Greengrass. Master Greengrass looked at him. Take the red hanging coffin and go to a place where no one will disturb you. Lu Yin did not hesitate and disappeared with the red hanging coffin and Master Greengrass. When he reappeared, he was already in a corner with the karma celestial phenomenon above his head. Qinglian Xiangyu and the others knew that Lu Yin and Master Greengrass were here, and Master Greengrass did not mind as long as no one disturbed them. Master Lu, do you have any scruples? Master Greengrass stood opposite Lu Yin and asked. Lu Yin said bluntly, of course I am also afraid that this invitation is a trap. Master Greengrass smiled faintly, no, you think too much because now you can't go to the unknown ones at all. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows, what do you mean? Master Greengrass said, the invitation of the unknown ones and entering the unknown ones are two different things. For example, if you join the Jiuxiao universe, do you have to go to the Jiuxiao universe? Lu Yin still did not understand. Lie in the hanging coffin and carve the red hanging coffin pattern on the inner top of the red hanging coffin lid with that red line, Master Greengrass said. He could see that Lu Yin was not aware of the threat that Qinglian Xiangyu posed to him. This was the Jiuxiao universe silently shouldering the heavy burden for Lu Yin. This preferential treatment made him jealous. If the Jiuxiao universe could give him this preferential treatment, no, even if it was only half of it, he would not have come to this point today. So what if he had eternal life? He still could not compare to Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not ask much. Lying in the red hanging coffin, he released the starry sky in his heart and looked at the divine power planet. In fact, the red line had not been caught by him so far. It was not that he could not catch it, but that he did not want to catch it. That line represented the unknown ones. At present, it did not do anything other than increase his divine power. He was afraid that catching it would cause problems. Now that he wanted to use that line, he naturally had to catch it. The red line was like a swimming snake shuttling through the divine power planet. Lu Yin controlled the divine power planet and all the divine power was his. No matter where this line was, he could catch it. Soon the red line was in his hand. Lu Yin followed Master Greengrass's instructions and used the red line to carve the red hanging coffin on the inner top of the coffin lid. Chapter 4194. When the last stroke was completed, the world ceased to exist. Everything was pitch black and nothing could be seen. But it was only for a moment, and Lu Yin didn't have time to think about it. He opened his eyes again, and a myriad of colors illuminated the dark sky. There was a tree whose top couldn't be seen, and the multicolored light flowed from bottom to top like a river, finally converging at the crown of the tree to form drooping branches. The colorful branches drooped down, transforming into specks of light of various colors that slowly fell down like fireflies. He couldn't see how large the branches were, but the multicolored light replaced everything. Lu Yin had seen this scene before. It was when the red thread had merged with the divine power planet. This was an unknown place. He suddenly turned around and looked to the side. His back was against a cliff and it was dark. The branches drooped down, blocking his line of sight. He vaguely saw a hanging coffin in the distance, but he couldn't see its color. He looked down again. The hanging coffin was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom, but as the multicolored light fell down, he could vaguely see a familiar outline. It was a door. Endless doors, and there were doors beneath his feet. Had he come to an unknown place? No, his real body hadn't come. What had appeared here was the red coffin and his consciousness. It was his consciousness, right? He clenched his fist. Red coffin, long time no see. How nostalgic, Chiosu. A voice rang out, attracting Lu Yin's attention. He didn't know where it came from. Chiosu is already dead. What appeared here is a little guy. What kind of little guy? A little guy with tender skin. Ah. Ha. Lu Yin didn't say anything as these were all unknown powerhouses. He was trying to distinguish the voices, trying to figure out how many powerhouses there were. Chiosu, Lan Meng. Shiche. They were all extremely strong and none of them were simple. Master Grass didn't have his own hanging coffin, which meant that he hadn't joined the unknown. Was he not qualified? Ordinary Eternals didn't qualify. He's just a scoundrel. It's not like he hasn't killed one before. Don't underestimate this little guy. He can even teleport and he stole Chiosu's thread and hanging coffin. He's not simple. Little guy, did you kill him? The others stopped talking and quietly waited for Lu Yin's answer. Lu Yin did some quick calculations and found that there were 5 creatures speaking. He could distinguish 5 voices, but Lan Meng wasn't among them. This meant that there were currently 7 creatures on the cliff, including himself. Even if he excluded himself, there were still 6 of them. That's right, Che didn't say anything, so there were 7 of them. 7 powerful Eternal Realm experts. This wouldn't be all of the unknowns. Little guy, I'm asking you a question. What? Do you not want to answer, or do you not dare to? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I killed him. The cliff was silent. Interesting. You can kill Xia? Lu Yin replied, why not? Che is not someone a scoundrel like you can kill. Who is your helper? The one who shattered the silver coffin was definitely not you. That's me. Little guy, do you think we're stupid? Lu Yin laughed. Not necessarily. Ha, old man, you've been mocked, haven't you? This little guy has quite the character. Ah. Humph, little fellow, do you know that I have 10,000 ways to kill you? Lu Yin did not mind. An invitation from the unseen and unknowable? An invitation is an invitation. You haven't joined the unknowns yet. My sincerity to the unknowns can be witnessed by heaven and earth. The other creatures were speechless. Little guy, you. Change your name. Call me 7th brother. Lu Yin was casual. The grass grandmaster had already reminded him that he didn't need to come here in person, so it was easy. Nothing would happen anyway. The unknowns who had invited him hadn't said anything because they wanted to see how he would deal with this group of old guys. Did he care about these old guys? Of course he did. They were not to be trifled with, but it would be nice if he could get these old guys to introduce themselves. Among them, there should be creatures who didn't dare to come here in person. If he wanted to understand the unknowns, he had to take strong medicine. He didn't know how long it would take. There were several troublesome aspects to joining the unknowns. First, he was afraid that the invitation was a trap. Second, he was concerned about the hatred of human civilization toward the unknowns. Third, the unknowns' missions. The purpose of the unknowns was to destroy civilization. Lu Yin had no interest in destroying civilization, but joining the unknowns required him to accept such missions. The sooner he solved the unknowns, the sooner he would end these days. Since these old guys wanted to provoke him, he would see who could provoke more. Little guy, you're very upbeat. Whether I'm upbeat or not, you can ask Lan Meng, Lu Yin replied. Within the blue hanging coffin, Lan Meng opened his eyes. What did this have to do with him? Lan Meng, is this little guy always so upbeat? Lan Meng ignored him. Old guy, even Lan Meng doesn't like you, Lu Yin mocked. Lan Meng, how strong is this little guy? It couldn't have killed K, right? Just as Lan Meng was about to speak, Lu Yin said, Lan Meng knows everything but he won't say anything. What can you do to him? Lan Meng, answer me. The creature was clearly angry. Lan Meng was helpless. What did this have to do with him? Lu Yin, right? Where do you think this is? This is the unknowns, so you better watch your words. Lu Yin was surprised. Watch what? Don't I still have you? You two are in cahoots. How could that be? Lan Meng wanted to add his friend, K something, but this little guy took his place as soon as he joined. Lan Meng couldn't wait to kill him. Besides, Lan Meng's mission was to destroy that human civilization. Now that he's failed the mission, there's no reward, ha. Lan Meng, I heard that you waited for a long time for that reward and couldn't help but probe that human civilization. Sure enough, you found out that Chishu was dead, which made you very excited. Now that the mission has failed, are you disappointed? I'm curious, Lan Meng. What kind of reward do you want? Lan Meng didn't say anything. These bastards. Lu Yin had obtained some useful information. Lan Meng had taken the initiative to probe the human civilization for the sake of the reward. If not for this, he wouldn't have gone. This meant that without this matter, the unknowns still wouldn't have cared about Chishu's mission. Damn it, Lan Meng had deliberately gone to cause trouble. There were also rewards for completing the mission. Lu Yin had also taken K's place. This K had the qualifications to join the unknowns and was definitely an expert. Now that Lu Yin had taken his place, he might take revenge on the human civilization. Little guy, you're called Lu Yin? What a short-lived name. Lu Yin asked, then what's your name? Ask when you can join the unknowns. Then I'll give you a name? Demao? The creature was furious. Little guy, how did you learn to teleport? One of the creatures asked. His voice was very old, as if he could die at any moment. Lu Yin asked, is it very difficult? Haha, very difficult. It's very simple for me. Tell me about it. I don't want to. From what I know, there's only one kind of creature that can teleport within the core area, but that creature isn't human. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. That kind of creature? Could it be the fishing civilization behind Luochan? He wanted to try and see if he could find out anything about that civilization. He pretended to be surprised. There are creatures that can teleport? Of course. I don't believe it. Then forget it. Luyin? Why did you kill Kay? Lan Meng suddenly asked. Luyin asked, didn't you ask me to do it? Lan Meng. Little guy, do you really think we're idiots? Hello, Big Mao. That creature was furious. What Big Mao? It sounded inexplicably unpleasant. Little guy, tell me why you killed Quebec. Another voice spoke up. Luyin said, he was an eyesore. You wanted to avenge the 9th stronghold, right? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The 9th stronghold? Was Mr. Mu's universe called the 9th stronghold? The 7 treasures Heavenly Toad had said that during the golden age of human civilization, the 9th stronghold occupied the sky. The lost tribe was called the 3rd stronghold, and Mr. Mu's universe was called the 9th stronghold. In that case, could their civilization also be a stronghold? Where had the other strongholds gone? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Lu Yin slowly said, I'm just thinking about what name I should give you. Little guy, don't be too presumptuous. You're not even immortal and can die at any time, the voice threatened. Lu Yin said, whether I die or not depends on whether Lan Meng agrees. Lan Meng said that he'll protect me. Lan Meng. Also, don't interrupt my thoughts. Do you like the name Air Mao? The creature was furious. The other creatures did not say anything for a while. They felt that if they were given names like Air Mao, or Air Mao, they would be mocked for the rest of their lives. Cultivation was a circle. Life was a circle, and so was one's cultivation level. When dealing with those who were high and mighty, the lowest level was the most effective. This is knowing whereabouts. Luyin, I'm the one who invited you to join. You can call me 8 Colors. The gentle voice sounded like a spring breeze. Luyin looked around but did not see anything. 8 Colors? Was it the one who invited him? The unknowns can see or not see each other. Knowing whereabouts allows you to come and not come. The unknowns do not have many restrictions on you, but they can provide you with limitless benefits. Whatever you want, the unknowns can give you as long as you complete the corresponding mission. Just because I invited you doesn't mean that you can join. Every creature who joins the unknowns has to complete a mission, and it's the same for you. When you join the unknowns, you can't do anything on your own. You need to borrow other people's strength. Every unknowns has a powerful civilization behind them. These powerful civilizations are not part of the unknowns, but they can be used by the unknowns. The stronger the civilization, the better the mission and the greater the reward. I hope that you can find a civilization that you can use as soon as possible and officially join the unknowns. Luyin listened quietly. His understanding of the unknowns had not changed at all. The unknowns relied on civilizations to destroy civilizations. Did every unknowns have a civilization that they could use? You had to have one as well. That you're tuning in to the Sworddance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.